The answer is yes. Rassie Erasmus has named a very interesting 23 to take on Scotland, and they have rung the changes. Only 5 players involved in the test against England will feature this weekend. It is a brand new front row. It's a new lock combination. It is a new 9-10 combination, and it's not Bulls 9-10. Ambrose Papier back in the mix. And really, really good to see that he is going to get an opportunity today. And very excited to sort of see what the thinking is with this team that Rassie's kind of gone with. So if we look at the Rassie Erasmus team that has been named, 1 through 23, I don't think there's any sort of continuity, inverted commas, but apart from the likes of Paul de Villiers, Ruan Nokia, and JC Creel getting a go. But Damian Willemse retained in the side, but has had a positional switch. He'll move from 15 down to 12 in, I think, one of the most exciting announcements. But let's go through the side, shall we? 1 through to 15, Bowen Venter, Johan Grobbelaar, Wilco Louw, Kobus Wiese, Ruan Nokia, Paul de Villiers, Peter Steph de Toy, Evan Ruis, Ambrose Papier, Honjay Pollard, Kanan Moody, Damian Willemse, Jesse Creel, Edel van der Merwe, Apelele Fassi. It is then a 6-2 split that features Jan Hendrik Wessels, Instu Kutlunu, Zach Porthen, Ben Jason Dixon, Vincent Tutuka, Albert Lowe, Grant Williams, and Quine Horn. So that is the side that has been named. And Peter Steph de Toy will captain it after doing a good job against England. This is a side that is all about opportunities now, people. You know, it's a side to take your chance. And there's a lot of players who I think have taken their chance in the last couple of weeks when they've gotten the opportunity. And there's some players who are getting another opportunity, kind of been in and around the Boks mix for a while, haven't quite managed to sort of nail down that starting spot or a spot in the squad. And there's opportunities here. And I'm talking about the likes of an Evan Ruis, you know, who's been in and out of the squad and has never really been able to translate that URC form, that form that we've seen with the Stormers, into the Boks camp. He gets a chance against a good Scottish side. And this is, I think, what's so exciting. A little bit like what we saw last year when Rassie rotated against New Zealand. This is an opportunity for a lot of players against a very, very good side. You know, so like, you know, last year we rotated against New Zealand and we saw 2 different sides play against New Zealand. And ironically, it was the more settled, more experienced side that lost to New Zealand. And then we saw quite an inexperienced side, new look side, go and thump them. So it was an interesting situation to be in. And we've gone with a bit of a similar situation now where I think Scotland could arguably pose a greater threat than England if you look at just how good they were, you know, in Argentina. A really, really good performance from them. And I think that it's going to be a really good opportunity for these players to sort of show what they're worth. And, you know, it's going to be an opportunity for players to start putting down World Cup markers. You know, it's if we look at this side, the likes of a Ambrose Papier is back in the mix, not making his debut this weekend, but it kind of feels like a second debut. You know, a player who dropped off the radar, started playing really, really well for the Bulls, still couldn't really get a call up, played another very good season. They couldn't ignore him any longer. And not only is he no longer being ignored, but he's getting an opportunity to start this weekend. And a big game for him, I think, would see him put himself into the World Cup selection mold. You know, you've got a feel for Morne van den Berg, who'll be watching this game on his couch this weekend, because this should have been his game time. But Ambrose Papier has been in the kind of form where you can't ignore it. And let's hope he can translate it, because if you can translate half the form that he was bringing to the URC, then we should be really excited. Front row, Bowen Venter, Mr. Reliable, Wilco Louw back, big units. Literally big units, and hopefully we'll get some more scrums. Didn't get as many scrums as we kind of would like and would normally have in a in a Boks, especially in that first half. So we need to try and change that, get some more scrums going, get our front row kind of into it. In terms of the centers, I love Damian Willemse at 12. I think that he is such a dynamic player. You know, he's obviously got the ability to get going forward ball. Maybe not necessarily always as direct as Damien de Allende, but he's got the step, he's got the kicking game, you know, he's got that the distribution game as well. Playing next to Honjay Pollard, who is a very different player to Armani Liebach. Big pressure, I think, on Honjay, and Rassie will say there isn't, but he hasn't been very good recently for the Bulls. Struggled in those last couple of games. And, with Sasha out, we're down to Marnie, we're down to Andre. He needs to kind of remind us of the class he has. And we all know the player that's there, but we just need to see it in terms of a form point of view. Kane Moodian's number 11, Edel van der Merwe in number 14. I think it's a bit of a shootout, to be honest, for your third choice wing. I think Edel van der Merwe is scoring tries for fun. This is his first real big test, though. He's played games against Barbarians and Wales and the likes, and he's scored lots of tries, even against Italy. But now you're playing against a proper Scottish side. So this is a big test for Edel van der Merwe to kind of continue that try-scoring record. And then we look at the bomb squad. The 6-2 split, that is a very, very good and very powerful side. So you've got Jan-Hendrik Wessel, Instuka, Zachary Porthen. I mean, that might be the quickest replacement front row in the history of Boks and rugby at this stage. I mean, Instuka, Zach Porthen, those are players who didn't even play prop at school a lot. They played in the loose trio. Instuka got the 400-meter record, for example, at school. Zach Porthen played a lot of rugby at 8th man. Hendrik Wessel is a player that's been at prop and hooker, but can also play in the loose trio because they're so quick and powerful around the park. So, I mean, that's the team, especially with Grant Williams coming on the second half, that can really up the tempo. And I think that's what I'm really excited about, is that we're not seeing necessarily a bomb squad of giants coming on. Yes, Ben Jason Dixon's a big physical player. Vincent Tuka's not small. But we're not seeing, an Archia Snyman, Loert de Jager, Jasper Wiese, big, burly, massive players coming on to really bully them. We're actually seeing a very athletic, quick around the park, high tempo type of replacement, which I think shows kind of the thing that maybe it's going to be a bit more structured up front. I mean, you've got your big players like Kobus Wiese, Wilco Lobo, and Fenter. These are big units who are going to really impose themselves. And then we've got the ability to up the ante. There's the sign above Loftus, which, as you walk out, which says, that has the altitude and says it matters. Well, I'll tell you what, when you look at that replacement bench, for example, if you're Scotland and you are feeling gassed at 60 minutes and you watch those players coming on, you just know you're not going to get a reprieve. You're going to be run off your feet. You're going to have them coming up and really, having a go throughout the game and tired legs at altitude. And then you've got those sort of players who I mean, look at Zach Porthen's carry last weekend and how powerful he is. Instuka is the loosehead version of that. Jan-Hendrik Wessels is the kind of hooker version of that. So big ball carrying threats, but quick as well around the park. And I think that what will be interesting to see, for example, is your Damian Willemse, who will play 12, but Andre Pollard could shift to 12 if you wanted to. But I think the big interesting call is a Quine Horn, who is going to come on. Where will he come on? Will he come on at 15? Will he come on at 10? And then see that. And that's where I think the reason for that experiment with Quine Horn was to see if he can potentially be an option at 10 for the Boks. And in a 6-2 split, that was kind of what the Rassie sort of said. He said that in a 6-2 split sense, can he do that job? Can he be that option? And I'm just checking to see if Rassie Erasmus's comments have come through. So we have got an update as well, by the way. Evan Etzebeth, and this is what I'm checking over here, is officially out for the incoming tour. He will take no part in the next couple of weeks. Sia Khaleesi potentially back for next week is the chat that I'm seeing over here. And Loert de Jager also, Franklin Mostert also in and around. So hopefully we'll see that over there. So some interesting news as well with the no Eben. Hopefully, apparently now he's targeting Argentina to potentially come back. But what do we think of the side? Let me know in the comments. Let's have a chat and let me know what you think of what's a very rotated side and where we think this game might be won and lost. Because it's not the team we expect. We expected changes. I'm not sure we expected this kind of change, but I think the main thing is it's you always have to expect the unexpected with Rassie. So we kind of never surprised and yet always surprised in a way, because I think we don't want to underestimate Scotland. You don't want to go and say, oh well, we've played what I would call our stronger side against England, and then you kind of underestimate Scotland, and maybe you come up short. So there is that, not worry, but you got to be cautious. You got to be cautioned against that. The big thing is, and this is where we've been moving towards for a while, is that we've got so much depth that we name a side like this, and we don't see Siya Kolisi, Evan Etzebeth, a Miley Bok, a Damien Delendi. We don't see Kirkley Lawrence and Cheslin Colby. We don't see a Jasper Wiese, but we're not panicking here. We really aren't panicking. We are looking at a situation where we're sitting there going, well, that's fine. We are quite happy not to have those players because we still back the rest. And it's an amazing situation that we can kind of create this depth that I think is going to be the reason why we are the favorites for this Nations Championship, because the depth in the Boks is incredible. And it's a two-edged sword, because at the end of the day, you give these players a chance. Now, if they come up short on Saturday, then it's a case of you're going to go, well, the old guard still has it in them. But if they go and win, for example, against a very, very good Scottish side, then all of a sudden you in a situation where you're going, well, we can basically pick any side. And that is so difficult from an opposition coach point of view, for example, and teams to try and analyze this box. And that's why we keep talking about the difference in the box types of players makes us so unpredictable, not just in terms of who we're going to pick, but how we're going to play. Because when we play a Andre Pollard, we are going to inevitably play differently to when we play a Mani Liebach. That is just the reality. That when we select different players, we select different characteristics, and there's no right or wrong answer to this. There's no right. I don't. We've moved away from kind of the A team, B team type of thing. I still think that to a certain degree, you've got players who will, if you're playing in a World Cup final tomorrow, will inevitably be on that team sheet. And I talk about a Malcolm Marks, obviously, will play of the year, Peter Steph, the toy, your Kirk Lawrences, your Cheslin Colbys, Jesse Creel, Damien Delende right now. There's no doubt that those are still kind of your A runners, inverted commas, but we really are ready to give everyone a chance, because we back them to be able to, and that's the thing, we're kind of backing our second team to be able to beat most tier 1 nations, and we've proven that by playing them against New Zealand. Now we're playing them against Scotland. So we're walking the talk. We're not just bringing players into the squad so they can hold tackle bags and go back to their clubs. Players are coming in, players are getting caps, and we're building genuine depth so that come the World Cup next year, we're not going to see debuts at the World Cup. We won't. Maybe some player comes through that just has an incredible season and we kind of risk it, but we're not going to see debuts of the World Cup because we're just in such a strong position that all these players would have played and been capped. And Rassie is very intentional about trying to get so many different players into the mix, and get them up to sort of your 10, 15 caps, which is where Rassie wants some sort of players to come to the World Cup, that there is no surprise that all the players kind of get there and are ready for it. So what are we thinking, people? What are we all saying on the chat over here? Tanner's saying, see, I told you guys I was right the whole time. Tanner said I predicted the lineup from the very beginning. Well, go to my picks and thing, because you can't just throw things out like that without the proof here. We need to see the proof. And that's what my picks is for, is to put the clock on the block and to say, well, this is what I predicted. And so go and do that. Bucky's saying, this isn't the right team. The bench is different. This is very much the right team. I'm looking at it in front of me. Jan-Andre Wessels, Intuga Klunu, Zach Porthen, Ben Jason Dixon, Vincent Stuka, Albert Lowe, Grant Williams, Quan Horn. This is the press release that is sitting in front of me. So it is very much, that is indeed the bench. So I'm not sure where you've seen a different bench, but that is the right team. So I don't know what to tell you there. What sort of selection? And this is let me get the poll up. We want us to do start a poll. Do we like the team? Do you? I'm going to ask you because you're the one voting. Do you like the team that Rassie has picked? And if you don't, this is also a thing that that I don't like to see. If you don't like it, what don't you like to it? What would you change as well? Don't just say I don't like the team. Tell me what don't you like about it, and what would you change as well? That's also a very important thing. What would you change within the side, and not just say I don't like it. Well, who don't you like? What would you change? And but those you do like it, what are we looking like? What are we excited about? So I'm going through some of the comments over here. Mark Stoney was saying Scotland have tough travelling. I don't have the depth to rest many players. I don't think the Boks team itself is underestimating them. Nevertheless, I give them zero chance. Andrew Carson says great team, a balance between veterans and new kids on the block. And Gerard said interesting side, very experimental, but also exciting with lots of young guys getting caps and experience. And Malabongo say not happy about Team Pollard. Contender says I reckon Willemse is our second choice kicker. Let's hope the epiphany that happened to Mani recently with his kicking will happen with Gaza. If he ever needs to worry about it, it's not we actually see much of Mani kicking. Kill says I think Pollard is just in because Sasha's maybe still a bit injured. Sasha is very injured, not a bit injured. Sasha will not feature in this test, the next two, maybe at the end of the year to push, but at this stage, not looking good for the greatest rivalry tour, and not looking good for obviously the Nations Championship. He won't play any role in the next week or. Hopefully, maybe we might get him back for the end of the year, sort of Nations Championship, but certainly not seeing him any time before then. Which is, yeah, it's frustrating because he's our golden boy, and going into the World Cup next year, he's definitely our first choice fly half at this stage, and we're going to miss a year of being able to put more caps into him. But I think what's so exciting is the fact that we backed him so early in his career that he has been able to already get several caps into him. He's not coming in. He's not going to go to the World Cup blind next year. He's going to have the kind of experience when he gets back from injury. So captain says I'd swap Kanan for Mapimpi maybe. Mapimpi not even in the squad at the moment. Arctic says JJ should get a call up if Eben is out. What else are we saying? Yeah. Francis says Ambrose and Grant. Yeah, let's talk about Ambrose Papier, shall we? Ambrose Papier has just given the Boks management no option but to pick him. He has been hammering down that door for a while, and everyone kept saying, "What more does he need to do? What more can he do? To get himself into that side." And eventually he got the call up to the lineman camp and had very good playoffs. And I think, now we're going to say, okay, well, you've shown us that you've got the form for the Bulls. Can you do that for us, though? Can you translate that form back into the mix? Because at the end of the day, the way he was playing, you just kind of had to pick him. And you can kind of talk about maybe he didn't fit the Boks mold and the likes of that. But unfortunately, you get to the point where you struggle to see the way he plays, how he can't fit into the mix, because it's like it just looks so obvious. He looks so good for the Bulls, and you look at the kicking game, you look at the way he scores tries, the sniping, the game management, and I just said, you got to the point where you're sitting there saying I can't see where he doesn't fit in. But a big thing, by the way, for those watching is please do smash a like on the video, and smash a like if you like the team. 85%. So we've got 15% of people saying they don't like the team. Again, I haven't seen too many people saying why they don't like the team. Although Alder Tia is saying I have absolutely no faith in Lewis at international level. If I'm being honest, I'm worried about him at 8 in a very changed team. In a settled team, it is one thing. In this team, not for me. And that's an interesting point actually, because so often these players get trialed in these rotated sides, and there's a certain amount of yes, kind of they play a lot together. They'll do a lot of preparation together, so they kind of gel. But also, once they get into the actual onto the match, these are all players who kind of aren't as experienced in international level. So there is a certain amount of, they're all kind of trying to prove themselves. And it's definitely not the best environment to try and make the biggest impact. Like, you go and drop Evan Lewis into the team from last week, and that's kind of, I think, to your point, it's a lot easier to kind of cope. Now when you kind of start to experiment, it becomes a bit more difficult. But Evan Lewis, I think, is got to start stepping up. I mean, he's a senior player for the Stormers. You know, he's 26 years old now, still very young, but he's a senior player. You know, he's been playing at the top level 4 or 5 years, so there's no excuse anymore. He needs to start putting that big performance in, that impact, that look at me, I'm here type of performance. Bartlett says, I love the changes reflected in my picks. This is a challenging to see to these players to say, go and exceed the set standard. It also gives a lot in terms of camaraderie within the squad. And Courtly reckons that Vusi Moya should have been on the bench. We might see him against Wales. It'd be very cool if we do. But what I was saying is that, first of all, I said, please do continue to hit that like button. But if you would like to go and watch the Boks this year, which is very expensive at the moment, your best chance of going to watch the Boks versus New Zealand is to become a member of the channel. We are giving away 2 tickets to that game at the FNB Stadium, exclusively to our members club. And if you join the members club today, you can go be part of that draw, which will be happening in August. So go and consider joining the members club and coming and joining the vibes. You also get lots of other benefits, such as you can join our WhatsApp community, where all the latest information goes. It goes up on the WhatsApp community before anywhere else. You also get some very cool things like, if we look at yesterday, we did our Rugby Unlocked first episode, where we kind of analyzed the Boks versus England, as well as New Zealand versus France. Ronaldo Mayer, who's a former Cheetahs analyst, is part of the show, and he's done 2 presentations on those games, and we will be sending the PDFs out to our members. So if you want to know more about rugby, if you want to get the latest news and be part of the channel community, please do consider becoming a member. It is the link in the comments, and come and join the vibes. Caesar says, Ruas is the most talented number 8, Hanekom is the most technically sound, and Visa the most physical. I'm glad Ruas has his chance. Dylan says, it's a good team, but the last time wholesale changes was made like this, we lost to Wales. No, the last time we made wholesale changes like this was definitely not that Wales game, 2 years ago? The last time we made wholesale changes like this, well, to be fair, we made wholesale changes last time we played against Wales, and we won. We also made wholesale changes against the All Blacks last year and had a record victory afterwards. We do wholesale changes quite often, actually. To a certain degree, maybe it's not quite wholesale anymore because it's kind of normal and just regular. But Kiku Land says, Ruas, the liability with his discipline, have been giving away silly penalties every time he plays for the Boks. Quinton says, the last time we did big changes like this, we walloped New Zealand in Wellington. Exactly. That was what I was alluding to. So at the moment, 86% of the votes saying, yep, they like it, they don't like it. Somebody was saying that you can't play Marnie because Colby isn't there to kick. I would disagree there. I think you can play Marnie. We actually haven't seen his kicking in the last game, obviously, but in Japan, it's been very good. He's been doing a lot of work over there. And even towards the end of last year, the percentage, for example, if you looked at his kind of recent form, his percentage of goal kicking has gone up quite high. You also had Damien Willemse there. And let's also not pretend like Cheslin Colby's been a goal kicker for like all these years. It's quite a new development, in inverted commas. So in many ways, that was kind of an experiment. I think this is a big win as well for the likes of Ruan Nokia, because he is very much nailed down that number 5 jersey. You know, you got a Franco Mostert around, but injuries are hampering him a little bit. Luat Diaga, much the same. Archie same, much the same. And then you've got somebody like a Ruan Nokia who just week in, week out is available. You know, it makes a big difference, makes a big impact. He's become the Franco Mostert regen, really. You know, just week after week, he puts in consistent performances. And that's what we need, especially in the number 5 jersey, is someone who can control the line very well, which he does superbly. Somebody who can really produce an 80-minute performance that can always get around the park throughout the game and do the hard yards, because it's easy to do, not easy, but it's great having an RKS Neyman who can kind of throw in the chicken wing passes and the likes of that, but you also need someone who's going to do the hard yards. And Ruan Nokia is very much that kind of player. And I think that's also, you know, he's going off to Japan next season, and I think he you had to almost wait to be settled enough in the Boks squad to be able to go and make that kind of career move, because you don't get picked out of Japan unless you are already in the box and within the setup. So I'm sure there would have been kind of conversations with the Boks management to say, listen, I'm thinking I want to go over to Japan. They're probably quite chuffed about that because they like the kind of minutes that they play and they get a bit more rest than when they play for the likes of the Bulls. And they know that from a quality point of view, he's got the quality. He's settled in there. He's a core member of the squad. He's going to get picked out of Japan. Now's a good time to move. Somebody like a Kubas Visa, kind of only back on the Boks radar after coming back here, and putting himself on the front foot. Bone Fenter making the signing to come back to the Lions, play rugby in South Africa, be on the right there in front of the Boks management every single week. If we look at the bench, big opportunity here for Vincent Tuka, who I thought, and ironically made his debut just over a year ago at Loftus, and I thought he had a very good debut. We didn't see much of him afterwards. He's kind of dropped out of the squad. Now he's back in the squad. He had a good season for the Sharks, so he's definitely on the way up. But him and Ulrich Lowe, for example, they're kind of competing for the similar spot in the squad. Vincent Tuka being able to cover lock is a big benefit for him, as well as being a very good line operator. Ulrich Lowe is somebody who 2 years ago you wouldn't even dream of him not being in the squad, the way he was being deployed as part of the bomb squad and the impact squad. And then all of a sudden he wasn't even in the squad a couple of weeks ago when it was initially announced. And then he was brought into the squad as a later addition. So these are two players who are on the edges. And this is where you can make a mark. You go and put in a man-of-the-match performance, same as an Ambrose Papier, for example, same as an Evan Lewis. You go put in a man-of-the-match performance against Scotland on Saturday. You put yourself in the World Cup frame. Those are players who I think right now are probably not in the World Cup frame. Maybe kind of in and around there, but not definitely within the World Cup frame. And they need to change that. They want to make sure that they are a big part of that World Cup frame. What's an interesting omission is no Cameron Hanekom, and I think that I would be interested to know if he would have played had we not had that injury to Evan, because obviously Cameron Hanekom last week started in number 7 jersey. PSTF the toy shifted to lock, and as a result, Cameron Hanekom went in. So I think if Evan hadn't got injured, I'd be interested to have seen if they would have gone with Cameron Hanekom in the number 7 jersey this week, for example. Maybe kept Peter Steph the toy in number like a 5 and as captain. But they obviously wanted to bring in a Kubas Visa for this week, and obviously they've also been able to give Cameron Hanekom decent amount of minutes. So that might have been a potential change, a bit of a tweak, because he was obviously going to be on the bench last week. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him start again next week. But it's an interesting omission for him to have been drafted into the lineup late and then kind of excluded from the 23 altogether. Obviously, as I said, we are rotating and giving players opportunities. I mean, no Malcolm Marks in the side, no Thomas Totoy in the side. There's lots of players who have dropped out of the 23 completely. But the players who kind of remain, I think, are key players. Ruan Okia, that's your key line-out operator. Also, he knows Johan Kobler and Jan Hendrik Wessels as well. So, in terms of a line-out perspective, combinations are very important here. And we're also seeing that in combinations. We're seeing that they're playing Ambrose Pierre and Hanjay Pollard, who've had a season playing together. So that combination is the same. Instuka, Zach Porthen are also, players who play at the Stormers. So that's, they know each other well from a scrummaging point of view. Obviously, Jan Hendrik Wessels comes into the middle. I mean, if you had put a Jan Hendrik Wessels next to a Wilco Low, he would have known him a bit better. But if Andrew Hugo Fenter was on the side, he'd probably be in the reserve hooker, and you'd have a complete Stormers front row. So I think that they very much have also looked at combinations, and I really want to see the Willemse and Jesse Creel combination get some time, because I think what we might see moving forward is Wamian Willemse moving from 15 into the 12 towards the later stages of the game to be able to give us something a bit different. Luke G says, I think this is a very dynamic team. I feel like it's going to be a high-impact running game. I'm so stoked that Evan is starting. I rate him highly and believe he will shine on Saturday. And Side to Canvas says, I like the fact that Rusty is trying out every combination possible. I mean, why not at this point? Buck and Kiwi Land says, with Libok and Sasha, do we really think Hanjay Pollard will be going to the Rugby World Cup next year, as traditionally only 2 flaws get picked for the initial squad? Well, I think, again, we can probably afford to pick 3 because Sasha can play 10, 12, 15. Willemse covers 12 and 15. Quan Horn now potentially 15, 10. If they genuinely back him as an option at 10, then that doesn't bode well for somebody like a Honje Pollard. Because I think it is a case of, well, you only cover really one position. Maybe you might be third choice. To be honest, we'd probably rather take this player who covers a couple of positions and we think he can do a decent job. To not go to the World Cup with Honje Pollard, who's won back-to-back World Cups, would be quite a big call. And I don't see it happening. I think that, unless he starts to struggle this year, I think he does go to the World Cup. But it is an interesting situation where all of a sudden the Golden Boy has dropped down the pecking order and might not. The fact that there's conversations about him potentially not is interesting in itself. So what else have we got to say in the land? So Ode Eustace says, we should not sleep on Scotland. Very good side. Going to be a big day for Gaza. As Sione Tuipulotu will come whole day. And I mean, how nice is that? Is the opportunity for him to, he played a lot of rugby at inside centre. Let's not pretend he hasn't. But now, cool. You're pulling on the Bok 12 and you've got a Tuipulotu in front of you. So this is not an opportunity for you to play 12 against a tier 2 nation or a side struggling. You've got one of the best centres in the world who is likely to be opposite you. And that's where I personally think, I think Damian Willemse goes and plays a full international season at inside centre, and I think he'd be one of the best inside centres in the world. I just think he's one of the best players in the world. So, and wherever you play him, I think he adds a lot of value. Whether it's, 10, I don't think is his best position, but he can do it if needs be. But 12 and 15, phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. His aerial contesting over the weekend was incredible. And also, if you look at our side coming in, Kenan Moody, good under the high ball. I played a Fassi, good under the high ball last week. So, it's a good point that Aldo T is saying, is Estes concussed, guessing he would have started 12 if he was fit. We were actually talking about it in our prediction show, which, by the way, we're miles away from. I think somebody said we got 3 right from the prediction show earlier. Well, I technically didn't add much to it. I kind of just ran the votes, but yeah, I think it's a case of you never know what Russ is going to do, and it's always a bit of a gamble, and that's why I think the My Picks is becoming so much fun, because good luck trying to predict Rusty's thinking. And if you can, well, good on you. Good on you. And I think, I'm trying to think about, against Wales, we'll probably see more changes. Maybe sort of similar types of players, but I think we will see a bit of other players. And Rusty's actually said that this is not necessarily a team that's been picked for Scotland, so he's not picked this side to say, right, Scotland's got X, Y, Z, we need to factor that in. This is a side that's been picked because he says we want to know what we've got going into the World Cup. So World Cup next year is the big carrot. And this Nations Championship, I wouldn't say it's a distraction, but we're treating it as an opportunity to play these different players. Yes, we want to win, and we want to win every single game, but a lot of it's kind of, we want to make sure we test players, we want to win games with these players, give them the confidence, for example. In doing so, we obviously put ourselves in top spot to potentially go and win the Nations Championship. But we are not so star-studded in terms of we got to get this big trophy. We're not sitting here worrying about our silverware. This thing's going to fall apart. That we are going to keep our same team. We are going, I think it's a case of we will rotate and win the games. And if we enter the mix for come Nations Championship at the end of the year, great. If we don't win it, oh well. Greatest Rivalry Tour for me will be very interesting because it's 4 tests against a proper side. One of the best sides in the world. So in one breath, you don't want to lose the Greatest Rivalry Tour. You really want to win all 3 tests at least and win the series. At the same time, if you ever wanted to trial players against some of the best in the world, that's also a great opportunity to do it because you do have 4 tests. An ideal situation, you kind of win the first 3, rotate for the America test, and then you kind of got the best of both worlds. But right now, we've basically picked, right, this is going to be the Scotland test. This is going to be the Wales team. Obviously, we had picked the England team. And the idea is to keep winning whilst we do change these teams and give everybody a run out and sort of see how they cope. Herman says, all we see is mobility, and a gangster front row to totally outscrum the Scots. And that's what I said earlier, especially with our bomb squad, inverted commas. You know, it's almost like the running squad. It's not your traditional bulky, big, we're going to bully you in the second half physically. And I mean, and I say that, look at how barbaric Zach Porthen was when he just ran over and literally started throwing around English players over the weekend. But he's quick around the park. Versus, I mean, if you had to do a 100-meter sprint, Wilco Low versus him, throwing Thomas Toy there, it's not going to go well for the other two. Zach Porthen is quick around the park. Instuka Tunu is rapid and big. So we're certainly not going to not have the physicality, but it's not the traditional 2019 kind of vibe, you know, where even, you know, Frans Steyn coming off the bench was quite a large lad. You know, it's not where we saw like Archies Neyman, Loort de Jager and Jasper Wiese coming off the bench with an Oxen Chair and a Trevor Nyakane and a Malcolm Marks at a stage. I mean, that was proper like big, huge units. We're going to scrum you to death. We're going to maul. And now we're seeing a different breed of players coming through where they're very mobile and yet don't let you down at scrum time. I mean, there's no doubt that Wilco Low is a better scrummager than Zach Porthen. But look at the improvement Zach Porthen's made. And I think this is what Oxen Chair was saying the other day. He said Zach's come along so fast since last year by being in the box setup. And that's the whole thing. You're taking a player like a Zach Porthen and saying, right, well, we know he's always been ahead of the curve. He's under 20 captain. He's a very talented player. Played Varsity Cup and the likes of that. But you're looking at him saying, right, well, what do we like about him? We like the fact that he's mobile. We know he's a good leader. You know, he's got good rugby IQ, but he's nice and physical around the park, makes good tackles, and good skill set. But for him to be a Bok down the line, we need him to be a top scrummager. So instead of basically saying to him, well, by the way, the feedback to John Dobson and to Brock Harris, we need you to improve him. No. Come to the camp. Right, you're now going to scrum against Ox. You're now going to scrum against Gerard Stennekamp. You know, you're going to scrum against Bowden Venter. You're going to have a Bok pack behind you, so you're going to feel what that Bok pack is like. You're going to feel like, but you're also going to feel what it's going to have to go against a Bok pack. So you're now going to spend time doing live scrums against the best scrum in the world. And it's a cauldron, you know, and that's it. I mean, they said that Carly Sadi said that, you know, after the first scrummaging session, he basically like it all went black. And next thing you know, Sia Khalees was helping him up off the floor. And Sia said, you know, are you all right? And Carly said, let's do it again. Because he's somebody who just loves scrummaging. But that's somebody who's played in the top 14, played for the Lions, played for the Sharks, been around the block. And he said that the scrummaging sessions are a different level. And that's what they've done with Zach Porthen, is they've said, right, come in. And we're going to, right, youngster. And this is what I also love. I mean, you'd love to just be a fly on the wall in these training sessions. Because you come in there and you're looking at some of these props going, shit, these are the best players in the world. And they're saying, well, let's see if you can cope. And I'm sure he was outscrummed a few times, but he will also have learned. And then Ox will say, listen, this is why I'm getting the better of you. This is why you're struggling. And Wilco Low will say, right, this is how you get the better of Ox. This is how you find these early gains. And just by doing all of that, his development will have, I mean, we've probably accelerated 2-3 years worth of playing in the URC by being in the box setup for 6 months. That's how quickly I think, you know, he's improved. And that's how important it is to be able to give these opportunities to these players, because they're just, I mean, Riley Norton, the amount of he would have learned in the last month, you know, being in the setup, playing for the Boks, compared to if he had been doing a preseason for the Stormers, is huge. Bokken Kiwi says, here in New Zealand, the media is boasting after the French game that the All Blacks are back. I think it's way too early to say that. I don't think we will see the exceptional All Blacks side come August. Good, yes, excellent, no. I mean, they look good. They look good. And I was watching a very interesting podcast with Quay Cooper. And he was saying he's never felt so assured and like feels like he knows what he's doing and kind of comfortable in an environment as when he joined the Wallaby squad under Dave Rennie. And he said what Dave Rennie does so well is he has a very clear plan, and you know exactly where you stand, and you know exactly where to play. And I think that kind of fault is what was lacking with the All Blacks, is that they had kind of plans, but when things didn't go, they didn't really know how to adapt, and they didn't really know, okay, well, now what? And I think what was interesting over the weekend is we saw the All Blacks adapting to what the French were doing and being able to cope with it. And Cam Roigard said that, he kicked less, for example. So there was definitely a shift on the Saturday. It wasn't a leftover of what Scott Robertson's done kind of thing. There was definitely a Dave Rennie impact, and Umaga and all the new coaches. There's definitely a bit of an impact on them. Obviously, it's not a first choice French side, so it's difficult to kind of gauge exactly where this New Zealand side is, so we've kind of got to, we're like, oh, it looks good, but is it as strong? What we'll be able to see is come 2 weeks time when they take on Ireland. First of all, they'll have 2 games under their belt from an All Blacks point of view, so they'll be a bit more cohesive. And then they're playing against a side which is one of the top sides in the world. Yes, they got pushed by Australia, which I think probably said more about Australia than I think Ireland, although I don't think Ireland are as strong as they were a year or two ago. But then we'll be able to get a better idea of where the All Blacks are, because they were playing against at least a first-choice side. It is at least a first-choice Irish side. Yes, plenty of injuries in there, but they've picked as strong as they can pick. Not a French side, which was missing a lot of your big players, but it's still a very good French side. Gravity Heights says, if as an Aussie, I'm envious of the Boks depth and quality cattle. Any Aussie qualified players in the SA, hands off our cattle. To be fair, I think as an Aussie, I would be very, very excited after what I saw. And I think the Wallabies have been getting slowly better. And I think that Carter Gordon looked like a completely different player when he played over the weekend. The Wallabies looked like a different player with him on there. So I think that as an Aussie, you don't have the depth. I think, and that's probably the main point you're kind of making, is that don't have the depth that the Boks have, in terms of Carter Gordon went off, made a big difference. Ben Donaldson's not a bad player, but that's the big thing, is not having the depth. And I think as a Wallaby supporter, for example, I'd be quite excited by what I've seen in terms of the progression. And I think starting 15 for the Wallabies is a good side, but there's a marked drop-off when players get injured or go down, and as the bench starts to come on, and as the season gets on and you get more and more injuries, there's definitely a bit of a drop-off in quality. And that's where the Boks are just so healthy, because we're looking at the side, and what's childish is when you start to name a side that's not playing, because that would look like Oxenchair, Malcolm Marx, Thomas du Toit, Eben Etzebeth, Lua Diaga, or Arceus Neyman, Sia Khaleesi, let's say Albert Lowe at 7, for example, on the bench. But even if you're not even saying in the 23, then you could have Franco Mostert at 7, for example, Jasper Wiese at 8. You could go Kobus Reinach 9, Martin Liebach 10, or Sasha 10, Kirkley 11, Chesn Colby 14, Damon Day Linden next to Ethan Hooker at 13, or Lakanya if he came back at 13, and you could have a Quan Horn's the thing, but at 15 you could have Sasha at 15, for example, and that's a 15 of players who are not even in the 23, and that's a proper 15, and that's the main point, is that not only are the Boks playing at the highest level, but they've just got the depth. And think about the standards of training when you think we've got this amount of quality players. And this is where the All Blacks were so good during that time when they were just unmatched. You had players, you had centers like Amar Nanu or Alsa Sunnyba Williams. Those were your two center options. You had Conrad Smith at outside center. He was one of the best players ever. You had a Ben Smith at fullback. If you're not, you had you had Bowden Barrett coming through. You had Israel Dag. You had wings like Savia, who came in with that. You had Noholo, who came through. Even if you look at the pack, you had so many. Jerome Kano and Kieran Reid. There's so many players that could barely get into the All Black side, despite being top players. And that's the point, is that when you have that kind of depth, your standards are so high. And it's where France are trying to build a lot of depth. It's where Ireland were looking much better. But I think now we're seeing Ireland, a bit of a generation starting to change, and they're not they're struggling a little bit with that depth, because you had centers, you had a Bandiaki, a Robbie Henshaw, a Gary Ringrose, and Stuart McCloskey were barely making it. Now Robbie Henshaw's injured quite a lot. McCloskey's playing quite well, so you still got a reasonable amount of depth at centers, but same as Gary Ringrose is also quite injured, so you don't quite have that necessary reliability. You've lost to James Lowe. Mac Hansen's not playing as much. Keith Earls has retired. So they definitely are losing the kind of depth that they used to have, and the kind of experience they had. Conor Murray retiring, Peter O'Mahony retiring, and Johnny Sexton retiring. These are 100-cap players that Ireland have lost. And the big thing when you look at the Boks is that Evans not playing this. Evans not playing at the moment. He's our most capped Bok of all time. But you can still put in a Luat Diog and a Franco Mostert who will have 180 caps between them. You can throw in Arcas name, and he's got over 50 caps to his name. Ruan Okia is very quickly accumulating caps. I mean, I think he must be on close to about 20 odd now. Where's my press release? And that's kind of the whole point, is to because we keep changing the entire time, you don't have to wait. So where's Ruan Okia? Yeah, it's his 20th game this weekend already, and it feels like his career's barely started. I mean, Damien Willemse, it feels like he's played more than 50 caps, but I mean, he's 26 years old, 27 years old. And because we rotate so much, yes, we might not have some players who've been playing for 5-6 years who've got up to that 100, 50, 60 caps, but the spread of the caps. I mean, let's go through the caps, and 1 through to 15. Okay, so Bowen Fenter. I mean, this is only and it even says lines next to his name. Come on, the lads. He's in the second season for the Boks, and he's arguably our third choice loosehead, fourth choice loosehead. He's got 8 caps to his name. By the end of the season, he'll have over 10 caps for the Boks. Jan Grobler, 9 caps. Wilco Low, 30th cap this weekend. Kubas Visa, just his third game, one of the more inexperienced players. Ruan Okia, 20 games. After the season, it could be 25, 26 games. Halfway to that 50 already. Paul de Villiers is only a second cap. Peter Sheriff, the 97th cap. Evan Lewis, this is his 9th cap. Ambrose Pierce, 8th cap. Andre Paul, 85 caps. But Kane Moody's got 24 caps already. And Kane Moody's, 22 years old? 23, I think, maybe now? He's 2024 this year, and he's got 24 caps to his name. Damien Willemse, 50 caps. Jesse Creel, 88 caps. Edel van der Merwe in his 6th cap. Aple Fassi, 15 caps. So we look at the caps, the average caps per player in the backline is 39. And that includes a player like Edel van der Merwe, who's playing just his 6th international game. You've got an Ambrose Pierce playing just his 8th international game. Aple Fassi playing his 16th. And yet there's still an average of 39 caps, an average of 21 in the forwards. Most of that, yes, with Peter Steph, the toy. The bench is obviously very inexperienced. An average of 9 caps. The most cap player on the bench is Grant Williams with 29. After that, Ulrich Lowe is the only one with more than 10 caps. But this is the big thing, is that we're not going to go to the World Cup with players who have got less than 10 caps. We might, if things don't go well, but, something like Jan Hendrik Wessels, we played 1 test out of about 12 we're going to play. We've got another 2 now, 6 with the greatest rivalry, 7 with Argentina, 10, 11, 12 tests. We've still got another 12. We've got 12 tests in total. So something like Jan Hendrik Wessels, they can play him half the amount of games. If all of these players played only 6 games, only played half of the season, inverted commas, and we kind of swap between them the entire time, we can still put another 6 caps into all of these current players, which means Aple Fassi could start next season with 21 caps to his name. That's kind of that's an experienced campaign. If you play 21 international games, that's a lot. Yeah, maybe it might have only been 2 seasons, inverted commas, but by the time you go into your 3rd season of international rugby, 4th season of international rugby, and that's the thing, because the way we do our caps, yes, there are 12 games in a season, but you're not going to play more than 7 or 8, which means that by the time you get to 20, 25, 26, you're in your 4th season. So you've been around the block for 4 years now. So you're not a stranger to the setup. So you could go to the World Cup with 20 caps, but you'll feel like a seasoned international. And the fact that we've got players who are at 96 caps, 85 caps, 88 caps, shows you that there are still players that play week in, week out. But as I said, Bowen Fenter is our 4th choice loosehead. Other looseheads that have been playing in the last few years, obviously Steven Kitsoff, Oxenchair, Gerard Stennekamp, Instu Kloktlunu, Jan Hendrik Wessels has played at loosehead. So you've got 5 other loose heads, for example, ahead of Bowen Fenton, inverted commas, but he's also got 8 caps to his name, 9 caps, could be 12, 13 caps. So if he goes to the World Cup next year, it'll be his 3rd season of international rugby. He's not going to feel like a newcomer on the block. Jan Kobler is somebody I think we need to give quite a few caps to. I think Marnus van der Merwe is frustratingly injured because I think he would have played quite a lot of rugby. But Wilco Low, he's been drafted, and Thomas Totoy. These are now our 2 sort of prime loose head because we've lost the experience of Frans Moherbe. We've lost the experience of Trevor Nyakane. Zach Porthen is going to be 11, 12 caps by the end of the season. He'll get his 5th one this weekend. I think he'll continue to play. So if he does go to the World Cup again, he'll be into his 3rd year of international rugby, maybe only 12, 13 caps, but that would have been 6 Bok camps. By the time you think of a July camp, an August camp, a November camp, 3 different camps there. So he's into his 2nd camp. August could be his 3rd camp, November 4th camp. 5th camp next year before we go to the World Cup. So if he goes to the World Cup, it's his 6th Bok camp and environment. So, he's also played overseas. He's played over in Europe for the Boks, not just for the URC. I think we'll take him over to Australia and that will be an interesting thing because Australia, a once-off test in Australia is a big opportunity to take players who haven't played over in Australia over to Australia and say, right, this is what Australia is like, people. This is what it smells like, feels like. This is what the crowd's like. This is what the conditions are like. And that means that next year when we go into it, that they've all had that kind of experience. So I think that'll be a very interesting squad because I don't think we'll see somebody like a Peter Steph Totoy going over there. I don't think we'll see the old generation. I think we will take a younger side that very much a World Cup, planning side over to Australia for that experience. You don't need to take Andre Pollard over to Australia for a once-off test after the Greatest Rivalry Tour. You really don't. You take a good squad over to USA and then you send a different squad out to Australia. And I think that will be the plan. K3 Andy is saying, it looks a decent team. One of our members, as mentioned, you can not only win tickets to go watch the Boks, but lots of stuff, including tactical breakdowns on a weekly basis that we see on Rugby Unlocked. You can get the full PDF and the likes of that in the members club. So go and join the members club. It is the pinned comment. TCM says, would prefer Moya at 10 ahead of Pollard. Look, he's a big prospect. He's not going to go to the World Cup, though, I don't think. So I'm not overly worried about him not playing. I think him just being in the squad is really good for his development. He's now a 2031 project player, really. 2035 project player. I mean, in 2035, we won't even be 30 yet. And he might have been in the Boks squad for 9 years. Imagine, you could be 9 years into your Bok career and you're not even 30. This is why I can't emphasize how amazing the setup is, because you can be around for so long from such a young age. At the same time, you've got players. Kobus Ryan's 36 years old. He's not the oldest player. Dwayne Vermeulen was 39 years old, 40 years old. Vusi Moyo could have a 20-year career. He could be playing in 2036. He could play in the 2031, 35, 39, and 44. If you really, think. You could be playing 4 World Cups. And that's assuming he misses next year's World Cup. So players' careers are getting longer, especially because we do rotate so much. So he could play for 20 years. He might not be at 200 caps. He's not going to play 10 games every year. So he could play for 20 years and play 150 games or 120 games, but he could also play for 20 years because we are very intentional about rotating and, from an S&C point of view, monitoring players and making sure we can kind of extend their careers. So Paul's saying we need younger players to also play, but we've got younger players playing. And the biggest problem is, what do we consider young? Because somebody mentioned it, they said most players kind of debut around 26, 27. That's when you start really getting to your next phase of your rugby career. I think your best years are probably from 25 to 35. Those are probably your best years. Some players will go on beyond that, but that's kind of your 10-year, right, I'm playing my best rugby. And that's 10 years is a long time, eh? We go back 10 years ago and we were in the midst of, a disaster for Western Rugby when they told us to consider you couldn't pick anybody from overseas. And we had brand new teams and the likes of that. So 10 years is a very, very long time. And I'm saying that you kind of get to your peak 25 to 35. So anything for me below 30, let's say below 28, I consider a relatively young player, because that's a player who is going to be here now and the next World Cup cycle. So you can't call somebody like a Jan Krobler and say, oh, he's not a young player. Well, he's going to be there in 2031. He's going to be 32 years old. That's perfectly fine. You know, I look at a 32-year-old in the same way I look at a 24-year-old in terms of, you know, athletic ability. They're fine, but a 32-year-old's got an extra 6 years of experience, 8 years of experience. So, you know, there is definitely young players in this side. I played a Fassi, young player. Edel van der Merwe, I think he's 31. Jesse Creel is not exactly slowing down. Dane Willems is young. Kane Moody's young. Embro Sapir hasn't hit 30 yet. Evan Roos is young. Paul de Villiers is young. Ruben Okeer is young. You know, Jan Krobler, as mentioned, is young. Bowen Venter is not old. And props play even longer. Kobus Wiese is not even 30 yet. So, you know, he could be someone who's in the next World Cup cycle. Jadinja Vessel, Nstuko Glunu, and Zach Porthen, they're all very young. Zach Porthen, again, I mean, he's got another 4 World Cups in him. Nstuko Glunu is young. Jadinja Vessel is young. Ben Jason Dixon isn't old. Vincent Stuka is quite young. Ulrich Lowe is still quite young. And I said, because young, 24, 25 is not old. It's still young in the rugby career. 26 is young, really. And if you make a debut at 26 years old, you can still play international rugby for 8, 9 years, 10 years, 11 years. You know, Kobus Reinach, who has been the definition of a late bloomer, he's played more in 35, 36 years old than he has in all the previous years. So we're going to wrap up there, people. Thank you very much for joining and for being part of the discussion. It's always been a lot of fun. Please do smash a like on the way out. Please do consider joining the Members Club and getting access to the PDFs of the analytical breakdowns, as well as opportunities to win prizes, such as 2 Springbok tickets to the Greatest Rivalry Tour match at the FNB Stadium. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. The Rusty Erasmus press conference is on the channel, so you can go and check it out and see what he has to say about this whole team. And you can go pick it apart as much as you want. And we'll see you guys all tomorrow when we break this down. Also, a reminder to keep your eyes on More Than Disorder, aka The Mad Show. There is its own separate social media channels on Instagram, the likes of them. So please go and check out The Mad Show on socials. Go and follow us on our different socials as well. We're on Instagram, TikTok, the whole works. And come and be part of the Forever Sports community. We've got so many cool projects coming up, and we want you guys to be a part of it. And when I say a part of it, I don't just mean we want you guys to be able to watch it. I genuinely mean to be a part of it. You know, your questions are part of our content. What you guys want is what we want to produce. You know, for the fans, by the fans. That's the statement that we made 6 years ago. And so you guys guide what we do. And being part of our different social and stuff like that is being able to get that feedback in and kind of guide what you guys all want to see. We'll see you tomorrow. We're going to break this down. We're going to be live tomorrow and Wednesday, and More Than Disorder will drop on Wednesday afternoon and evening. We've got Rugby Unlocked coming this week, Sunday. Watch out the video from yesterday as well. Very cool breakdown with Ronaldo Meyer, former Cheetahs analyst, and obviously lots of Springbok content to come as well. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining me, and see you guys. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports Nations Championship Rugby. And what a weekend we have. Welcome to Rugby Unlocked on a Sunday, the new Sunday show on Forever Sports, where we will be basically breaking down the weekend's rugby, educating you a little bit about what's happening. And the idea is that after this half-an-hour show, you will be a bit of a better rugby scholar. And I'm joined, as I will be every week, by Mr. Ronaldo Meyer, former Cheetahs player and analyst, Currie Cup winning analyst involved with the Cheetahs and stuff like that. And now we're going to break down what happened over the weekend, because Ronaldo, what a weekend of Nations Championship it was. Probably
the most exciting one we probably didn't anticipate.
Yeah.
I suppose all of our predictions, I think everyone at home probably thought there were going to be bigger margins in a lot of games. But yeah, it was really awesome. And obviously a lot of things for us to, you know, dig into and try to understand and unlock.
Yeah, so basically, I mean, let's go through some of the results. So yep. It all started with New Zealand beating France 34 points to 32. I mean, I think the French were kicking themselves a little bit. There was a massive opportunity to get that first win on New Zealand's soil since, I think, 2009. I mean, I think positives for New Zealand to score sort of freely. And lots of people were saying that the nice thing about New Zealand, we'll kind of dive into it a little bit, was the fact that they looked like they had more ideas and had more solutions, I think, than maybe what they had a year ago.
Yeah. So I suppose creativity is one of the things that New Zealand kind of lacked in the previous era before Dave Rennie kind of arrived. So a lot of people were saying there's, a lot of stagnant stuff, a lot of kicking that doesn't necessarily look like there's plans to it. So even Cam Roygaard's comment afterwards was like, I kicked less
Yes.
within this game. And that obviously is a knock-on effect of the Dave Rennie kind of era that is obviously coming to the fore here. So it's really nice to see that happen.
And then we had Japan beating Italy 27 points to 10, but heartbreaking because I am an Italy admirer, but also always nice to see Japan doing well. But Eddie Jones seems to be getting that Japan team. Look, I mean, they had a university shooting a 10.
Yeah. I mean, wonderful result for Japan. Very interesting in terms of how they obviously structured their game. A lot of good turnover counters. They were very brutal at the breakdown. So I think Eddie's obviously done a lot of work with the players in that regard. A lot of obviously their foreign legions that have obviously come to the fray. So you've got a lot of those experts basically that have kind of joined the fray there. So very good for them, yeah.
And then we had Australia versus Ireland. Ireland, I think, of a side that we saw very interesting during Six Nations, started off pretty poorly. By the end of it, we kind of started seeing a bit more of the Ireland of old. And I think we saw moments of Ireland, but I think what we've also seen is Australia have been bubbling under for a while. And they've almost, I mean, even during the British and Irish Lions series, they were almost there in that first test. And they definitely grown, and they've definitely got potential. But I mean, Carter Gordon yesterday looked like he completely changed that Australian side. And I think there's an Australian side there that's going to compete.
Yeah, definitely. I think you're spot on with regard to the way in which they've obviously kind of undercooked themselves. And I say undercooked themselves because they've literally been their own worst enemy. I think under Joe, they've obviously been allowed to, at this point in time, have a bit more freedom. I think they've attacked a little bit more than they usually did. They did, however, kill their game by kicking unnecessarily in the last quarter,
Yes.
which is probably the reason why they lost that game against Ireland, because Ireland were a little bit more clinical in terms of finishing off certain set phases, as well as obviously taking the points when it was on offer.
Yeah, look at Ben Donaldson on a different day. Could have won the game. I really liked the fact that he took it on, because Wilson came across and basically said, "Oh, should we go for the corner?" He said, "No, why would you do that? Let's go for the 3-point," which I think was the right. It was an ambitious call, but probably a right call. Then Wales. Well, Wales, I mean, they've not been much to celebrate, but 39 points to 24 against Fiji. And again, we mustn't think of Fiji as this kind of tier 2 nation. In the last 3-4 years, since the last World Cup, they are on the same kind of level as your Italy's, your Wales, and the likes of that. So it's a very positive step in the right direction for Wales.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the odds from my picks in the beginning of it, it was quite 50-50. So obviously the lineups obviously showed, a very good set of, teams picked by both coaches. The unfortunate reality, I think, for Fiji is that they've struggled to string along or get a couple of good, set phases and obviously the set pieces. Wales obviously nudged them over in that regard, a bit more clinical, winning their lineouts, winning their scrums, having a lot of obviously kick counters. 50-22s were, I think there were 4 in that game. So, look at those types of build-ups that obviously has a big influence on the result at the end of the day.
And then Ellis Park, South Africa, 45 points, 21. I mean, it's a big scoreline. I think the positive thing from a South Africa point of view is I think there's lots more gears the Boks need to hit. I think, line-out didn't really work. We didn't get the scrum dominance we're used to seeing. But despite that, I mean, we raced to an early lead. Positive, I think we looked really good off a couple of the set pieces. When they did function, we looked like we had some new ideas. I mean, off that first line-out, we almost scored off the first phase when Damian Williamson was just short. Tactically an interesting game. I mean, I think we've definitely seen, we might not have seen maybe as sort of flamboyant as maybe last year, but I also think probably early on in the season, stuff like that. But we're going to dive into it, we're going to lock into it a bit in the second segment. But yeah, I mean, just in terms of an outing, was that kind of an expected performance? We had a bit of rustiness, a little bit of disjointedness, but at the same time, we are seeing the quality difference between the Boks and a team like England.
Yeah, I suppose you've got to also look at the game from a scenario perspective. Obviously, different changes, different set phases that is obviously had to be planned out. I do want to maybe from a line-out perspective disagree a little bit. I do think our line-out succession was a little bit better.
Second half, it changed completely. Yeah.
So certain things we've got to look at, like I mentioned earlier on. What was the scenario in the specific moment? Was it what we obviously wanted? Did we execute? Why did we execute specific things? Why did we force certain things? So, yeah, obviously we'll dive into a little bit deeper just now, but it was a phenomenal, I think, from a fan's perspective, phenomenal turnout, but also phenomenal showcase by the South African rugby team. And I also think from an English perspective, as much as they didn't, punch, heavily as they, spoke about beginning of the campaign, they actually also did all right. I think
that last 10-15 minutes in the second, in the first half was impressive by England. And I think what's good to see, and as I mentioned, the Lions in the first half, especially the front jumpers, were really struggling. I mean, England read as well, but we responded well at half time, which is also a very big positive, because after last year's we crumbled against Australia. Good to see we did learn those lessons. And then possibly the results of the weekend, Scotland going to Argentina, always a difficult place to go there, but 47 points to 38, a high-scoring game. All the games really pretty high-scoring. But that's a big positive for Scotland. Maybe a bit of a warning sign as well to Rassie and the coaches for what's to come at Loftus this weekend.
Chico, I think everyone will always kind of undermine, teams, performances based on their historic, the history. So I think we kind of always expect, Argentina to be strong at home, not necessarily expecting a Scotland or wherever the visiting side is. I mean, we've come short as a South African team in Argentina a couple of times.
New Zealand came short last year, yeah.
Not because we were poor, but just because sometimes they obviously were the better team. So you kind of go to Argentina expecting to punch above your weight, and I think Scotland definitely did that. They were phenomenal in their execution.
Right, so we're going to look. We're going to sort of try and understanding what happened in particularly the New Zealand versus France game, where I think New Zealand were caught out completely in the first in the first few minutes, and we're going to dive into a little bit of what Craig Cooper was talking about the halftime show, where he said that the France shape was very interesting and kind of a bit unexpected. So let's go into what you are branding a tactical masterclass within that game.
Yeah, I think, and we say it for both teams, because the reality of the matter is you've got to be able to operate at a level of strategic, outlook. So I think both captains, as well as the way in which their leadership obviously or strung together certain set phases and certain plays were phenomenal. Luku, obviously, again, from what I said in previous segments, Luku's probably one of the best scrum halves. But then you look at your Cam Roygaard, as well as the way in which Love and them have come to the fray, and they actually have done their part. So I think New Zealand really did a really good job in terms of taking it to France, and I call it the firefight, because it was a situation where everyone kept on shooting their shot, and that's what you want. I think.
I mean, as a product, it was so watchable.
Absolutely.
Lots of line breaks, lots of chances, lots of moments.
Absolutely, and that's where we want to maybe go to that point of line breaks. If we just look at the points scored, I mean, 34 play, 32, which is a very, very close game. But you look at also the way in which I think the game was strung, and I think we'll share this with everyone a bit afterwards, but the carries and the passes there, New Zealand, I mean, they had 219 passes and 147 carries. So if you just look at that, you talk about moving the ball. So a lot of teams don't move the ball into space as well as moving the ball beyond space. So meaning, I think there's two things that we sometimes don't always talk about. Moving the ball in space, meaning I've got enough players to the left and to the right of me that I can play the ball to, and beyond space, meaning I can kick past the ball in behind someone and I can regather that, or I can kick pass to the far left, to the far right, and we get obviously that turnover counter.
I mean, that's that itself. I mean, you're basically kind of looking at close on almost 2 passes per carry.
Correct.
So it's not a case of, you can go like a traditional Bulls rugby, which is pop up, hit, pop up, hit, pop up, hit. And that's why all of a sudden, it's amazing how we're sort of seeing props becoming first receivers. And, you'll see Ethan de Groot, and his full role there is, bang, all I have to do here is my role is to take it and pop it up, and we can move it to the left.
And then what happens is 507 meters post contact. So what that means is I would have passed the ball and I would have done an offload, but the ability to carry the ball beyond contact and then be able to have that continuity. So 507 for New Zealand, 479 for France. And you want to, the point I'm making there is that you've got a high impact collision for both sides, but beyond the point of contact.
Yes,
so you've
got
got
lots of gain line success.
100% gain. So that's the beauty of a game that you kind of expect in at this level to be renowned as a masterclass. So I think that's phenomenal. And we look at just from a specific zones and what were the key factors in that regard. So we look at tactical decision making and players making decisions. So for example, New Zealand's exit zone. So that means in your own 22, you then fundamentally have got to make sure that you've got a clean exit. What a clean exit means is that you either set up from a kickoff. So obviously you have a lot of kickoff receipts if you score tries. So meaning you'll receive the ball in your 22. Then from there on, you would have a breakdown and then exit. Sometimes guys go for contested balls. New Zealand opted this time around to go for a direct exit. And they've got a 94% exit rate there, which is phenomenal. What that does then is in your midfield, you either then have a line out or you would have either, meaning you've now kicked the ball. If it does stay in field, you'll have a contestable.
Yeah.
Contestable has become what we now know as part of the set piece. But if you just look at the data that's provided there, New Zealand had a higher offload rate, 13-4, and kept the ball alive in that midfield after the exit. A lot of teams don't have that. And that's where they sometimes kind of lack. And I think France was supposed to be a little bit more tactically aware of New Zealand's ability to kick and retain possession, or if you kick the ball out, is there an opportunity to play that ball fast? A lot of times we don't play the ball fast. We wait for the lineup to be set, and obviously that takes a little bit of the edge away. So you just look at the face-to-face play. So France, I think, were particularly really good in terms of how they structured their attack. However, New Zealand kind of matched them in terms of defense. And we'll look at a little bit just now about how the first try came about and what New Zealand did to kind of adapt to the way in which they played. So just, I think, again, we'll give this to some of the guys later on. If you look at the centers, I mean, Mofana and Peno, they were really, really good in that first 15. And they ran hard and they were very good in terms of just facing, letting New Zealanders, kind of come up so we can have a good, defensive line, but then also exploit that space on the outside there. And that's where the first couple of line breaks came. So again, what we mentioned there is that New Zealand had a good defense, but France really came out firing from that first part. Two very key factors that we've got to look at when we look at a rugby match, as well as that. Your ruck succession is some of the most important, things that coaches work on during the week. If you've got a good ruck succession, that means you first and foremost, obviously possession stays yours, but also you've got something that we call go forward ball. If you've got clean ball, you're able to make better decisions. You're not forced. You decide and determine where the ball goes next.
I think the importance of that is when we look at selections, for example, and some people might look at a player and they don't have maybe a phenomenal skill set, they're maybe not exceptionally rapid, but that's when you look at your ruck's hit success rate, for example, and people doing the dirty work. And I think this is something that players like Franco Mostert, has really sort of pioneered, where, yes, he's not at Arceus Neyman, who's going to run over somebody, get a chicken wing pass out, but he's going to hit your ruck. Siya Kolisi also incredibly important to the Bok breakdown, often one of the first people there. And that is where it unlocks that. So you've got to have your people doing the dirty work to be able to ensure that you've got a 100% success rate. And I think a lot of that's going to be interesting to sort of see from a selection point of view where the All Blacks going. When you look at their back rowers, which are quite different to maybe what some people expected a year ago, for example, but looking at finding people that you can ensure that 100% success rate at the rucks to be able to provide that clean ball for Cam Roigard and then a Ruben Love and the likes of them.
Correct. So you first look at the way in which you obviously do also your turnover counters. So meaning at breakdown, you've got to look at, okay, cool, can I hit the specific ruck on their ball? And New Zealand actually got 4 turnovers at France's breakdown. So not just do you get your own ball back, but you've got to put the opposition under pressure. And like you mentioned, you've got to have what they call horses for courses. You've got specific players that understand their role.
You look at Damon Delendi, that's why we talk about him being an extra loose forward, inverted commas, because he hits a lot of rucks, both defensive and attacking rucks.
Yeah. And I think that leads into what your succession obviously becomes. And New Zealand won, I think, in my opinion, and based on the information and data there, is because they were more clinical from a breakdown perspective, as well as their succession in terms of turnover ball. So if I can deprive you of possession, I can then obviously have that possession and obviously work with it and obviously go score there. So again, like I said earlier on, I mean, there's the second part. So one is your rucks, then the second is your set piece. New Zealand's scrum dominance phenomenal. They won 5 out of 5 scrums. And all 81% of their lineouts. Obviously, if you win your lineouts, that means that you're able to, one, do a maul. A maul leads to what? If I go into a maul, I obviously have all of these 8 guys, depending on what the maul structure is. I've got these guys invested. I then attract backline players that are kind of sometimes nervous about it. I attract them here. It opens up what on the outside? Space. So the space...
And you often see a winger hugging that touchline
Correct.
on the back of the maul so that there is the cross kicks on, for example, or his quick hands or the likes of that.
Correct, yeah. So you would see in the Springbok game later on, when you do a bit of that review, the mere fact of having that interaction there. So once you win your line out, you've got to get a good throw, got to get a good jump, make sure that you set up your maul. But then that leads into so many different added values that you have with unlocking that space. And that's the beauty of, I think, how New Zealand went about theirs as well. So just from a game momentum flow, and I think that's a nice way of just, tying up the New Zealand game, just have a look at it. Obviously, 13 in that first, again, you look at your turnovers there. Turnovers lost, meaning where New Zealand, so you lose your ball in different ways. Either knock on, then it becomes your possession. Every time there's a turnover in terms of possession, New Zealand actually turned or lost possession more than France did. But you look at the one key factor there, which is this. Oh, sorry, I don't know if you can see there where it says there possession over the 80-minute. New Zealand had more possession, and that's why it was a narrow game. If you have more possession, then you are able to do more with it. And I think that at the end of the day was a really phenomenal part to it as well. Yeah.
Let's just to wrap up. And for those watching, we are going to actually, this is going to be made available to all our members. So Ronaldo's put together a very cool presentation, both on the New Zealand game as well as the Boks game. So join the members club and you'll be able to download these every week. But let's just have, in wrapping this up.
Yeah, so we want to just show one example of what France obviously did. With,
I'm going to look at the first try, I think. Where Peno came on. And it's not even his wing, really, because he's usually on the right-hand side. But, let's have a look at exactly how France, within the first 5 minutes, he didn't get touched.
Yeah, so again, like we've spoken about, there's a build-up to certain things. And if you want to be successful, you've got to have a continuation of your certain, what they call building blocks. If you follow the specific rules, the specific game plan, and people call it game model, then you'll have specific outcomes. So France did it very, very successfully in the first couple of minutes, and then they kind of veered off their kind of game plan that they had because of what? New Zealand putting pressure on them at their breakdowns, as well as obviously getting that turnovers. But it's just nice to, I think, show the viewers just a nice little clip here. So we've got a couple of good things here, a couple of amazing moments within this year. I'm just going to pause it here. So if you have a look at the way in which the French team has been structured here. So this is from a line-out. Again, it was what we call an OT ball off the top. So meaning the line-out jumper would be up at the top. You'll have the ball straight down to the scrum half, and then you've got a go forward ball here. So have a look at how this structure is here. Here you've got your normal pod here. So you've got inside center, you've got your winger here, that's Peno here, and then you've got your one loose forward now. So it was a 7-man line out here. Nice and good there. So have a look at how go forward ball they receive here. So that's very good in terms of the carry. I just want to pause it right there. Look at that breakdown there. Very good and efficient there from France. 3 guys in the breakdown, no issues whatsoever. What does that mean?
In terms of the breakdown stuff like that. Well, first of all, it's going to be quick ball. I'm looking at Luku, for example. His shoulder's already pointing at where he's going to pass here.
Correct.
And that's what we talk about quick ball, isn't it? It's the fact that, his expectation is as he's arrived, that ball's going to be presented well. There's going to be no digging. And as I said, with the 2 forwards going straight over there. And I think this is a big thing that I always talk about. You look at, for example, some of the New Zealand players there, and you've got Fletcher and Newell. Now he's having to now fold across here. Half the players are still running back, and that's all the big thing I think as well. When you're attacking, players are still running backwards.
So who made the tackle there? Your fly-off made the tackle there. Look at where Will Jordan is. You're 14.
Yeah.
So just bear in mind who's kind of involved in that specific breakdown. So now let's look at the second part of it. So now you've got De Groot and all the guys there. So you see that space that's on the outside there. We had the line out. Remember where we're coming from. Point of origin. Coming from a line out, it was an off the top ball, meaning no New Zealander should be stuck Does it make sense?
Yes.
So meaning there was no more, there's no contesting here. So from a French perspective, you've already won here because these guys here, number 9, 7, 4, as well as number 1 here, all of these guys here are basically redundant in terms of a defensive set. So what you do is you kind of trigger certain things within their defensive.
So what France have done here is they've overloaded the right-hand side.
Yeah, but they've done that because they want to exploit something coming back. So you kind of manipulate a defensive system by showing them a picture so that they don't see the inverse, and we will see the inverse here. So look at how nice. So we talk about a screen. So have a look at where Luka plays the ball to. So there's Luka. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 guys. We don't normally see this type of shape at this level where you've got 4 screen runners. So basically they're all in a line, and you can pick whoever you want to. Normally you would have your pod where you have got the guy right in front here, and then you would have someone on the inside, which is the zip, and the outside there, I don't know, whatever name you want to call it. So then there's a cop out here like Ireland does. Here, they literally have screen runners running straight towards the defense. You're not sure who's going to receive the ball.
Yeah.
If I do move the ball to the 4th person, that means that these guys on the inside here have got to make 2 decisions. The first one is, do I push up hard? Do I, after tackle, do I fold or do I stay? Because look at where they are on the field. They are in the middle. So let's have a look at what happens next year. Ball gets played there, good tackle. Look at where number 6 and 5 are going. So these guys, they've made a decision.
Yeah.
So they're folding. Again, breakdown, very good there. Clean. Okay, cool. Play that edge again. Same thing. Play through. Now, here's the cool part here. So sometimes we forget that fly-offs and fullbacks are the game plays, right? So it doesn't mean that the fly-off, and I think a lot of schoolboys, a lot of university players, a lot of club players, we sometimes think that decision-making needs to happen, the fly-off needs to decide. No, every player on the field has an integral part to play in terms of the communication and what happens. So play the screenplay here, nice flat pass there, inside ball, very easy. Now have a look at what's going on now. Obviously that is a side for later. Play the pod, which is nice and easy. But have a look when we go to this wider angle here. Okay, cool. How many New Zealanders are now trapped on the blind side, which we call the edge?
Yes.
Why have they been trapped there? Because we kept on knocking on the edge, and we earlier showed a picture of we want to play same side. So now these guys here have overfolded
because the one French player.
Correct. And again, it's about the comms. Look at him. He still has that touchline because these guys don't know if there's going to be a reverse play here. It's beautiful to see how so the screenplay here again is the exact same. Do you see those guys there?
Yeah.
Just nice and easy out the back. So I think it's a very good example of just showing that your consistency in specific, scenarios matters. And I think if France kept on doing the same, it would have been a different result for them. New Zealand, however, adapted and they kind of backed off and didn't overfold. So it's a very good lesson, I think, for a lot of players to learn. If you, see that someone is exploiting specific space, try and recover, try and identify what was the different scenario, and then obviously change that. But that was phenomenal by France. Yeah. Just manipulate one space and the player's inability to obviously recognize.
And you think that's all happened in the space of about 60 seconds.
Correct.
And this is why, we talk about players who've got that defensive reading, and that's their responsibility. And I think the Boks, for example, said that France were her was a big part of that.
Correct.
And stuff like that.
Yep.
To be able to sort of identify, hang on, this could be on, for example, and being able to communicate that.
Yep.
So, we're going to sort of dive a bit more into that. And then I said, please do join the members club because you can get this full presentation.
Correct, yep.
But a very cool game to watch, very cool game to sort of pick apart. And if we had time, we'd do a lot more. Absolutely. But that was the first game. And let's get on to the Boks game and let's kind of lock in on exactly how the Boks beat England. South Africa 45, England 21, the perfect start for the Springboks in the Nations Championship. Rassie said that they weren't actually chasing the bonus point, but in his words said, shit, the other teams were picking up bonus points, and some very interesting performances across the Nations Championship, and we're seeing a very competitive New Zealand very quickly, a Wallaby side that's definitely progressing. And Ronald, let's have a look at where this game in particular was sort of won and lost. I mean, we said that England would be our bigger test. I mean, Scotland maybe throwing out a bit of a statement. But I think a Bok performance where we looked a bit rusty in certain aspects, looked very good in other aspects, but in the end, just far too much quality across the park for England to really compete with.
Yeah, I think you've got to look at the build-up in terms of this specific game. Obviously, England already having played a Six Nations campaign, so obviously they've had, you know, the ability to test players against, you know, quality opposition. South Africa obviously having one game against the Barbarians, different combinations we're trying out. So I think the explosive tempo that we started with was obviously in a clear indication that, you know, we are here, we were keen. And obviously you've got England's mid-game fight back there, and obviously at the end there was a late yellow card that obviously triggered, you know, a bit of a collapse in the English kind of structure there. So I think, yeah, from obviously an onset there, obviously we had the late reshuffle, which was very intriguing. I think a lot of people, there was a hype about, okay, cool, why was obviously these players left out, and you know,
and not necessarily, at least on the face of it, like for like replacements. You know, I mean, you had Peter Toy shifting to the number 4. You know, I mean, when he has played locked, he's worn the number 5 more than number 4. Paul de Villiers, you know, versus Siya Kolisi. Similar kind of roles, but also different players. You know, Paul de Villiers more of a breakdown threat, and from a jackling point of view versus a counter-attacking point of view, which is what Siya Kolisi is good at. Cameron Harnacorn, a bit different to Peter Steph du Toit, also good breakdown threat, maybe not necessarily the kind of line-up threat that obviously Peter Steph du Toit is. But and then Benjay Stixon onto the bench also, so a bit of a, yeah, I mean, it wasn't quite a kind of, we just recycled the exact same players into kind of to present the same kind of 23.
Yeah, again, you've got to ask yourself the question, you know, what is the mindset of a specific squad? The mindset is everyone obviously has got a role to play. So I don't think it was unexpected for players to be told, listen, you've got to play. So you always have that underlying, you know, desire to play. So obviously it comes as a surprise to, I think, the public and everything, but I think there was synergy, I think, within the squad. And obviously, again, like I said, the media and everyone else was obviously, oh, okay, cool, this is going to be an interesting one. But I think there was calmness within the Boks squad. Peter Steph is not unusual to the idea of leading a squad and leading a team. And you have your presence. I don't know if people see, Evan was sitting in the coach's box.
Yes.
So a lot of times...
A bit worryingly, he's got glasses on, which, you know, for somebody who competes at the line now, we might see him with a couple of goggles soon.
But, you know, it's nice about it. It's close.
Yeah,
so that's
maybe,
all right.
Maybe it's just fast.
Yeah, so don't worry. No disrespect, Evan. But it's good to see how players have the trust in each other.
Yes.
And I think a lot of time we as the public and people that are on the outside sometimes don't understand the integral dynamics that happen there. So I'm pretty sure Felix Jones, for people who don't know when I say Felix, there's probably conversations that happen in terms of scenarios. What's the reason for this player being involved in the squad? Why, for example, does Kobus Visa not get dragged into it, but we Ben Jason there. So there's method to the madness, and we'll obviously try and just today have a conversation about what that method was.
There's two things, for example. I mean, if a bit of insight for some people, you'll often see. So when they warm up, obviously we've got a 50-odd man squad, and when they warm up, we're obviously going to have people who kind of help warm up, and it's not just the bench, you know. So we'll have 5, 6, 7 players who will go out and have a warm up and stuff like that, and those are kind of your emergency players, so that if there is this injury in the warm-up, we've got players who are not sitting in a tracksuit on the stands going, oh, Schweppes, where's my... And what was quite interesting, for example, is were my Liebach to pull up in the warm-up, Vusi Moyo was running around out there. So it wasn't actually Andre who... I didn't see him amongst the players, but the fact that Vusi Moyo is out there and stuff like that obviously means that, you know, if there was going to be a late injury, he was an option. Another thing is, look at how many captains Rassie has blooded, and very interestingly, who the vice captains are. You know, like JC Creole last year suddenly was the de facto vice captain. But we always have our on-field walkout captains always in the forwards. You know?
Yeah, I mean, traditionally you've always trusted kind of what they call people that are in the engine.
Yes.
The crux of, I think, what rugby is rugby. Obviously, you've got your mauls, you've lineouts, you've got your scrums.
Close to the referee.
Correct. And so all of that close contact situations will always be something where I think the ref will be hectic on, opposition will be hectic on, so it's nice to have it. I mean, JC has captained us before. You know, there has been, backline players. Jean used to be our captain way back in the day. But it's comforting, I think, sometimes to have a forward leading the pack, because he's able to literally have a direct impact in terms of decisions and close conversations. Yeah, so it was awesome.
Let's look at the set piece of physical domination. I think the scrum success rate, I think the frustrating part in the first half was we just weren't getting scrums. We weren't getting it. Ox and Chair didn't get to have a scrum with our feed, I think, but we certainly found that as the game went on, and very impressive performance like a Zach Portham, but there's definitely still the scrum dominance. I'd be interested to see if Russ is having the conversation with Don a bit like he had before the France, where he said we're paying all this money, but we're not scrumming enough because the scrum is so powerful, but we didn't get enough of it in the first half.
Yeah, I suppose it's unfortunate we obviously lost Ox to a knee injury. I think we obviously don't know the official reports from the doctors. And
out for next weekend is what Rusty has basically said. Beyond that,
we don't obviously. Yeah, so that was quite unfortunate. So obviously his ability to dominate, I think, later in the game would have obviously been a big factor. But if you just look at obviously from a scrum succession rate, obviously 5 out of 5 is always a good stat. You want to be able to win all your scrums. Scrum penalties is something that has become another conversation.
Yes.
So meaning how many penalties can you get from a scrum, or how little penalties can you concede? So obviously for us it was a really good thing. I think line out retention you did mention obviously earlier on. It was a little bit of a weird one again with the combinations and the changes. So you've got to look at, when you obviously prepare for a specific game, you've got to look at what line-out contesting they normally have. When we talk about line-out contesting, we talk about if we set up 4-man line-out, do they match it with the same type of 4? Meaning if we've got a prop, lock, and 2 loosies, do they do the same? Do they maybe just put in their props or whatever? So you've got to look at those matchups. So with obviously Ben coming in later, I think our lineouts became a little bit less unstructured. In the beginning, I think we actually got it right there. So really interesting to see obviously a 98% for us there, and obviously for England 80%. I think England could have done a lot better with their lineouts. I think they were a bit lethargic. And when I say lethargic, we talk about how quickly do you set. So what we call a throw jump. So hooker, you'll typically see, and I think a lot of people would notice it if you actually watch the game live as well. If a flyer kicks the ball out, whoever kicks the ball out, normally your hooker already goes to the sideline, gets the ball ready, so that when he's in this position, your players can obviously walk in.
Yes, and then
Victor,
go if you need to.
Victor Matfield used to, back in the day, not even have calls. He would sometimes walk in from specific areas, and that would be a call. And that was phenomenal. So you've got to look at the different combinations. So I think England could have done a lot better with their lineouts. I think we didn't contest against them a lot. And I think that goes to the next part of it. If you don't have a very high success rate in terms of your lineouts, you sometimes lose your ability to have gain line success. And obviously what happens when you obviously have your flyer and your playmakers there. South Africa had a 63% gain line succession. So that means post your line out, post your scrum, your ability to carry the ball beyond obviously that gain line. Gain line means the advantage point. And then obviously you're able to go past that. So, I mean, it's quite poor for England to have a 48%. And that's really, from coming of a good Six Nations, it's kind of disappointing that they kind of dropped in that regard.
Some of the comments
and
some of the comments on the they're saying they feel like England are lacking some big forwards. And I think that was I think that's what George Martin was suddenly. I mean, obviously scored a fantastic try, but he was one of the few players finding a bit of gain line advantage, and that's why someone like a Jasper Wiese is gold for the Boks, because he just gets over that line and he moves us forward. 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, but you need to have good set piece dominance. If you don't have set piece dominance, you're always punching off the back foot, and that makes it so hard to actually have that momentum. You've got to go back if you're stopped in the maul, or if your scrum is not so good. Now it's a scrappy ball off the back, so it's important to tick the boxes.
Yeah, so
that you can get the gain line.
I mean, a scrum going forward, when by the time the 8th man picks it up, even the scrum off, for example, by the time he's meeting contact, he's already basically past the gain line. Versus going backwards, where you're now picking this up and almost having to take a step back. And the scrum ups after you're behind the gain line advantage before you even started.
Your ruck speed also matters.
Well, that's what I want to talk about, because obviously our ruck speed sitting there at I think 59%. Yes. Much lower than, for example, we saw the New Zealand ruck speed. And that's where we talk about the different sort of game plans and how we use that.
Yeah, and obviously we kind of have a specific way in which we want to manipulate defense. Your ruck speed obviously allows you to attack a little bit better, identify specific areas, and we'll talk about it just now when we talk about where we kind of scored our tries. But again, our ruck speed was a lot faster than England and a lot slower than France and New Zealand, for example, in the previous one. So it's a very, very interesting thing.
And this is what I think, just before we go into it talks about how we've dominated England, France has edged, New Zealand edged to France, but the metrics sort of change. Obviously, the theme is generally when you're better on metrics, you generally win the game.
Correct.
But it's interesting to see that, we had a slow ruck speed in comparison to them, England even slower than us, for example. But it also shows you that, there are several ways to skin a cat type of thing. That there are so many different ways to play. Because at the end of the day, we look at, yes, rugby's got so many of the same kind of core principles. But it's so interesting to see how even, now there's so many different ways that you can play. And rugby is evolving so much in terms of how you can also change up those sort of things. And I think that's an interesting part of how the Boks select their teams and likes that is to be able to now sort of tweak the game plan whilst sticking to some core fundamental principles.
Yeah, your personnel matters. So obviously, when we talk about personnel, we talk about the players and the reason for them obviously being involved. I think you also have to look at where your rucks take place. We'll show that stat to people in the bit of a better segment. But depending on what type of gameplay is unfolding in front of you, you'll respond to that. New Zealand, France had a very high retention rate in terms of their breakdowns, succession rate, quick ball. South Africa, a little bit lower, but because we were trying to manipulate specific things. Damien Willems in the first 10 minutes had to literally contest for 6 high balls. That means, and we're going to talk about that quickly, the goal kicking or the kicking performances later on, but also Finn Smith, for example, kicked a lot more than we, for example, kicked at South Africa. They kicked more because they knew they didn't have good go-forward ball. So again, it's the knock-on effect. Your set piece is not working as good as it's supposed to. You've got to find a different way to manipulate space. How do you do that? Trying to kick the ball to get it back. So we then obviously kind of had to dominate that area of the game as well. So it's very interesting to see how South Africa and New Zealand won both of their games, but like you said, different ways in which they've done it, but fundamental principles. Win your set piece, make sure that you've got gain line dominance, and at the end of the day, take your points when it's on offer, which is very, very important.
Yeah. Cool. So let's go into sort of exactly where were some of the big ones. Obviously, you're talking about the disciplinary issues and depending with 13 men, it's always going to be a bit of a problem. Yeah.
So you've got to look at that. The reason why we're saying we've got to look at that is because it has an impact on how you as a team first obviously defend, as well as what does the referee see when you keep on infringing. So meaning if a referee sees you, being kind of ill-disciplined, you're not listening to his comms, you're not listening to the information, they kind of, and it's a bad way of saying they kind of blow against you, but they kind of do, what they do is, you show me this picture, I'm going to penalize you. And again, for them, so you had those yellow cards. So I think that was a very big part of their collapse as an English team. I think South Africa kind of had a nice momentum shift, and that's why if you look at the entire game holistically, look at the 80-minute, look at the swings there, and look at
you can see the start, you can see the England call back, and then you can see at the end it just all falls apart.
You get what I'm saying, and you can see there we've obviously marked specific things there in terms of what is really awesome there. So look at how, again, we spoke about our ruck retention right at the top there, 17-0. That is for the start of the game, that is unheard of. Where a fast start and it's so good, and obviously we kind of went into a bit of a dip there, specifically because I think England started realizing, okay, cool, we've got to get our discipline back, and then obviously this just dominant.
And I think this has been a major work on with the Boks. We saw it last year because we went back to 2024, and where we characteristically started badly, and we had to come back the entire time, and that was where the bomb squad was really becoming such a big tool for us, because it was basically, as long as we're within 7-10 now. Last year, we kind of saw a bit of the opposite. We would race ahead, and then it was a case of, now, can we sustain this? We saw it against Wallabies. And I'm hoping that now we kind of see a bit of a mix between the two, where we can start strong, weather the bit of a storm we can, but make sure that we can finish on a high level as well.
So from a SNC perspective, strength and conditioning, you've got to look at also how your players are able to play the entire 80. And obviously bring on your different, what they call bomb squads for your replacements. England had those guys that came in, but it just seemed like they weren't firing at full cylinders. But our guys kind of fired at full cylinders. So compliments to, I think, the South African backroom staff for making sure the players that come onto the pitch are not just switched on mentally, but physically. They could match the physicality that the English sport towards that, end of the first half into the second half, and then complete it by actually annihilating them, which is phenomenal.
And I think also we're seeing a big part of the analysis going into who gets subbed.
Yeah.
So for example, bringing on a Gerard Stennekamp, bringing Offenburg in so that they can say, well, you know what, Hendrik Wessels can probably add more of an impact as a third loose head option, and that's what they sort of. And you see that Lindsay, who's the Bok analyst, sits next to Rassie, and they talk about, so Sia always talks about he empties the tank.
Yeah.
Sia goes out there, he basically plays to whatever level he can for as long as he can, and they basically got a metric, and they can say, right, no, cool, now he's gassed.
Yep.
And he's got the license to do that because he knows, somebody like a Peter Steph the Toy, Franco Mostert, those are kind of your diesel engines. They just kind of keep going. They're not necessarily as explosive, although Peter Steph the Toy is stupidly fast off the mark, but he's a freak. But you've got players who can kind of sustain that vertical comments, and players, and also I think it's the license to be able to sit there saying, I don't have to worry about playing 80 minutes. I'm not worrying about, let me try and jog here to think. No, it's boom, 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 boom. And then they kind of track, right, these players are kind of, this is dropping off for these players. And you can see a bit of fatigue, right, cool. And I think that's where the multi-positions thing comes in. Because now, yesterday, you can look at it and say, well, we don't have to worry about Damien and JC, they're fine. If Damien's performance is dropping, Andre stays and goes into inside center. That's easy. If Jesse Creel's struggling, Kenny Moody comes on outside center. Easy. And I think that's the real genius of this, is the fact that they can measure who's struggling and who needs to kind of be at, not just from a performance terms where they're making a tackle, stuff like that, but as you said, from an impact point of view, cool, we need to find more impact in the scrum. Cool, we can put on a third loose head for the game.
So I think that again, back to the catchphrase we used, horses for causes. You've got to understand players' ability and what the reason is for them being on the field, and their actions matter. So every single thing is measured. So when you, for example, have your Gertley Orens, not just does he score tries, but he makes his tackles, he has his rucks, and he obviously is phenomenal in terms of just understanding the kicking game. But then you've got your Ben Jason Dixon that also understands his role. I've got to make my rucks, I've got to make sure I make my tackles, got to be there when I have to contest in terms of, say there's a line out, I've got to contest in the line out. So you've got to have specific roles, but you also have to understand your functionality within it. And I think we'll look at a couple of clips just now and just play through it and just see, the impact of it. But players stood out because of their continuous just succession rate in terms of completing the battles.
Yeah, and that's why we can have a Wilco Low and Zach Porthen in the same squad.
Yes.
Completely chalk and cheese different type of players in the same position.
Yep.
And Zach Porthen, I just shout out, my goodness, just that run, for example, you had, and he threw a poke of foot jump to the side, stuff like that. But how excited to have somebody like that? And then you think, but if it's a horse game scrum battle, you deploy a Wilco Low with his under thighs. It's very interesting to see that the dynamics of the squad, because we don't just have three of this type of tight heads. We've got so much difference within each position as well.
Correct. Ox's line break in the beginning as well. So
Osterrand reborn, who's this hero, but it's just threw me straight back to the Os in the Cheetahs jersey.
Unfortunately, he couldn't go score. I remember him playing against the Jaguares way back, and he scored a nice try.
Yes, down the left hand side.
Down the left hand side. So you've got to have just the context as to these players are allowed to, and I think in warm-ups and in post-contact stuff, you guys see this a lot in training sessions, but players are allowed to express themselves and they're never scared of having a go and playing with it. And I think when we look at the video as well, we'll just see how we just had a go. We just kept on playing, which is a phenomenal thing. I
just love the fact that Ox just pinned his ears back. There was no thought of anybody else. He was like, no, I'm going for this. Next time, Ox, I don't think we would have seen bigger celebrations than if he had gone all the way. Let's have a look at some clips here, Ren, and see what we're looking for.
So we want to go, So 2 minutes into the game, we've just...
So this is on the back of that first set play. I think it's Damien Willems to get short here.
Correct, yeah. So we get short here, but we've obviously built good momentum. What we want to show here is just again, back to the conversation we had earlier on, manipulating space. So you attract players into a specific area. You want to force England to kind of be stuck, and then you're going to obviously move the ball. So we've had a nice break, line break. You've got good retention, and just have a look at Cheslin here, right
and
on the
space
outside.
Between them,
England obviously nice and bunched there, but just have a look at how in this specific scenario there, we keep going nice and easy, try time. They had enough players to stop that guy, But close quarters, South Africans just have the physicality,
Yeah.
and we're able to go through there. So what I just wanted to show there is that even though sometimes you think there's enough defenders there, if you've got, again, the physical dominance, you are going to outwit and outplay those guys. So
Yeah. Well, it's like, I mean, and ironically, it was unfortunately Thomas Stoy who missed that tackle when Ellis Genge went over. And you could spend how many hours plotting a set move, but at the end of the day, sometimes when somebody just taps the ball and runs over someone, that can, you miss. And that's the thing with the quick tap. We see more of the quick tap. It's now kind of, you miss one tackle, we're over.
Yeah.
We're on the thing here. You actually got no room for mistake.
So again, so if you have got gain line, again, we're talking about the principles. We win our gain line. We're able to go post contact. Then you've got the opportunity to go score more points. Obviously, here again, we've literally gone into a space. Nice attacking option here.
And you can see, sorry, just go back there. Martin Liebach has called the skip pass there.
Yes.
So he's said, so slightly back, I think, and you can see he's calling it and he's pointing and he's saying, send it there. And you can see as he's calling Peter Steph Toy to walk in there, but as Grant Williams there, and as we play it now, I'm going to step into your role here. But you can see he's calling and he's saying, look where it is.
Yes. But then also look at the awareness of Grant as well, understanding, what pass is needed. But just ask yourself the question, and back to the New Zealand-France chat here. You see these guys are so disjointed here because they're having to always kind of fall back, trying to get in position because there's been gain line. The moment that there's gain line and there's rack speed, there's an opportunity for you to go to the outside.
And that's, I think, how also you find the mismatches.
Correct.
Because now you've got a defensive system and you think, right, there needs to be somebody here. Now, in an ideal situation, you're thinking, cool, we've got the props as kind of your pillar post types of things. You don't want to have your prop out wide. You're trying to defend the thing. But when you're having to backpedal and follow stuff like that, then all of a sudden we start to see kind of more of the mismatches where you've got backline players against forwards, for example, a wing versus even a flank type of thing, and creating those sort of mismatches and opportunities when people are having to just quickly try and set up a sort of defensive line versus your ideal defensive line.
And maybe a question then on that is that do defenders get defined by the defensive system they defend in or by their individual ability? Because a lot of times you're told as a defensive system, you've got to, so you've got your pillar, then you've got obviously, so normally what you'll do is you'll have your rack, and then you've got your A and B pillars, and then you've got your defenders out. So on your left-hand side, they normally go ABC, ABC. Normally, certain defense systems will say, okay, cool, your C guy is the guy that pins and goes for it. If you're under pressure and you're experiencing a lot of pressure and all that stuff, there's no time for you to shoot up because you're on both sides. You're in trouble.
And again, we talk about personnel, and we'll do a segment on this a bit on defense system, because that was kind of Jacques Nielbar when he said that rush defense, where he says to Chesney, you go and make the hit. You don't have to make the tackle, make the hit, halt that momentum. And if they get past you, that's where somebody like a Faf de Klerk, I think that's where the Boks really see more Van den Berg's value as well defensively. They've got the ability to get across and make that cover tackle, for example. Or even having players like where Jesse shoots and they say, well, you know what, we're going to back, if there's space out wide, we're going to back Chesney and Kirkley to be able to get across and make the covering tackle.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of times, we've been saved by the defensive systems that we use in the past with, what they call wings on strings. So, for example, if a specific, if your wing on the right, if he pushes up, your left wing will drop back, your 15 will cover that space, but then you'll also have your third player here on the far right or left will also drop. So you've got to have a defensive system that works for you. England, unfortunately, in this specific game, didn't look to have a specific defensive system. They were always kind of under pressure, trying to figure out what's coming next, and that becomes a problem because if we're trying to figure out what's coming next, and I know it's always a tricky one because you've got to react to what happens in front of you. But if you stick to what your defensive principles are, you won't be found lacking. For example, again, it felt like deja vu when we saw the next little part play out. I just want us to enjoy this. How beautiful is this, eh? That is.
And it was Ben Coles and Dan Coles and Ben Young, and they were saying, and that's what. And as I commentated it, I even said, and here comes the step, because you know it's coming,
100%.
and you know it's coming, and Dan Coles said it brilliantly, and he basically said, don't become a meme. He said at this stage, as a defender, you kind of almost have to just say, just take the outside, because once Chesney is in that position, there's no one stopping him.
Correct.
You can't.
No, and again, it's rewards, that South Africa got because of putting the principles in play and obviously making sure that, what they needed to do, they did. They have good set piece dominance, have good set piece completion, obviously good breakdown speed, and obviously from there on succession. So I think that was phenomenal by South Africa. And I do want to take us to just here where England obviously on their side, just this one. Yeah, cool. So now let's have a look at England obviously being in a similar role. So they nice penalty they got there. So obviously, sorry, I want to go a little bit back here. Yeah, right, yeah. Good dominance there by England, nice and hard. They want to try and go quick here. Penalty to England. Sorry, I think it was, it was a little bit forward. So yeah, England attacking nicely. Their opportunity to now obviously go nice and hard. Very good, strong running here.
And then, as you said, just the physicality. I mean, because theoretically, when he gets that ball, there isn't a need to panic because you've got Jasper Wiese there, and you've got Chester Cole. You're thinking, well, man on man here, we've got the defenders.
Yeah. So let's maybe play out the entire clip here. Sorry, I wanted to just take it back here. So yeah, England plays nicely. Again, look at how nice and hard they are. Good rack retention there. Brilliant opportunity for them to just, build over. Again, look at how, this is interesting.
But also, I mean, going back, he puts Jasper Wiese on the floor, but also Jasper Wiese is having to come across to cover. So he's not well set. And I think that's the big thing, is that they've created that space out wide. And so by the time he comes across to try and make the tackle,
it's already too late.
Yeah, you're coming across, for example, as opposed to being well set, well balanced, being able to actually make that hit.
Yeah. Again, like you said there, look at just the formation there. I do think they probably could have done a lot better. Hanekom tackling in there should have probably not happened. Yeah. Small things that we probably should have done a little better. So England, kudos to them for coming back into the game. Punching, like we said earlier, punching above their weight, which is obviously phenomenal there. We're just going to go back here to where Grant obviously scored our try. So again, just have a look at these defenders here. So you've got again, all of these guys are what we call this is ball watching. So they're not watching the threats first and foremost. And then only at the last moment do they actually realize, oh, I don't know if you saw there, them looking up. Only at the last moment they realize, actually, Grant is a very big threat. So what you normally do is, actually, I'll show you just on the board. You've got your pillar defender, which is Curry. But look at how far your B defender is. Your B defender cannot be that far away.
Yeah.
If they're that far away, that always leaves that inside gap there for a scrum half. So if you're an up-and-coming emerging scrum half or player looking at it, always identify what they call a sniper space.
Yes.
Always identify.
And I mean, Roy Guard also sent the face with sausages where, it's one of those things, as a defender, you rush up going, where's the... Correct. He also sent same kind of thing with this try that he took.
Correct. So the question, again, back to what we asked earlier on, why does that happen in a defensive system? It happens because you've been put under pressure, K9 is against you, the attackers are just coming all over the place. So as a good attacking side, you've got to also take your moments and just execute on it. So I think that was phenomenal by Grant. Obviously, I mean, he doesn't need 2 invites to go score these tries, which is phenomenal. I think the next clip that will pop up here is, I'll just go a little bit here. Our next one, Damien, good ball carry, offloads. Do you see how good that is? That is just phenomenal by South Africa. The ability in close contact positions, get the ball, pass, execute. It's really back to what we said earlier on in the game or in our conversation as well. France did it exceptionally well against New Zealand. England kind of struggled to have those abilities to attack the line, able to move the ball, and obviously exploit the space on the outside.
Yeah. I think there's been a noted push within the Bok environment to up the skill set, and I think that we've seen lots of people sort of coming in, but a big thing we know, especially in the World Cup, even when they're waiting around or something like that, you'll always see that there's a ball around, and I think a lot of that is just making sure that these guys are popping passes around, or it's just that ball skills which come from, and I mean, people, we all, you throw a ball up and down in your room, for example, but creating that sort of ball skills. And I think it's been a high focus on raising the ball skills ability of South African players. And I also think that's why a lot of the young players are coming through quite quickly, because we're seeing at a school level, the skill sets of players are on a different level. And it's actually interesting. You look at coaching staff, and I think the Bulls have one here, and basically they're core purpose was a skills coach. You know, literally your job is to improve the hands of the props, for example, the handling, the soft hands, and just the small skill sets. You know, yes, you obviously got tackle and run and ruck and kick and the likes of that, but just being able to have a Malcolm Marx who can bang, bang, you know, type of thing. Having a prop who's got the skill set to be able to, you know, soft. And that's, I mean, Rusty even spoke about Asanasi. He said, you know, obviously he's a big player, he said, but they really enjoy his soft skills. He's got good hands. He's got good awareness of the space and the likes of that. And it's, I mean, by the time you start adding that kind of, you know, if you go back 20 years ago, you know, it was kind of the thinking was forwards, no, I must run forward. That's kind of it. And now you're seeing props, hookers, the likes of that, who can identify space. You can send out decent passes, and it just adds so many more dimensions to your game.
Absolutely. And I think a point that we made earlier on is that, you know, players, you know, get selected based on their ability to fulfill the role of that specific, you know, coach and that, you know, game model. South Africa has got players that can fill into the different game models that we have. And again, we can fulfill all of the desired outcomes. And I think a lot of teams are struggling to get that outcomes.
And that's why Rassie speaks to about the fact that, you know, the number on the jersey is almost becoming arbitrary.
Yes.
He says at the end of the day, and that's why, you know, you can have and that's why I mentioned, you can have a Jasper Wiese at 8 versus an Evan Roos at 8, completely different players. But if you're going to have a Jasper at 8, you have to have potentially maybe, you can have somebody different at 7. If you have Evan at 8, you're now thinking, right, cool, we need somebody else to do this job. And as you said, it's about fulfilling, you've got kind of a checklist, right, we need to fulfill these roles versus, well, here's the player and this is his role. Here's the player and this, or here's the position and his role. Now it's right, these are the roles, this is what we have to tick off. And how do we get the best combination of players to tick all that off, type of thing.
Yeah, and again, back to a point that you made earlier on Rassie's comment saying that we didn't focus on bonus points. Remember, sometimes, you know, the guys would mention certain things, but South Africa is there to go win test matches. That's the reality of the matter. So whatever we're just talking context now, and north, south and all that stuff. At the end of the day, if you win your games, you'll still be, you know, successful. And that's the reality of a rugby game.
So for us, we like to throw that little one loss into a World Cup cycle just to prove that we can lose and still win. Let's have a look at one last clip here and to wrap this up.
100%. Final player, just again from and just have a look at from a scrum perspective. Again, the guys fulfilling their role. You know, look at the guys nice and easy, not easy, but look at it nice and strong there, good scrum completion. They probably should have gotten a penalty earlier there. We do have the advantage in that regard.
I mean, just going back before you press play, I mean, look at, as we mentioned, in terms of going backwards, and if we look at that scrum, you know, by the time it finishes, you've got how many, you know, English players who are on the ground and stuff like that, and now you're defending with fewer players, for example, and especially if your flanks, for example, are nullified, who are your, you know, often your first line of defense off the back of a scrum.
Yeah, and again, so back to the point we made about England losing players in specific, this is when they had the yellow card. So again, under pressure because of lack of discipline, lack of understanding, you know, contextually what you need to do as a team to win this game. They were in it. They were fine, but this was just a final nail in their coffin. And yeah, just phenomenal to see the guys pushing hard and fighting to the very end. Again, Jasper, hard running, just brilliant there. And obviously Ben getting over there in the end, just nice and solid, never finishing. There we go.
And Johan Nokia still dragging him through. Franklin Moss reborn that, man. The proper engine, not necessarily the biggest guy, but engine, work rate.
Absolutely.
Brilliant player.
Again, yeah, so that was obviously just our launch origins. Again, tries that were scored, Thomas, Curtney, Grant, Jesse, obviously Marks as well as Dixon, but obviously Cheslin also phenomenal part of our plate. Yeah, it was an amazing one. It was an amazing one.
Yeah. So again, if you want to see more information about the things and looking at the kind of the presentation, it is available for our members. So go and join the members club right now. Link in the description, and you can get access to what Ronaldo's going to do. Ronaldo, a very interesting game. Interesting to see how the Boks evolve that. But the main thing I think is the Boks looking very positive, looking very comfortable in the way that they attack, and we'll obviously continue to break this down over the next how many weeks the Boks are playing. But that has been locking in onto the Boks, and stick around now for the education segment of the game, where we've got ways to try and teach different aspects of rugby, so you can become a bit of a better rugby viewer and cover a little pub chats next time you're sitting there in the pub and you've got a beer in hand. You can maybe throw a bit of wisdom out there, which maybe your mates might not know. So stick around for more. Right, welcome to the tactics board here on Rugby Unlocked, and this is going to basically be an educational segment where we're going to try and sort of talk through a specific area, or even going into even more specifics within an area, and kind of basically try and help people understand. So Ren, today we're going to be talking about the kicking game.
Yep.
Which is very contentious because everyone always talks about stop kicking the ball, and there's always, I think, at the moment, a bit of a negative association towards kicking, and people almost sort of feel that you kick because you've got no ideas, and kind of like nothing else is happening. So I think let's try and basically show people why we kick, and maybe sort of, discredit the idea that that's basically only when people are out of ideas. Yep. So why do teams kick? What is the purpose? What is the gain? And where do we kick, and why do we kick?
100%. Now, I think for all of you guys watching and obviously reviewing this, I'll be digging just a little bit into historic information, as well as just looking at what current trends are obviously being used by a lot of professional teams, as well as amateur, as well as schoolboy teams. So this is just information that's publicly known, as well as obviously just my take on it. So Steve, maybe if we get into that, to answer your question, and obviously what the viewers obviously would like to know is, what's the point of a kick? And so we kind of, I try to just narrow it down to kind of three most important concepts. So when we look at the kicking game, you ideally want to kick one to retain possession, and those types of kicks will typically be in form of your box kick or your contestable kick. The second type of kicking is kicking to move defensive systems, or to try and disjoint and just move them away. So that will kind of be your grubber kicks in behind, or a little bit of a nice flat kick that's there. And then the last one that I'll look at is kicks to obviously get you to score points. So those are three kind of just wider concepts, and then we'll just narrow it down. Something that we used way back when we were obviously involved with the Cheetahs, and Dave Williams has this nice saying that he used to have. We kind of find the following. We find Bob. That means you can kind of find space behind players, outside of players, and also beyond. So, behind, obviously, you will be obviously towards the outside there, beyond them, outside them, and then obviously behind them. So yeah, we'll find Bob the most of the time. So Steve, if we look at your typical opportunity where you want to retain possession. Yeah. So now you've got a line out or a scrum within your half. So direction that we're playing in is down this way. So typically speaking, you would have your scrum just outside of your 22-meter line. So that's your 22, that's your 50. Sorry, and then obviously that's your 22 there. So you've got a scrum here. Now you see Faf de Klerk or Roy God or the guys there. Now the scrum is nice and stable there. Sometimes teams will kick a contestable kick from the base of that specific scrum there. They'll kick the ball. Typically, you would like the ball to land just in front of the 50-meter line or your halfway. Why would you want to do that? You want to make sure that you retain your possession. So typically speaking here, this kick that is nice and contestable here lands because you've got either your 15, because remember you would have all the other positions tight 5, as well as their all of their forwards in there. They'll obviously drop back here in this spot here, but you would typically have your wing that will be up there. So meaning he's got to be up there. So you would have your 15 that has to move from being here to this space here. So this space, typically speaking, will always be vacant if you've got a scrum on your right-hand side. So you want to kick a nice high contestable in this space here. What do you do there? You move this 15 this way. On this side, your 14 will be on this side here. He is then forced to move to this space here. If you do kick this contestable kick here, your 11 is obviously on this side here, you're working hard to this side. If you retain that position, and we see skills that Damien Willems, as well as a lot of Will Jordan, as well as Stuart shows, they are able to go up, change your body position, and then either knock the ball back or regather that ball.
Yeah. The outcome here is we are going to progress 20-odd meters, but retain possession. I think that's the main thing. This is not a case of kicking the ball away. Now, it is a possible outcome, much like if you throw a Hail Mary long pass, for example, there is, so it is, in inverted commas, there is obviously always going to be a risk associated. But the net gain is to retain possession, and you progress 25 meters up the park.
Correct. So now if you retain possession, what have you done? Their 15 was there. Their 14 was there. So now you've forced him to come to this point here. You've moved him out of position. So now we retain possession here. This 14 is now moved to this point here. Then you've got all of this space to attack into on that side there. So what will happen is, typically speaking, you'll have your back line and all of your forwards that were there all attacking into this position. So that's, yeah, sorry.
And is that why you often will see, for example, the cross kick will often come here?
Correct.
Because now you've moved your 14 over there. If your 14's hug the touchline over here, if you're on your first phase, look for the cross kick. Now you're kicking into this space over here, which is vacant.
Correct, yeah. And the nice thing about that space being vacant now as well is it gives you an opportunity to first spread the ball, run nice and wide, and obviously come back like we saw South Africa did this past weekend. Or again, you can attack into this channel here or into the middle. So that is just from a normal, just box kick, contestable kick. Normally you would see Mani turning his body, kicking the ball up nice and high. That is to try and retain possession. And again, the conversation there becomes, we retain so we can put a defense system under pressure. And now we go to the next part, to change defensive patterns. So we'll use the same scenario.
Yeah.
So we've now, for example, used the same box kick area here.
We use a different color.
100%.
It's got red. So now we're moving the defense.
So now we're moving the defense. So now, say for example, we've got the box kick area here.
Yeah.
Instead of kicking the box kick here, we pass the ball to our fly half here. He kicks the ball right into this area here. Okay, cool. Now, what we do with a kick across field, and typically you would have a lot of guys that are left-footed and right-footed, and that's the value of having Mani there.
Yes.
If you do kick the ball cross field here, all of these forwards here, where do they now have to move? They've got to run all the way here to try and cover this midfield here. So when you do kick the ball kind of across field, there obviously you've got your forward.
So, and that's why the David Villeneuve law came in when we were doing this, and they had all the front forwards, and they said, no, well, make them run over here and scrum us.
Correct.
You know, I mean, and that's why it's such a big move. It's been outlawed because World Rugby are just enemies of progress. But I think that's important. The whole thing of moving the defense, especially, is moving those forwards.
Correct. So what you want to typically do is, when you do in your kicking game, kick so that you can move a defensive system. So you kick it towards vacant spaces. Remember, you've got a scrum here. You've got your scrum there. You'd have your backline of the opposition there. Your 14, like I said, will be here. 15 will be here. So if you're kicking it into that vacant space, both of them now have got to try and cover this space. They've got one or two options. They've got to try and return kick into that space there, which obviously your kicker will cover that space.
Yeah.
Or they're going to try and attack here. But again, you've moved all of these forwards into that space there. So that's just changing defenses from being very upfront in your face. But now you've turned them around. We call them turning them around. So
and you're also making it,
space.
Forcing them to make a decision here. Because as you said, now they might sit there saying, I need to buy time. So is that why then, for example, you'll see a reply kick and they'll say, right, we'll kick to this space. That allows our forwards and defense system to start sitting up. Alternatively, if they then think that there is space over here, they'll have a go. But that's why we see some people, if they get it wrong and they decide to have a go, they're completely isolated because, as you said, half the team is over here.
Correct.
So when somebody gathers over here, as I said, you've got those two decisions. I'm going to kick, I want to go myself. Even if you can contestable, you're still buying time. When they go in themselves, is that an innate, they've looked up and said, I'm seeing a gap here.
Yeah. So again, you've now obviously, again, the change of position happens. So now your decision makers, which is obviously your 14 or your 15, need to decide, listen, am I going to kick back or am I going to run? If I have a go, it has to be a clear and obvious, coaches would obviously say, it has to be a clear and obvious opportunity for you to do.
So basically risk analysis.
Correct.
I'm going to sit there saying, and even to maybe a thing saying, listen, you've got to have an 80%, I'm going to be able to find this gap here. If anything below that, then we just kick. Yeah.
So obviously the other nice one here as well is what they call a nice chip or grabber kick. So this fly-off that's here just outside your 22, if you do a nice little chip, they call it a dink in behind. So that little dink in behind, Sapawanga used to do it very nicely for the All Blacks back in the day.
He even did it with us back to the thing with rugby.
For the Highlanders.
Yeah.
So again, it's about changing, when you move defensive systems, it's about getting them to turn their backs, and so that they are difficult to see, obviously, because remember, if I'm running back, now it's just gone over my head. I don't know what's coming here. So now I've got to regather the ball. I didn't have time to do a risk analysis as to what's going on here. So changing defenses in terms of moving them and obviously spreading them thin. So that's what happens with regard to that. And then obviously kicking, so we can obviously trying to get points. Let's use a nice color there.
Yeah, I've got green. I've got green for you.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Green.
Yeah, there we go.
So now we've gotten to this point here. We, for example, have secured and got ball back here, right in the corner. Okay, cool. You've turned him over, whatever the case may be. Now, this position here that you've got, and you're in a strong position. A lot of people ask, yeah, but why would you want to go for the cross kick? Why would you want to, do that? Typically, it's easier for you to kick past the ball into this corner here, for this player to score, try here, than for you to try and play phase after phase after phase.
Yeah.
So when you do a cross kick and you kick it into space, it's because you want to use the maximum amount of opportunity that you have to score points.
Yeah. Now, I suppose what we're seeing as well, as for example, is you might even be on the 22 and they might throw that kind of Hail Mary, even in this situation where they're still kicking a contestable. But again, that is now kind of a combination because you're kicking to retain, to score points. Because now you're thinking, okay, cool, we can't, as you said, we're trying the phase play, it's not working. So now we're going to put it up because if we can retain possession, then all of a sudden, let's say this phase play, we might have gone from here to here. So we might maybe find 5-10 meters, but we're not really getting that gain line advantage. But once you're in the 22, 5 to 10 meters is everything you need.
Correct. Yeah.
So, and then now, just to wrap this up, how much does this go into when you're looking at personnel? So as you mentioned, Marnie's got a left boot, right boot, for example. He's got a cross kick ability. And I think that we talk about same thing as scrum halves. For example, a scrum half kicking game needs to be, how dialed are you that you're going to be able to land this within this area? It's the same thing as before. How much did this, and what do sort of coaches do you think look at when they're looking at, you're looking at a Sasha, Marnie, Andre, very different types of players. Andre, very good, especially at the contestable, something that Marnie's had to work on. What sort of skill sets do you think coaches look at when it comes to now implementing these three principles?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to look at both sides of the spectrum. One, the person that will be your kick chaser.
Yeah.
So if they are able to have nice ability to go nice and high, contest, change.
So for example, England going with Freddie Stewart sometimes, where that specific
Freddie
reason.
would have been a better pick. Unfortunately, he's got his ankle injury at the moment. So he would have been a very good, opposing, member to play against Damien, for example. So Damien was phenomenal when he went up, and body position matters. So when you jump, you obviously want to lead with your shoulder and you want to try and turn away. So you want to get your right. If you are right hand dominant, you want to try and go as nice and high, turn your body away from opposition, and then try and knock the ball back towards your.
And that also
side.
takes them out of the contest because if you can get ahead of them, inverted commas, then they're pushing in front of the back. They're not going to be able to catch.
Absolutely. So one, if you do kick, you've got to have a very good opportunity in terms of retaining it by someone that knows how to jump in the air, and also your players that are going with your.
Yeah, the old saying, kicks only good as a chase.
100%. So that's one part. So when selection happens, you look at, okay, cool, who do we have from a winger perspective to actually go get that ball and retain it? So obviously that matters. Your kickers then obviously become a little bit of an easier pick because depending on who I have on the wings or on the outside channels, I'm able to have like a Andre that can kick long, contestable, Marnie that obviously is very specialized in terms of tactical kicking. And obviously, it differs in various scenarios. So coaches look at who's able to retain the position and who's able to obviously execute. So execution become a very, very big part of team selection.
And I think that's, we're going to go into more, I think the flower thing is such an interesting thing. We've got three completely fundamentally different flowers, but that's where Sash is an interesting option because Marnie, his ability is a playmaker, and I think where they really enjoy Sasha is, for example, especially in these sort of situations, he's got the ability to potentially put in the cross kick, potentially go to the contestable, but he's also got the chip and chase for himself, for example, as well as a running threat. So when this ball goes to Andre Pollard, for example, you're thinking that this ball's going up over here. If it's going to him or else going into space, Marnie probably quite similar. Sasha, for example, is that uncertainty because now could he kick there, could he kick there, could he chip and chase, and he might just run it himself.
Correct.
Because he's got that ability.
So personnel matters very much in your kicking game as well as how obviously you get to execute and
So I think the big takeaway, and this is kind of what we've been saying a lot throughout the show, is that you're kicking to retain over here. This is not a fail-safe win and doubt kick, but as we mentioned, it's become a third set piece. And everything launches off the set piece. So I think what we're saying now is that when you're looking at a box kick, you've almost got to think of it the same as this is a line out, this is a scrum. And whilst there might be more risk, inverted commas, scrums are, for a box, scrums are basically a 90-10 chance, but the scrums are supposed to be a contest. So there is supposed to be a certain amount of 50-50. We're going to put this ball in and hopefully we'll get the ball back. Line outs also. theoretically they can go up and retrieve it. So that's why I think we've got to talk about this being another set piece, because there is a 50-50 inverted commas, but we are controlling the dynamics because we're putting the kick in. We can control where that kick goes. We're controlling who's chasing that kick. So just like you have a tight tail, you can win your scrum. When you've got the ability to win ball back on retention, now all of a sudden you've got a third weapon to add to your attack, basically.
100%. Yeah. Remember, rugby is a contest. That's the main thing about rugby.
Yeah.
Me against you.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm just testing my skills against your skills, and whatever it is we do, whether it will be line out, two, at the end of the day, me one-on-one against you, it's a contest. So kicking is a very important part of the contest.
Perfect. Ronaldo, thank you so much. It's been a bit of a roller coaster show. We've gotten into the All Blacks, we've gotten into the Boks. We've had a bit of our tactics board. Big shout out to everybody who has joined. As mentioned, if you want to get those presentations from Ronaldo, please do join our members club. We will be sending them out so you can kind of go into it. Let us know what you think about the show. Please let us know your questions. This tactics board is going to be tackling a different aspect every single week. So if there's a part of the game you want to learn about, if there's questions about game plans you want to learn about, send us your questions. Let us break it down. Let us try and pick apart exactly what's happening and how the game is evolving. So that when you watch a game, for example, you kind of understand, well, why they made that decision. Because I think the more you start to dive into it, every small decision is very intentional. And I think that's what we don't realize is just the level these guys are playing to make these decisions and why they are making it. So, Ronaldo, thank you so much. We'll see you next week. To everybody else, smash a like on the video, subscribe to the channel, become a member and get those presentations and get more exclusive content. And we'll see you again this time next week here on Rugby Unlocked.
How long does he need to actually operational in his speed?
No, we're still assessing Ox's injury, so we don't know the full time spectrum he'll be out. So we're still waiting on feedback from the docs. Sorry. Ja, ik kan hem veel zien.
Cheers, that's it.
Okay.
Finished, Brendan.
Go, kids.
Dwayne,
Go, kid, be waiting.
Dwayne, looking at the 8-man position, obviously you filled that for many years with great success. Jasper Wiese going really well at the moment. Maybe a word or two about him, but then Evan Roos playing there on Saturday. What do you like about him as an 8-man?
Yeah, first of all, you mentioned Jasper Wiese. He's been a really big stalwart in our team. He's probably one of the guys that gives us a great advantage in getting over that advantage line and getting those front foot ball carries. So he's a massive asset to the squad, and obviously we want to give every single guy an opportunity to play, and it's Ivan Roos's opportunity to lift up his hand and say, listen, I'm also here. So we want to give everyone opportunities, and this is probably a good game for him to show his worth and the impact he has on the game. And obviously, if you look at Ivan playing for the Stormers, he's also the big go-to guy for the Stormers. So hopefully, he can step into that position and also get us some good go forward. And obviously, his energy on the pitch is massive. So we'd like to see a lot of that.
Dwayne, back in March, you said you'd like to get 10 minutes on the field with Henry Pollock.
I wasn't needed, eh?
Yeah, I know, but you saw him this week and just were you impressed with what you saw?
I was impressed by our boys. I think at stages we really well. Let's say the first quarter we managed the game really well, and then we missed that second quarter where we made a couple of mistakes. But then later on, when we also got the impact players on, those guys really brought a lot of energy to the game. So all in all, we're really happy with the way the guys played and obviously executed our game plan. So yeah, I wasn't needed. Maybe just on the water.
Dwayne, just on Yaman in particular, there's been a wider critique over his soft skills and his contact skills. How much work has been put into upskill him to a point where he comes across as proper one of the more all-round number 8s?
I think we're working on that every day. There's a lot of work being put in behind the scenes with Tony Brown. We're working on the soft skills with not just Evan, but with every single player. But then everyone plays their part in helping the guys in certain areas where they lack a little bit of precision and perfection. So on the day it has to come down to the player itself. So what you can produce and what you can give to the team. So he's a fantastic player, a lot of energy, and you can see that what he does for the Stormers. So, but there's a difference between playing URC and Test match rugby. So hopefully, we can get him there and he produced the goods that we are actually looking for.
Dwayne, I just had a look at the caps of the pack going into Saturday. I think Peter Stitt's got 96 and the rest of the guys have got 75 between them. Obviously the Boks do like to take a bit of a gamble going into pretty much every game they go into. But how much of a gamble is this?
I wouldn't say it's a gamble. I think we talk as a coaching group. We talk about what we want to achieve, and obviously it's a competition. So you don't want to lose games, but the guys who get the opportunity to play, we definitely think they're good enough. Then your caps doesn't really, because you can play 150 caps, but you're still just a normal human being. So we've got a lot of guys with a lot less caps, but a great energy in the group. And then obviously you've got the calm heads of Peter Steff and a Jesse and a Andre that can calm those nerves if there are any. So I think there's a bit more of an excitement in the squad this weekend than usual. And I think if you can just direct that excitement into the right areas, I think we'll be in for a good game.
Dwayne, you touched on Evan Roos and the player he is for the Stormers, and a lot of people might say that he doesn't quite translate that when he gets the chance in the green and gold. What would you put that down to? How different are the instructions from you guys for the role that he plays for the Springboks as to maybe what is expected to do in the Stormers jump at 8?
Yeah, I think the big thing is the intensity in internationals is a lot quicker and a lot more than playing URC and club level. I think with us there's a specific way of playing. I think with the Stormers there's a little bit more of a jouet, French style of play, and they get away with it. So it's nice because it's open field rugby and you can pass and you can run off guys. Test match rugby where we play, there's a little bit more structure, and sometimes when you are used to playing a lot more freely, it becomes difficult to just go straight into structure. So I think that's the major thing, but he's a quick learner, and I like the way he plays and I like his intensity, so hopefully he can just showcase that on Saturday.
Tutuko, speaking of the Stormers, you've been around the broader sort of Springbok squad for a while now, but you're coming off a magnificent URC campaign for the Stormers. You must be brimming with confidence. Do you feel now that this is your opportunity to really stamp your mark on international rugby?
Yeah, I think first and foremost it's a privilege to be back in the Springbok mix, and like you said, building on that confidence from the season, because the coaches do well to make sure that we keep to our standards whatever franchise you're at. So building onto that confidence and coming into camp to add value in whatever way and contribute to the plans that we have. yeah, really looking forward to that.
Edel, your tattoo there, marathon, not a sprint, does it seem more relevant than ever now that I think with 28, 29 you settled in the Springbok team and scoring tries, I think more tries than caps. Yeah, how does it feel to be in the team?
Yeah, like Dukes mentioned, it's always a privilege to be in the Boks mix. Obviously, I had to wait a bit longer than I would have wanted to, but yeah, just grateful to be here and looking forward to another opportunity on the weekend.
Obviously, you've played your best rugby in a long time at the Storms recently to get back into the camp. What for you has been, the difference?
I think one, I just really enjoyed how the environment accepted me, and yeah, sometimes just hearing a different voice. I mean, at the end of the day, rugby is rugby, and I think I settled very quickly in Cape Town, and just also the urge and the drive to be back here contributed a lot. I also remember I'd gotten injured last year, and then I got a call up to the end of year tour, I think the last 3 weeks, last 2 weeks. And that for me, being in the environment again, although I didn't play, but it really ignited that again for the want to be here and to be better, to get back here and contribute more.
Play 24 and 5.
Yes.
Should I ask the boss? Now that you've played boss. Rob, question? Is that it?
Ask Dwayne, you mentioned about Evan Roos. What about Cameron Hanekom, also playing 8-man for the Bulls at the start of the flanker last weekend? How have you seen him in training? Is he adapting to that style of 8-man at the Springbok?
No, I think we're in a position where we're a bit spoiled for choice with our loose forward department. I think there's a lot of guys you can pick from. So I'm not singling one guy out, but I think it's a good group, and they're really pushing each other to to be the best player in those specific positions. But I think everyone is working really well on their all-round game and pushing each other really hard. So he got his opportunity, and hopefully there's plenty more to come. They are really skillful and well adapted players in URC, and hopefully they can play a hell of a lot more tests.
Both of you and Edward for this one. Rassie often talks about how there's plans, and if things go well, then the next plan goes. So this week, the second part of the plan is you guys going up there. Just how much of a marker have the guys put down after Saturday that you guys know you have to live up to this weekend?
I'll take it. First and foremost, I think we've been together now for a good 5 weeks, and I think depending on the week, your role changes. So I don't think it's now pitch up on Monday because the guys played well, then all of a sudden your mindset changes. We've been training really well, really hard for the past couple of weeks, and as you mentioned, plans are put in place, and when that week comes, it's the same standard, if not lifting it, even more same standard. So nothing really changes, but your role from maybe serving the other guy who is playing that week, and this week it's your turn to lift it or keep the same standard. So yeah, I think the guys have been feeling really, really good this week, and last week we prepared the guys really well.
Dwayne, what are you expecting from Scotland? Obviously they arrived yesterday. Altitude will be an issue again, maybe for them. How important is a quick start? How important is the aerial game again, which you won convincingly against England this weekend?
Yeah, I think they've done that in the URC as well. I know there's a lot of them who plays for Glasgow was in the Scottish team, and they came here and played the Bulls at Loftus, and obviously the first half was fantastic game by the Bulls, and then the second half it kind of Glasgow got their got their voice and all the energy, and then it kind of seemed like altitude didn't play a big role, and they actually beat the Bulls. So I think they know the way, what they want to do, or when they want to arrive here. So they would probably have a good plan in how they want to go into this game, and how they want to play it. They are a really fit side. They a skillful side, and they really want to take the ball wide from a one touchline to the other touchline, and then they've got really mobile forwards. So they've got a good all-round game. I think we chatted about it this morning, and yes, everyone looks at their attack, but they've got a really strong defense as well. So we've assessed that, and we're working really hard on that. So hopefully we can achieve what we want to do, and hit our markers going into the weekend. But it's going to be a tough game. They played really well against Argentina in Argentina away, so it's going to be a test match, and they played really well in the Six Nations as well. So they're on the up, and a team to definitely make sure you know your roles and what you want to achieve.
Dwayne, just walk us through what you expect from the forwards based on what you've seen in the URC. If there's one thing that's been a common trend with Edinburgh and Glasgow, is that they are a resilient bunch that often stays in the fight longer than one expects them to.
Yeah, they're well coached. I think Glasgow maybe a little bit more than Edinburgh, but they're tough guys. They stay in the fight. Obviously, we want to take them on physically, but they're well coached. They know exactly what they want to achieve. Obviously, with the new mauling law and all those things, you might see a different Scotland, and also adapting to the new law style. So they might maul a little bit more than you'd expect, but resilient group of guys, and work well together.
Errol, the Scottish back three in particular has been a common threat across both teams. I mean, you look at what Carl Steyn and Carl Rowe do in the URC. What are you expecting from them, especially now that at test level the notch is a bit higher?
Yeah, they are definitely dangerous players that we have to keep an eye on. I think most of the guys play either for Edinburgh or Glasgow, so they have good cohesion, understand each other, and have good relationships in between each other, and know how to play off each other. So it'll be very good. And obviously, Carl Steyn, we played together at Stellenbosch University, so we've also known each other for quite some time. So it'll be good to play against each other on the weekend.
It'll just maybe take us through how, I mean, the changes in the laws over the last season or two, especially for winger, especially with the aerial contest, the fact that they can't shepherd you anymore when you're going for a ball, plus the fight for the scraps. How have you had to change the way you approach the aerial contest? And when you go up, do you still go up to catch the ball, or is it more to try and get the scraps for the other guys as well?
I think for us, we get coached to go for the full catch. Obviously, with the law, it makes it a bit easier for us to get clear access in a fair contest to the ball, and then obviously from there we implement what Coach Tony teaches us, and hopefully that's where we can get some energy on the weekend.
Is that English? Paula?
Dwayne, just following up on that, obviously the aerial game worked really well on last Saturday at Ennis Park. How important, as part of that, though, is the work of the Jackals? Because it seems, if you don't actually win the contest, you guys are also doing really well, though. England would get the ball, maybe make the clean catch, but you had guys there straight away going hard at the breakdown.
Yeah, you would have think Paul de Villiers might have got a few, but you ended up with Yassi making 2 turnovers in that regard. So we've got a fixed way of how we do our stuff. Obviously, talking to Edwall, they need to go up and catch the ball, but obviously the big thing that is who gets the ball if they miss it, and that's where you got to be really loaded for all those things. And you know, we're happy with the work rate. Obviously, we still missed out on a few where England got to the scraps quicker than us. So but I think we're in a positive mindset where, you know, where we are at this very moment, and hopefully we can work a lot harder to, you know, to achieve that goals, and hopefully you get the scraps first. And you know, that's this game is now. It's not being played of set phases and the first phase strikes. It's all about the, you know, who can transition the quickest from turnovers. So it's a big thing that all the countries and all the teams are working on.
Bone obviously spent a long time in Scotland and was at one point looked like he was going to qualify for Scotland. Have you seen an extra twinkle in his eye this week with this contest coming extra a little exciting?
Yeah, I think he knows the guys pretty well. So you know, he'll probably give us a bit more inside info, especially coming tomorrow when we go into our scrum session. So then obviously he'll speak to the guys like Tux and our tight heads. So I think, you know, he's definitely biting his lips to play on Saturday, and looking forward to that challenge, because obviously he knows quite a lot.
Afrikaans en Zulu, mannen.
Ek moet sê al is nogal daar so baie mededinge, ek moet sê in elk geval daar so daarby is op die wing, is daar so baie mededinge. Ons wil nie net ietsie sê oor hierdie geleentheid wat jy het om verras hulle daar te wys, maar hoorie so jy is daar so jy moet daar wees.
Ja, ek dink in ons groep is veral ook in Suid-Afrika onder die vleuels, so ek baie bevoorreg om in die posisie te wees, om te speel hierdie naweek. En ja, ek sien baie uit. Dit is my eerste toets vir die Bokke op Loftus. Sien baie uit daarvoor. Maar almal in die groep wat speel om goed voor te berei. En ja, Chase en Kurt het my baie goed gehelp hierdie week. En hopelik kan ek 'n goeie wedstryd speel hierdie naweek. Dis maar waarop ek fokus.
En ek wil hoe daar's motiveer jouself as jy nou nie gepiek word nie, as daar's 'n ander ouens so voor jou in die ry staan.
Kyk, ek moet sê die afrigtingspan kultiveer 'n omgewing waar jy presies weet waar jy inpas en wat die planne is, en almal weet dat die span altyd eerste kom, so as jy nie speel nie, daar's nie regtig tyd om jammer te voel vir jouself. Jy fokus op wat kan ek doen om die span te help, en hoe kan ek help om die ou wat speel vir hom die goeie prentjies te gee van wat hy gaan face op die naweek. En dis maar waar jy fokus is. As jy nie speel nie, dan wag jy tot jou geleentheid kom, en as dit kom, dan moet jy albei hande gryp.
Dwayne, Skotland se agterlyn is duidelik een van die grootste hangels. En ander spanne het hulle druk die agterspelers meer op 3 as die voorspelers, maar in die 3 wedstryde die afgelope 5 jaar teen die Bokke het hulle stil gehou. Het hulle 'n teenvoeter op die verdediging vir die gevaarlike gehad.
Nee, wat ek dink ons het, ek dink daar's 'n spesifieke plan nie. Ek dink net ons wil, as ons net ons plan kan execute, en dit wat kom, ons weet hulle speel met baie wyte en diepte, en het is 'n gevaarlike agterlyn. Ek dink Finn Russell aan die stuur van die saak is 'n man wat ouens nogals redelik goed kan wegsit met sy handspoed en so aan op die bal. So kyk, ons weet wat ons verwag. Ons 'n paar manne, 2 pilote wat lekker hard hardloop, en met 'n man wat hard hardloop moet jy tog in 'n geval vir hom sit, en as hulle dan daai balle begin agteruit trek, dan dit raak moeilik. Maar ek dink ons probeer regtig werk aan ons connection en ons lynspoed. So dit is obviously 'n ding wat ons al deur die jare begin lekker opgebou het, en so dit gaan maar alles oor daai koneksies tussen die ouens, en jy weet jy moet jou eerste duikslaaf wat jy kan, daai first hand tackles moet jy kan uitvoer. As jy daai nie kan regkry nie, en hulle kom agter jou in met hulle spoed en die diepte en wyte waarmee hulle speel, gaan hulle jou moeilikheid gee. So maar dit is ook nie net daai kant nie. Ek dink weer eens, soos ek vroeër gesê het, hulle is goed op hulle aanval, maar ek dink hulle is regtig baie goed op hulle verdediging ook. So ek dink daar's 'n klomp dinge waarna ons moet aandag gee voor Saterdag. So ons is hard aan die werk.
Het al jy het vroeër gesê dis ekskuus jy ken baie van die ons sal teen wie gaan speel. Die eerste toets teen Skotland. Hoe voel jy daar as jy dit nou in konteks plaas dat jy nou teen van hierdie sterk spelers kan speel wat jy ken?
Ek dink die voordeel daarvan is dat ons gereeld URC speel teen die manne wat gaan speel die naweek. So ek het al 'n paar keer gespeel teen die vleels wat moontlik vir hulle kan speel. En die afriggingspan maak ook goeie profiles van die spelers, so jy weet presies wat kom op die naweek. So hulle berei ons regtig goed voor. Maar ja, op die einde van die dag gaan dit oor hoe ons execute op die veld Saterdag. En ja, ek sien baie uit vir die game.
Matlengwane, masubheka amaqembu la eMzantsi Afrika kwi-scrum usobona uba noba besedlala nabantu nabebekade bephumelele samsidlala namaqembu aseScotland, yini ezoshintsha uma usudlala kwizinga lomdlalo wabanye?
Ngazi njengoba kade ngishilo ekuqaleni kade nginombuzo ukuthi noma sidlala amaqembu ethu njengami ngidlala iStormers, ocoach abaqeqeshi abasiqeqeshayo la ngabhokobhoko ibona abasolda to lawo ma-standard lawo. So ngisho sidlala nabo kwi-competition ye-URC, kodwa i-standard sethu as ama-pro kufanele sibe ezingeni lokuthi ungafika la wenze umsebenzi ofanayo. So kuleli viki njengoba umqeqeshi uDenat eseshilo ukuthi nomdlalo njengobhuwane obaziyo nayo yonke leyo nto thina i-mindset ngeke izishintshe, indlela esicabanga ngayo nendlela esiapproacha ngayo umdlalo le. I-standard kuzofanele sibe i-standard samabhokobhoko and lokho ngeke kushintshe. So sizoyibuka ngaleyo ndlela and yasenza show ukuthi abazofika nabo sokwazi ukuthi simele.
Esithi umqeqeshi izolo uRasmus ukuba izinga elizilolonga ngalo lizinga eliphezulu kakhulu, uphilisana njani lela zinga lekulu uziba usojima kakhulu kanzima ngoMvulo nangoLwesibili kodwa uphinde besemekweni yodlala ngomgqibelo?
Ngathi into emnandi-ke ukuthi sekunezinto njengama-alignment camp, so uyakwazi ukuthi uma ufika lapho ngisho kuqala unyaka siba nawo la ma-camp lawo, abaqeqeshi bahlezi besitshela ukuthi ungaziyekeleli ngoba usethimini yakho uyilokhu standard sakho singabi phezulu ngoba uma ufika la uzosokola. So noma ngingekho la kodwa ngihlezi ngicabanga ikhanda ukuthi la ngikhona angifuni ukuthi ngifike la bese futhi ngiyahluleka. So uhlezi uziqeqesha nawe ngendlela yokuthi izinga ekufanele ngibe kulona uma ngifika la angifiki ngifike ngibe mina osemuva noma mina ohlezi catch up. So ufuna ukufika ukuthi ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngimelane nendlela abafuna abaqeqeshi ukuthi si-training ngayo sidlale ngayo futhi.
Happy?
So I think Evan will give him proper time. He had concussion, and he had a bit of a history on concussion. So I don't think Evan will play in his incoming matches. I think we're all targeting Argentina for that. So is probably also. Luat might be ready next week. I think he's closer than the others. Ethan will be ready next week. Ethan Hooker will be available. Ox, Sasha, Krappies, all of them about 3 weeks before New Zealand will be ready. And did I miss somebody? See you next week.
Ambrose, maybe you could just talk us through the emotions. I think this will be your first Springbok game in about 8 years. Maybe just how you're feeling and just what you're getting on.
Yeah, no, I think there's always nerves before a test match. But yeah, I'm super excited for the opportunity. And yeah, we're just looking forward to the game.
Ken and Cobus?
Rassie, just from your point of view, the man sitting next to you has kind of been in the wilderness for a while. What's changed? What have you seen that's coming back into the fold?
Well, firstly, I thought they played really well this season. My first year of coaching was 2018-19. I think I've probably got 8 caps now, I think. And I think most of that were at that stage. But then obviously, now I can say the word obviously, guys like Faf, Kobus, Jaden, a few of the guys, there was really well-established guys that played for us there. Even a guy like Herschel, was part of 2 World Cups, if I'm correct. So there were really a bunch of good 9s playing really well. And sometimes it's not because one player is not playing well enough or not Springbok class. It is just because there's some other guys who's also playing really well. But I think none of us can look past the fact of how well he played this year. And then obviously there's a lot of some injuries, and there's some guys who lost form. And he gathered form, if I can call it that way. So yeah, I'm very happy for him personally, and obviously for us as the Springboks, it's nice to have him on board, and he gets his opportunity at home with Andre, where he's played a lot of rugby with. So hopefully that also helps him to, although he's got I think 8 or 9 caps, I'm not 100% sure. It's with somebody that is used to at a field which you are familiar with.
Rassie, you're surprised by Scotland beating the Pumas in Argentina on Saturday, and how much did that play a role in your team selection for Saturday's test?
No, Scotland, that didn't play a role at all. If we played the first match, Italy, and the second match, England, this team was not picked for specific reasons surrounding Scotland. It was for us to make sure that when we go into the World Cup next year, we know who can do what, when, and how, and under pressure and not under pressure. So some combinations were more picked with that in mind. Then Argentina, us, New Zealand, and Australia is probably in the same boat. And I think that's what happened to Argentina. Scotland played really well, I thought. They're obviously a good team. They beat England in the Six Nations. So if you just go on those results, then probably this match will be tougher than last weekend, if you want to compare it like that. But we didn't do that, and I thought you could see Argentina. Very few of their teams play in, or their players play in Argentina. They play in France and in England and in other countries and Japan and so on. And it's very tough in your first game. They didn't even have a warm-up game. They fly off, and their coach was a week before that in Port Elizabeth with the Barbarians. So that they would have had 3 training sessions, 5-10 training sessions together before they played against Italy. Scotland, and Scotland would have had a whole Six Nations. So the Southern Hemisphere teams normally take a game or 2 to get some good rhythm and cohesion.
Rassie, obviously, you look at the team, there's a lot of changes, but I guess you're counting on the continuity from the Boks, especially in the pack and at 9 and 10?
Yeah, 9 and 10, as I said, I think Andre can play with most 9s, and I think Ambrose can play with most 10s. But it is definitely beneficial when the 2 of them went through to a final together. They played against Glasgow. Glasgow beat them well, I think, the first time around, and then obviously they got the better of them later and vice versa. And yes, glad for them. The pack, not necessarily we looked at pools combinations. It was actually just seeing who's fit first of all, and then who we'd like to see perform well. I think it's for the first time. I think our average caps, I quickly tried to estimate there. I think it must be like 25 caps. Our average for our caps, which is not a lot. There's 11, 12 guys that got less than 10 caps in it. So I think we will definitely go into this match with a much less experienced team compared to Scotland. So this will be a nice test for a lot of these guys to see when we get to the important part in the next year or 2, who of these guys are. And we think most of them, we won't have them here if we don't think they can do the job for us.
Rassie, just on Peter Steff moving back to 7 and Paul de Villiers getting a second game in a row, just your thoughts on those selections as well, and just overall, given the market that the team on Saturday put down, what you expect overall in performance from these guys? Yeah,
it would have been great to give Cameron also another run. I thought he also did we had a steady performance. Obviously, Sia is still not available here. We know Peter's best position is 7 flank. Yeah, so it is nice to have him on 7 and to have giving Ivan a chance at 8. Sorry?
As I said, the market.
Yeah, no, the other guys played well. I mean, the score game was close at halftime, and they got 2 yellow cards at the end. When we got the yellow card, they came closer to us, and then when they got the 2 yellow cards at the end, we moved away from them. So I think one must calculate that also, that it was easier for us when they were 14 and 13 men, and it was easier for them when we were 14. But no, certainly I thought the togetherness of the team really showed. Of course, that's normally, I know I'm repeating myself, but that's normally how, when we get to greatest rivalry or rugby championship, we are really in sync already, and we've played a lot together. But it's really tough to all of a sudden in 7 months just play a game. That game is in the past now, and I think these guys this weekend will maybe have to find their feet really, really quickly in the game to, like the other team did, a quick start, a fast start, not necessarily a scoreboard start, but the intensity start, and hopefully they can do the same.
Rassie, over this past weekend, 54 tries were scored in this competition, 385 points. Initially you said you're not chasing log points, you're not chasing bonus points. Are you looking at it differently now, if you see how tight those games were and how high scoring they were?
Yeah, well, not because the other teams are high scoring. I did see the guys, none of them were kicking for touch, and I'm not sure if it was log points that they were chasing or was it the momentum in the games. Interesting thing, I think there was more maul tries scored in this opening round than altogether in the Six Nations, if I have my stats correct. So I want to give World Rugby credit there. I thought all games was excellent with opening up, that there's a contest with the guy in the air after a contestable kick. It's a nice competition there. I think what people thought it's going to just be all mauling, but because you can't drag in a maul anymore, you have to put more numbers into a maul, and then the guys who stop the maul now has to get out and defend after that. So there's definitely more mauling, but then after the mauling there's more tries because guys are tired of stopping mauls. You can't just put 4 guys in and drag a maul to the side. I think the scrum feet which World Rugby has introduced is getting a rewards where there's a good contest there, and loose forwards must stay bound to make sure their props doesn't get scrummed back. So I think the product World Rugby is putting out by the law changes or the law adjustments or interpretations that they put out there, I think that played a big role. I think it was beautiful rugby in most of the games this weekend. I do think it's all of a sudden when you see a table after a first round in June, July, it's weird to see that, and then all of a sudden you go and see, okay, now net 2 points suddenly all of a sudden counts. That was our mindset when we ran onto the field, but when you then have the 4 tries, you can also relax a little bit and play a territory game because you've got your 4 log points. It's not like Super Rugby or URC or other games where it's 3 tries and more. It's 4 tries and you got a bonus point. So, yeah, but still, when you go into a test match, you just want to win the test match because if you disrespect that, you'll probably lose it, and then you might get a losing bonus point or maybe 4 tries. So a win is still the thing that counts the most.
Cool. Vlog is off. And then Ross.
Personal.
Weekend special? Oh, sorry, man, I would have
Hey, morning. You love that. Yep. Yep. Yes. Yes, that's the one. Yeah. You're on fire. Oh, you feel? Yes. Yep. Yeah, hello. Yeah. On your feet. Yes. Hey, winner. Friend. Oh. Bring out the top door, summer winds. Hey, last one. Oh, we. Hey. Adult.
Earlier in the week, Rossi spoke about the high ball contesting becoming almost like another set piece in the game because it's becoming so popular in it. You're obviously a key guy in those contests. What is your reading of the dynamic?
Yeah, I think we're well prepped for the high balls. It's like England, they came with different tactics, and we've been doing it for years. So I think we trust our system in that, and just sharpening up where we can. So I think we all well coached and well prepared for the aerial game.
Canon, does it help, having played Glasgow and Edinburgh so much in the UFC, just in terms of, the way the Scotland backs like to attack, use the width of the field, and ask questions on defence out in those outside channels. Is that giving you guys a bit of prep?
Yeah, it does. I think obviously we played them not too long ago in the semi-finals, and I think majority of their team are from the Glasgow team, so I think it does give us a good view of their attack and how their players like to play. And you know, like I said, we played against those guys, so we have a better understanding of how they play and what they're trying to do.
And you find them quite dangerous?
Yeah, very dangerous. You know, very attack-minded team, and you know they got the ball players to do that. So yeah, they saw on the weekend against Argentina that they know how to play the ball wide. So yeah, we got to have a good prep and make sure we are ready for that.
Also, obviously it's a fair amount.
Can I ask you I believe, or I believe this way, the Bulls always make us as journalists, as public, as supporters believe that Loftus is always a fortress for the Bulls. I'm also thinking that the Loftus is also a fortress for the Springboks. Not many teams that ever won at Loftus. Before I answer that part of the question, what does that signage mean for Everest that it comes to Loftus, that it runs to that town? Why does altitude matter, and what does that mean for a visiting team?
Yeah, but I think we definitely have something to protect. You know, Loftus is a fortress for us Bulls guys, and you know, for the Boks as well. You know, we haven't lost there, so yeah, I think we definitely have something to protect there. And then yeah, I think the altitude matter signs is not just about the altitude, but how you want to play. You know, you want to make sure that those guys feel the altitude and the way you play. Like, say, now put them under pressure. You know, be real confrontational in our battles and whatever we do, so that they will see that it does matter, and that at the end of the game they'll feel they've played against the South African side. So yeah, I think that's what it is to it.
The old question, you've been asked this question 1,000 times already. I see you starting to bring the standard this weekend again. Is that your preferred position, or would you want to be does it matter, or do you prefer this versatile that you play in the national side?
No, I think versatility is obviously a big thing here, so I think yeah, for me this weekend my job is on the wing, and I will try my best to execute my job as best as I can, you know, be it at the high balls or defensive structures or on attack. You know, I think that's where I'm needed this weekend, and I'm happy to oblige and play and do the role as I need to do.
Look, I want to get back to the altitude story.
I'd like to know, Rasi has always been quite transparent with team selection, and he's told us last year, even like he sits before the season, tells players this is how they're going to play, this is the group for the next 3 games, etc. Obviously there's a lot been said about this weekend's team. Can you just tell us a bit about the talks that Rasi has had with you guys, when has it started, the transparency of who plays when and the roles of each player in these different games?
Yeah, I think obviously there's been a lot of changes, but I think the belief from the coaching structure is that this is a group that can do the job on the weekend, and I think we, you know, the guys next to us, we believe and trust each other that, you know, we've prepared well and we know what to do, and they prep us well for different things that Scotland might throw at us, and I think we are in full confidence that we have the team to do the job this weekend. So yeah, I think we just take confidence in that, and yeah, like I said, we'll try our best to get a good result on Saturday.
Okay, cool guys, loggers off. Thank you.
Blue Bulls in the match 23 is obviously both of you guys. Is Saturday going to feel like a proper Loftus outing, and what does it mean for you having the green and gold and playing there with your teammates?
I think Loftus is obviously it's been a home for 3 years for me, and for lots of the boys. It's a special place to play. We've got some incredible memories there, and I think it's going to be a tough battle. Obviously, Scotland played away and they beat Argentina quite well, and I think it's obviously a nice opportunity to play again in the green and gold. It's always a massive honour, and it's still a dream come true every time you get another opportunity to put the jersey on, and I think it's nice for all the Bulls boys in there to do it together. But I think collectively everyone is so focused on our task. So it's a green jersey this weekend, and it's a massive honour every time you get to put on that jersey.
And look, Rasi told us that he gave you some time off, you needed some time off, and you've had a lot of stuff happening in your family and your health. Are you feeling refreshed and ready for this big game?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I appreciated that the time to be with my family a bit. It was a difficult and a challenging year from January, and yeah, it's incredible being part of a team that supports you, not just when you're wearing rugby boots and a rugby jersey, but through all phases of life and wherever you are, you've got not just your family supporting you, but an incredible team and people who really look out for each other. So yeah, it's been a tough year, but massive honour to be here and to have another opportunity to play this weekend. And yes, I'm feeling a lot better. I was a bit sick in the last few games of the URC and had an interesting incident, but yeah, feeling a lot better, feeling healthy again, and yeah, it's a privilege, like I said, it always will. So.
Volker, a similar question to what I asked Kanan about the experience of the URC and scrumming against those guys from Glasgow and Edinburgh. Is that helpful? And also, has Bowen been able to give you some insights?
Yeah, it's obviously the URC is an incredible competition, and I think it's really close. Most games to test level. If you take the URC final, it was a proper game, and definitely, yeah, obviously one knows the boys, but yeah, it's we focus on ourselves and we focus on what we want to achieve on Saturday, whether it's in the scrum or with the high balls or whatever facet of the game. So yeah, I think we focus on ourselves and what we want to do, and obviously it's good to play them there and at Loftus. Obviously we've had results go with us and against us on both pitches. So, but definitely it is a good opportunity to play them there and to scrum against the boys we're going to play against this weekend.
Just on the game that Scotland played against Argentina, and the scrum especially, they seem to dominate. It seems that they really worked on something to get a dominant scrum. How impressed are you by that?
Yeah, definitely. I worked with their scrum coach a bit at the Storm, Coach Peter, and yeah, he's a good scrum coach, and they've got proper boys in their front row and their whole pack. If you look at their pack, they're a physical pack. If you look at the tries they scored against Argentina, a lot came from the forwards in their direct play, and they had a good weekend scrumming. They're a good pack to scrum against. There's so many British and Irish Lions guys with Pierre and other guys in their pack. So yeah, it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one. They definitely stepped up. Not that they've ever been an easy pack to scrum against. They've always been a good pack. And yeah, it's going to be a proper challenge. And yeah, we prepare for that and prepare the best as we can to do what we need to do.
Wilco, are you anticipating some Afrikaans conversation in the match? Perhaps appear there.
There's not a lot of talking going. Normally it's a bit dark in there, but yeah, it's always nice to scrum against Pierre. He's a good friend and an incredible rugby player, and yeah, hopefully there can be a bit of chat afterwards. But yeah, it's obviously it's a big game and a big moment, and yeah, it's always nice playing against Pierre.
Who's got the better of those exchanges?
Sorry?
Who's got the better of those past exchanges?
We're gonna have to see. It's rugby. It stays rugby, and it's yeah. What happened last week doesn't matter. It's a fresh opportunity when you put that jersey on again, and yeah, looking forward to playing another test and have the privilege to play.
If you look at that final against Glasgow, they actually made a step up in the second half. Where they won the game, which kind of says altitude wasn't an issue and a lot of them are playing again. What is your view on that? Is it still an issue, or do teams now know how to manage it?
Yeah, I think obviously altitude is altitude. You can prepare for it if you can. Like the England team had videos on where they were training on wild bikes at altitude. So obviously you can prepare for that, and if you want to slow the game down and have some time in it to rest, it depends on what it does. Obviously it's 1,300 meters. It's altitude, but some teams prepare so well for it. It's international rugby. Everyone's fit. Everyone can run, and yeah, it's just a matter of how you look at it. And I think all of the teams, like you say in that Glasgow game, I think they managed it really well through the game. And the second half they had fresh legs, and they could compete the whole game. So I think it's just how you manage it.
I see that so often. It's like really annoying.
You've not done England. I've not done England. We are great at husband. So the best. Is Johnny go? No, just the official answer is he's dealing with the weather officials. I think it's either that or it's the classic shirts v skins for the rest of the session. Dave.
Johnson! learned the hard way last time.
Yeah, we're all good. We're all good. We're all good, Steve. Yeah. You saw the team. There won't be any difference, change-wise. Boys had a good week. Even the guys that were not playing, you know, the spirit was good in our training week. So yeah, I think as you can see now, there's our real captain for the week. So Peter will be leading us.
Peter Steff, you're a player who puts his head down, kind of leads by example. Being captain, what more does that demand of you, particularly in terms of the way you talk to the team, you communicate?
I said it after the game on Saturday as well. We've got so good system. The system guides us in wherever we go. And with the new players or youngsters coming into the system, they learn it so quickly. It's so easy to adapt to the system. For myself being captain, I've been here for a couple of years now, and just learning from Sia, learning from the other captains that was there before me. It's easy to adapt to that. It's nothing that's expected extra of me. It's just to do whatever is expected on the field and lead by example, like you mentioned.
What's your leadership style? Is it as a bang and say?
I strongly believe this action speaks louder than words, and that's how I was brought up, and that's what you want to do as a team as well. As a Springbok team, we want to lead with the actions and let the examples and stuff be on the field.
Coach, Rassie's reaching a special milestone this weekend. You've come a long way with him. A lot of highs for the team. Just for yourself and your relationship with him and what he's meant for Springbok rugby. We all know it's the best team in the world at the moment.
Yeah, wow, you can't ask for any better man than him, you know, to be able to reach what he's reached with this team, you know. So as a team, players and the coach, I think we are very proud of what he has achieved. And not only for us, you know, for the country, you know, when he speaks about South Africa, you know, he's someone who really cares about the people of South Africa, you know. So it will be special for us to make it a good day for him, you know. We've been through tough times, like you mentioned, you know, but there's one thing that I know about him. He really, really cares about everyone in that team room. He cares about South Africa, you know. So I think him being able to reach the milestone now, being the most capped head coach as a Springbok, something very special. And again, hopefully he can have many more, you know. And it's good also to see that his family is around. I saw the twins last week and then also this week, you know. So also the fact that he's going to be celebrating with his family. So that's another special thing, you know. I know sometimes it's tough being away from your kids and stuff, but yeah, I'm happy for him, and hopefully we can make it special on Saturday for him.
Peter Steff, the loose trio there is obviously hasn't played a lot, but some quite exciting young talent there. I mean, Paul de Villiers there, very fit, very quick. Just what are you hoping to see from them, and are you excited about that combination?
For them to get the opportunity to put on a Springbok jersey is an unbelievable privilege and honor for them. And both Paul and Ivan is top quality players, and you can see how much they want to play for the Springboks and they want to be here as well. You can look at Paul's fitness test. It's a guy that really wants to be being able to play for the Springboks. So on to Saturday, we've got a system, we've got a plan. The best thing for them to do is just to go onto the field and express themselves. They know exactly what to do and what's expected from them inside the system, and then of course they need to have a bit of X factor, and what both of them really have.
Peter Steff, not a long way off from 100 caps. I think you're a 97. I think 5 or 6 years ago you had a big health scare. Did you ever think you would come this far?
No, I've never thought about. I would say probably one of my strengths is not to think too much. You don't want to overthink stuff and complicate it and think too far ahead. You try and then put yourself under pressure. Of course, I like to work out situations, and if you get into a situation, you've been there in your thoughts and you know what to do, especially on the field, and you know exactly how to manage that. But yeah, I'm very grateful and thankful for getting the opportunity and being able to play still, even when I had that big scare as well.
There's obviously a lot of guys in this team that want to make an impression. Rusty said it earlier this week, it's time now to start seeing who's going to the World Cup. How do you sort of temper that? You know, that it doesn't get out of hand. That the job at hand obviously still stays the same thing, and individuals obviously don't. I suppose try too hard.
We just have to stay in the now, and the now at the moment is to focus on Saturday. If this is past, we focus on Monday. So we try and focus on the next day at the moment, stay in the reality that we have, and then of course then the individual has his own goals and his own dreams as well. But the best thing for each individual to do is to put the team first, and if you put the team first, your own individual goals will follow as well.
Steph, your 96 caps are more than half of the whole pack together. Does that put sort of undue pressure on you as obviously the guy with the clearest bit of experience in that grouping of 8 guys?
No, it doesn't put any pressure on me. Again, we go on Saturday. It actually gives me more excitement. If you look at the younger guys or the guys with less caps. I remember myself being there. You go on the field and you've got that excitement, and that's the thing. If you play for the Springboks and you go out to play in Loftus, especially in Scotland, you've got so much excitement, you've got energy, and you want to prove a point. And the guy that really wants to prove a point is sometimes a dangerous guy as well, because he'll do anything. And I know the guys we've got, they will do anything for the team, and that's what's really strength for us at the moment.
Jean-Didier, you're very well qualified to speak about the Scotland attack. Can you give us some insights? How do you see them?
Yeah, when we always analyze them, it's not a secret what they want to do, what they want to achieve. They've got a very skillful backline, and then if you can see now also with the mixture of the forwards, they've got big Lucy's physical that focus more on getting momentum. But I think they are danger because, once again, I know Greg Othausen as one of my teammates back at the Sharks in the days. He's someone that enjoys beautiful rugby in the sense of champagne, and they call it the dance floor. They like to go to the dance floor in the sense of moving the space to the wider spaces, moving the ball to the wider spaces. And they've got very skillful players. If you look at the Finn Russell being back, Tupolotu is also one of the best inside centers in the world, and the danger also lies in their back three, because once again, Carl Steyn, he knows us very well as South Africans, he knows our DNA, and he's been doing well for them. And the danger man at the back, Kyle Rowe, he's one of those ones when in the bit of sevens background, the way he plays. So I think they're going to give us a bit of a challenge, because probably if you look at a guy like King Horn who's not in the team, it was someone who probably you knew that, okay, they will always challenge us with the aerial game contest. But now they've got those quick, short outside backs that are very, very skillful. So it's going to be a tough game for us. But once again, just to go back to the question, we know they're going to try to keep the ball in play and make sure that they challenge us, more especially in the wider spaces.
Peter said that Finn Russell's obviously a world-renowned playmaker. Is he the kind of guy that you would have a specific plan for, or do you let just your systems take care of it? Maybe so he doesn't get the ball on the front foot, or do you have a plan for it?
Yeah, we know Finn is a very dangerous player, especially on attack, and how he can make magic from nothing. So as a team, we're very collective, a good system, and all of us has to watch him. And of course, you can't go out of the system. The system is we've got a saying, the system protects the player. If you stay in system, you'll do what you have to do. But again, you have to bring that X factor. So if you can make a lead and you can go out of system in brackets, you have to make sure 100% you can get that guy.
Thanks, guys. Bloggers off.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. The Springboks could lose their #1 in the world ranking this weekend were they to lose against Scotland by more than 15 points and New Zealand were to get a victory tomorrow. That is the considerably unlikely scenario at which the Boks would slide to #2 in the world and would lose the tag of #1 team in the world. However, we'd like to think that even if we were to go down to Scotland, we wouldn't go down by more than 15 points. Although Sienna Superlotta is saying that Scotland are quietly confident, not necessarily against the Boks in particular, but just in general. And I do think that there are warning signs that the Boks need to take heed of with regards to a Scottish side, which is definitely going to compete and push the Boks tomorrow. Before we get into all the different world rankings and kind of exactly what might happen, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So lots of movement that can happen. And I mean, these world rankings, especially now with lots of games with teams that are quite, sometimes quite close to each other and then quite a bit further apart, there can be quite a lot of movement, you know. So France versus New Zealand last weekend, for example, means that New Zealand can make up some points, whereas when South Africa play, for example, Wales next weekend, you know, they won't be able to make any points. And as a result, there can be quite a lot of different changes. In terms of this weekend, we will surrender our top spot if we were to lose by more than 15 points and New Zealand were to beat Italy, which if Italy play anything like they did last weekend, would be pretty likely. However, a first ever loss against Italy from the All Blacks would see them to move down to 3rd place if Ireland were to beat Japan in Australia, which I think obviously also, I mean, in terms of the way that Ireland are playing, should be quite straightforward. Although I think Japan are definitely on the rise, but I think Eddie Jones will need another year to really get that side to exactly where he wants it to be. France can replace Ireland in 3rd if they were to beat Australia and the Irish lose to Japan, providing one of those margins is more than 15 points. So basically, in case you're new to world rankings, you know, you get different points depending on if you win at home, depending on if you win away, depending on obviously who you play. That's kind of a bit of a metric in terms of how many places down, and then also on the score itself, and with a draw, win by more than 15 points, etc., etc. So those are all the different kind of metrics, and there's a whole equation. You can actually go work it out if you really want to, exactly what the different points thing can be. Interestingly, Japan can enter the top 10 for the first time since 2023 if they were to win and Italy and Wales fail to beat New Zealand and Argentina, because obviously Italy and Wales could rise quite a bit if they were to get victories over there. England could go as high as 4th if they were to beat Fiji, providing that Scotland lose and France are beaten by more than 15 points. And I mean, I thought I saw an interesting statement, I think it was by Rob Kearney, who was basically saying that Ireland at the moment do seem clearly off the pace of France, New Zealand, South Africa, but at the same time, clearly better than kind of the rest. And I think maybe England might be finding themselves in a bit of that kind of situation where they were on a good winning streak and were beating lots of the likes of obviously Wales, you know, Fiji, Japan, but just once when they've played against your top sides, haven't been able to get over the line. And there's kind of this almost sort of middle ground that they kind of find themselves in. And I feel like Scotland have often kind of been that kind of side as well, where they sort of sit at 5th, 6th in the world, usually quite comfortably. A couple of losses they can slide down, a couple of wins they can move up, but they're just not quite at the same consistent level. But you can go up in the rankings up to, for example, England going up to 4th despite a lot of pressure on Steve Borthwick. 7th is possible for Fiji if they were to beat England quite substantially and Australia were to lose, but they can't quite get to England this weekend. Scotland will lose 2 places they gained against Argentina if they are beaten, and England and Argentina both win. And Argentina can go up, will need to be won by more than 15 points. But a win could lift Scotland up to a new high of 3rd or else 4th possible. That's what I mean. You know, if Scotland go and beat South Africa, all of a sudden they could potentially go up to 3rd in the world. And I don't think too many people will consider Scotland the 3rd best team in the world. But again, you go and beat the #1 side, and everybody sits there saying, well, maybe actually they are. Wales will return to the top 10 for the first time since 2024 if they beat Argentina and Italy fail to beat New Zealand. Georgia will remain in 13th place, whatever happens when they take on Samoa. And this is kind of your tier 2 nations. Elsewhere, Uruguay, Portugal, and Chile can only make up marginal gains if they beat the likes of Romania, Canada, and Hong Kong, China, respectively. Romania can become the lowest ranked team in the tournament if they were to lose, and Hong Kong, China, Canada, and Zimbabwe all cause upsets. Samoa, Spain, and Tonga could all climb as high as 14th. With wins depending on the margin of victory and the likes of that. Hong Kong, China could equal their all-time high 21st, in case you're kind of monitoring what's happening in Hong Kong, China, if they were to beat Chile, which is a side that they will face at the World Cup next year. And USA will not get any award if they were to beat Zimbabwe in the first meeting between the two sides. But if they were to lose, they could drop up to 5 places and lift the Sables to a new high, depending on the different results. So up the Sables, as far as I'm concerned. Let's go the Sables for Zim. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the world rankings, there's not a hell of a lot you can kind of always look to. But I always think it's a nice sort of barometer as kind of getting a gauge of where other teams are results up outside kind of when they play against your team, in inverted commas. You know, like we'll watch the Six Nations, for example, but, you know, South Africa right now is being used as the barometer. So England lost last weekend, was semi-compared to, but didn't have enough. If Scotland were to push South Africa right to the edge, that would actually probably be seen more as a victory for Scotland. Although, yes, there is obviously lots of change in the Boks side, but rather than sort of a panic stations from South Africa. And that's quite cool. It's we're in a situation where everyone's kind of agreed that the gold standard are the Boks, and now we're kind of measuring teams up to that, to the point where if you beat the Boks, I think it probably says more about you than it says about the Boks right now, which is a really healthy place to be in from a Springbok point of view, because it means that, yes, if we lose, it's not great and we need to review it, but at the moment, we kind of just feel it's going to take a really good side to beat us versus, in England, where I think that they are beatable by other sides who are not as strong. I think Japan hammering Italy kind of shows that Italy at the moment, I think, have taken steps backwards. I think they've been growing in the last couple of years, but I think in the last 18 months, we haven't really seen much progression from them. And just in case you're interested, those are the different referees for the weekend. And the big one for South Africa versus Scotland is Pierre Bosset. And one of the other big ones as well is Carl Dixon, who will take charge of England. You've got Luke Ramos for New Zealand, Italy. Andrew Piardi will take on Japan versus Ireland. And Holly Davidson in charge of Fiji versus England. From a South African point of view, quite worrying at the lack of South African referees at the moment, really, in and around these matches. I think we do have a bit of a shortage of world-class, top-quality referees within the country that we need to try and address. What are your thoughts about the world rankings? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve, and I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome back to Maul and Disorder, aka The Mad Show, and it is the same trio as last week. We have recruited Ronaldo back in the mix. I mean, this is the appearance. You're becoming a bit of a habitual, Ren.
Yeah, habitual things are probably the most unrecognizable traits that people frown upon. And I'm teasing.
And despite what we're going to go into later, Wesley, as 50% of this host, of the show's hosting capability, I might need a bit more from you from a predictions point of view, because it was a torrid weekend. How was the weekend of watching rugby there, gents? Where'd you watch the game? Where did you watch your predictions get worse and worse?
Yeah, it was terrible. I think at most of the games, you could very quickly tell I was way off. So we'll get into more of that later, about my predictions and just how poorly I did. Hopefully you guys did a bit better than me. But I was at a mate's house, which was really cool. So as you said last week, I'm back from Botswana, and we kind of glossed over that for a bit, but I've been out in Bots for 4 years, which has been a lot of fun.
Do we know this, mate?
Yeah. Yeah, some of you might know. That's true, actually. You guys probably don't. But out in Botswana, which has been amazing. I was working for a conservation company, and it just was incredible. So I had an amazing time, but good to be back in the 011, seeing a lot of friends that I've sort of had over the years. But at my mate's house, stunning to see them again. He's had twins, which is like super exciting. Although something not so exciting is his dog. Okay, and now just before you all unclick and unsubscribe here, but I love dogs, okay, and I love this dog as well. But ever since his wife fell pregnant, the dog has taken on this protector role where he's just become super aggressive.
And I think for context, we need to ask, what dog is it?
No, that doesn't matter. Okay, in your heads, I need a big, scary dog. It's a beagle, so it's not that scary. But anyway, look, this thing just took to me like I was an intruder. So much so.
Fair, you have been in Botswana for how long?
Like, can you see this? My whole shoe was in this thing's mouth. Can you, okay.
That is nice on a New Balance.
So I go around to watch the rugby, go around to try, and this oak just decided,
Is this like a plea to like shoe companies out there that you kind of shorten a bit of
yeah, not sponsored unless.
Yeah.
But no.
What's the dog's name, by the way?
No, I can't name and shame him. No, so he's a good boy. What he's doing, he's protecting his family. He's protecting his dad, his mom, and his 2 new siblings. So
okay, no,
there's no ill will towards him.
No, fair enough.
It was quite a shock. Almost as shocking as my predictions. But anyway, it was good fun.
Okay, so you lost a shoe during the Bok game. Ren? What was your vibes? You were analysing and things like this, eh? And packaging and getting into for the show.
No, it was pretty cool though. So yeah, we had a bit of a busier Saturday. So the morning was obviously dug into the New Zealand France game. That was a really nice game. I really enjoyed that. Saw a couple of interesting and funny moments in the game. But yeah, just spent at home, took it nice and easy, so it was really nice. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Quite fun. Yeah.
Right, and then gentlemen, obviously we had lots of rugby this weekend. So let's get into exactly what happened and where we are.
Right, so guys, the breakdown. First segment of the show, talking about the rugby we saw over the weekend. What a jammed pack Super Saturday in a sense. I mean, just games coming out of our ears. Obviously some really tasty matchups that we were looking to, but we're going to start with what Ren, you were alluding to in your little wrap up there, which was the France-New Zealand game. So Steve, I'd love to get your thoughts. Just high level stuff, blue sky, big picture, your gut feel. Tell us about the game.
I think they've justified sacking Razor. I think that...
Big call.
You got to throw something out there. Look, I mean, early days for Dave Rennie, but I think we saw a New Zealand side that had plans, and I think a New Zealand side that adapted. And what was interesting is even the player comments afterwards. Cam Roygaard, quick to say, yeah, you know, tactically we were a bit different. I felt like I kicked less, for example. So I think there's obviously a very marked difference. It's not a case of repackaging what he kind of did last year. A couple of new players as well. 10, which I thought was an interesting call. No Bowden Barrett in the 23, so he's definitely coming and made his mark. And the thing is, I suppose a win like that gets the players behind you, because it's quite easy to buy into ideas when you're winning. When you start to lose, it becomes a lot harder. But I think that they look good. France, I thought, the French, when they play well, so well coached. Maybe decision making a bit lacking at times. Probably should have gotten the win. It was there for them. Mathieu Jalibert, I could watch that man play all day.
And Jalibert's try, coming from at speed to the line, I thought it was a forward when I was first watching it over the line, and then I heard Jalibert and saw the number on the back. I mean, it was incredible to see him get that momentum. And Ren, you mentioned some funny moments in the game there. What stood out to you that was funny about that game?
Oh, well, I suppose it's always difficult for me to try to look at a rugby game and not try and be too technical.
Yeah.
But if you look at the way in which they started the second half, there was a bit of a mix-up from the kickoff. I don't know if you guys remember, there was a contestable kick that went up. And there was a missed that happened there. For me, I always laugh at professionals that get paid a salary. The
classic, like, middle-aged father on the couch. They get paid millions to kick for goals.
Hence my comment, because I'm just taking the nickets out of him. But yeah, it was a lovely game to watch from a technical perspective, and the analysis was like. But I think, as a rugby fan, you also need to find the joy. And again, I really think that the French team had flair. Part of the comments were obviously from the New Zealanders that the French flair came out. I do want to maybe touch on your comment about maybe New Zealand finding their form. I do think early days. I do think there were a lot of French mistakes. I mean, the turnover counters were too many. I think they would have probably got under 50 if France was on song. It would have been a different story.
I just think it was a fun watch.
100%. I agree with you.
That was my favorite thing about it, is that. And you get up, and I'm not saying it's early, but when I'm doing the watch long, you have to get up and do all the pre-stuff and you kind of thing, and you sit there going, oh, please, can this just be a good watch? Because there's nothing worse when you start your day and you watch especially at the beginning of the season, and it's error-ridden, and yes, there were mistakes, stuff like that, but it was highly, highly entertaining.
No, absolutely. And it was, we spoke about the French flair, and I think I don't know what the New Zealand equivalent is, but a lot of the comments I saw was like, it looked like the old New Zealand in the sense of offloads into space. Players were flooding through, so when people got their hands free, there were those offloads, and you just saw that old classic New Zealand side that I think we are used to. So no, I mean, let's again, lots of games to get through, so I think we'll park that one for now. I think a great first introduction to the Nations Championship. Moving on then to another tightly contested match, looking at Australia-Ireland, right? And again, maybe two sides that last week we were talking about, we're not really sure where they're sitting form-wise and what we thought was going to happen, but then we got the result we got. So Ren, I want to come to you first. your top takeaways from that game.
Yeah, Uncle Joe showed us how good he is. Hey, Uncle Joe, Uncle Joe, Uncle
I'm
Joe.
sorry, I know Les, they should just be, you know that Rio Ferdinand moment. You must write down what he wants on a piece of paper and sign the contract.
Yeah, and it's quite sad that he's only have 2 games left for them.
Yeah.
So for me, I think the hunger that I think the Australian team showed, and that desperation to put a bit of pride back into the jersey, and I think the response from a very well-rounded off Irish team is phenomenal. So I think those 2 factors produced a very entertaining game. And I do think BMT is something that people throw out here and there, but I do think there were a lot of BMT moments, and I think a lot of guys came short. No pun intended there with that last kick. But yeah,
but the ball, sorry, was it the captain went up to him and said, listen, do you want to take this or we go to the corner? And
did that put more doubt in him?
No.
I don't know. I mean, he seemed to see quite. He basically
He was
told
adamant.
Harry, we're taking it.
But then being adamant and then being asked again.
Yeah.
That for me was a little bit bizarre, and no disrespect, I think, to people wanting to get that reassurance from someone doing it, but I just...
It wasn't quite the bongy, do it for South Africa, kind of moment where he goes and says, you've got this, hey? And he goes, yeah, and you go, yeah, 100%, we're going to back the call.
So you get what I'm saying? So there are certain, just back to that, there are certain BMT moments that stand out because the big match is set up in such a way that it's natural. It shouldn't be... Big BMT matches are it just happens. You don't have to fabricate it. I kind of felt like that kick was kind of, okay, I've got to do it now because I've got to show everyone that I can kick it, where you should have just gone to the corner. It's just my opinion. That's okay.
Yeah. In some universe they did, in some universe they won, but it wasn't this one.
But Uncle Joe, literally, I've always been a fan of him, not because of just, his background history, but just the way in which he can work with players that have been kind of written off, but also young players that are coming onto the fray. Similar to how Uncle Rassie does these things, and Uncle Dave as well. So yeah, very good.
Yeah, I love the fact that he backs, as you said, youngsters. He's happy to go with... Look what he did with Lynott last year. I mean, he had basically played no tests.
Correct.
Up against the British and Irish Lions.
Correct.
Going, are you mad? You've got Quade Cooper. You've got James O'Connor you could bring in here. And he goes, no, we've got a plan. I'm going to take this player and I'm going to put it in a plan. So I think as you said, in terms of Rassie, I think when you play for Joe Schmidt, I think there's such a confidence. And interestingly enough, I spoke about that's what Quade Cooper was talking about with Dave Rennie. He said similar kind of situation. When you come in, you know your role. You know where you stand. You've got that clarity. And I think that's where a lot of people are talking about maybe the England setup not being as happy in that sense in terms of a bit of issues within coaches and the likes of that. My big question is, are we seeing a fading Irish side, inverted commas? I mean, I think they've definitely lost the kind of aura they had 2 or 3 years ago. Plenty of injuries, yes. And obviously got the result, yes. But I wouldn't say I'm scared of this Irish side.
No, not at all. Definitely. I think I'm there with you, Steve, 100%. Like, I don't have that, that nervousness, butterflies when you see...
Yeah, when
South
they
Africa
came out
Ireland
after the World Cup and we went to a training session, I went, this is going to be a big test. Like, this is a proper side. They came up short at the World Cup. I was lucky to watch them against the All Blacks, one of the best test matches I've watched in terms of intensity point of view. But I look at this Irish side and I don't get the... I'm worried about them type of vibes.
No. Who's the face of Irish rugby at the moment?
The problem is your best player is Tyke Bird, who's like the quiet, just gets on with it.
Engine
we
room,
need a big... I mean, at least
personality.
Sexton, at least Sexton was controversial.
Yeah. Correct. No, but and you've touched on exactly that point. Their fly-offs has been their biggest issue at the moment, and all due respect,
which they put on themselves because they never picked anybody else, and they never groomed anybody else.
Fair enough, but also not. I think that they've had your Ross Burns and they've got very good fly-offs, but I don't know if them picking Prendergast is working for them in terms of putting fear into people.
Yes.
So he's not one of those controversial. In-your-face fly-offs. He does his part, he does his role, but it doesn't feel that whatever they're going to bring, we have to be prepared.
Yeah, it's not like when Scotland
we can figure it out on the day.
Yeah, it's like when Scotland says, well, Finn Russell's fit, we go, oh, hang on. That's like now a different...
There's a Scotland with Finn and a Scotland without.
Yes, and there was a Scotland without this weekend, but yeah, I think I agree. I don't think people panic about
their playing abilities, their
Yes.
ability to just attack from anywhere in the field. Gibson Park having the snipe because he knows
Yeah,
his
best
bailout
nine
is
in the
a
world.
very good fly-off that I can give to, and then there's just that opportunity. So I don't think that edge is there. And I don't know what their solution is because, again, the Burns brothers haven't necessarily lived up to the expectations. So
Jack Crowley was being backed. Now he's injured at the moment, to be fair, but I would back him more. I think he's a great fly-off.
Yeah, so Ireland has got a massive bit of recruiting to do.
Yeah, there's still a solid base there. It's just, as we said, like finding that key that unlocks everything and gets the whole team firing. Because if you look at it, the team hasn't changed that much from the team we were also scared of. Yes, big names, big personalities have retired and no longer there. So how do they pull that back, and can they pull that back? But question for another day. Maybe a longer discussion in one of the segments in a future episode is, where do we rate Ireland and how do they make a comeback? So moving on to the next one, if it's okay, Ren, lots of rugby to get through. Looking at, take your pick. I believe it might have been Italy, Japan, which was quite a surprising result for me.
Yeah, Italy lost. We can move on there, my boys.
Steve,
I spent 110 years on buying their starting World Cup jersey to absolutely no avail. Watching them, I watched them lose.
Can I just ask,
as well.
the jersey that they're playing in now, is it the same make because they were knocking on a lot of balls? What was it?
I'll tell you.
Was it raining? I don't know. I don't remember. Was it
what was the reason that you guys?
They got beaten by a Japan side with a university student at fly half.
Sure. What are you saying about university students? For all the stellies, and the potch watchers out there.
And I think that's probably said enough. No, look, there's university students. I mean, the guy's it's not even being picked like, I suppose, look, Zach Paulson was Varsity Cup a couple of years ago, but it wasn't a Japanese side with plenty of experience, stupid amount of experience, stuff like that. And Italy it was a decent side. We need Capelizzo back in terms of players. Players you kind of look at and go, oh, hang on, now they're playing. Not good.
No, and I think this comes back to the difficulty. And yes, I'm going to make all the excuses for my picks, but the difficulty of trying to base teams off a couple months out, no form to go on, or the last competition that everyone played in. Again, Italy, for all, at least that I thought, and I think we said last week, looked pretty good in the Six Nations, right? I mean, they looked solid, they had foundation, and we thought, okay, they're going to carry that through.
Every time Italy feels like they're taking a step forward, they take a step back.
Couple steps back, which has been super frustrating. So, Ren, any highlights from that matchup, particularly in the Japanese side? Maybe we've lamented over the Italians. Sorry, Steve. But yeah, from the Japanese, what impressed you the most? And then what also do you think they can improve on the most? So to build on this now, how do they carry on the momentum?
No, fair enough. I do think, it's always difficult to ignore the brilliance of Eddie. Eddie Jones is one of the coaches that I think a lot of people, like the 2015 South African team, kind of undermined. So don't undermine that he's able to coach players. So when you say someone is able to coach a player, that means that you're able to teach them skills that make them stand out in very, hectic moments. This was one of the clutch games. Japan had to come through and they had to obviously play well. So I think their combinations work really well. Their foreign players, as well as obviously all of the players, and I say foreign players, people that have obviously not been born in Japan but play for them now. They've obviously become eligible, and their contingent obviously being there. But then all your Japanese-born players also standing up. And I do want to highlight the following. And I dare say this, New Zealand used to send a lot of players way back to have their sabbaticals in Japan. South Africa has done this more and more in the past couple of years. Has the South African players that go there and the New Zealand players also going there had a better influence on the Japanese players' quality? I think that is a big talking point for something else. Just as a fan's perspective.
I mean, small things. I mean, they would basically ask like JC Creel, like, are you battle hardened because you play in this Japanese league, which everybody thinks is basically touch rugby? And he said, have you seen the size of some of the Samoan guys in there? He says, just because you see it's a high-paced thing, but that's the thing. I mean, in that league, you've got all the South African players, you've got all the New Zealand players, you've got some phenomenal players in that Japanese league. So.
All your Samoan, your Fijian, and some of the guys that go from Romania as well as Georgia, some of them that want to play a little bit, in a better league, in their local league, phenomenal. So, my take out of it is Eddie Jones just shows his quality in terms of coaching to, specific outcomes, getting players to, be well prepared and then executing on the Italian front. A little bit disappointed, obviously, by their result. But I do also think that a lot of times we, again, like we said in the previous chat we had, we kind of overestimate as well as underestimate. Sometimes you just let the play roll out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think what you said there's reminded me about, and I forget his name, and you'll forgive me again. I'm very much the casual fan, so you guys, this is where I'm going to rely on you. The captain of the Japanese side, the New Zealander-born, is that
Lynch?
Is that Lynch?
Yeah.
I saw on social medias this week, New Zealand approached him, or allegedly, let me not say anything with certainty, allegedly approached him and said, hey, do you want to come back? And he turned it down. And I mean, that is quite something, right? As a rugby nuts nation as New Zealand, like South Africa, where every young person's dream who loves rugby is to play for the national side, the Boks or the All Blacks, to be able to get that call up and then to actually turn it down is something quite admirable, and it really speaks to kind of the Japanese doing something right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think these days it's playing for Japan is not. They're two nation inverted commas, but they're becoming more and more of a tier 1 nation. And I mean, getting to World Cup playoffs now, and there'll be a quarterfinal once, and then maybe they can get a semi-final and stuff. So, I mean, whether they're going to win the World Cup in the next 10, 15 years, probably not. But we need more tier 1 rugby sides, and we need Japan to be a challenge for teams to go and play, which I'm hoping they're going to become better and better. Obviously, they need to find big forwards. And try and sort of add that part, but they're progressing. And speaking of progress, tell you what, Wales all of a sudden are almost looking like a rugby team again.
Fair enough. I just want to ask though, where does Japan fall? North or south? Sorry.
Yeah, well, this is the problem. World Rugby.
Let's put a poll out to you guys. Yeah. Where does this sit?
For Japan.
Tell us where, because Eddie is basically coaching, all over the place in terms of southern teams.
Well, speaking of this, I mean, Wales and Fiji. I mean, Fiji's home game this weekend is against England in England.
Correct.
So
it is kind of sad, and maybe it's not the right platform to talk about it. But sometimes, and I think last week we spoke about this. World Rugby needs to also look at the way in which they, want to generate, revenue, but also who they're targeting, who they want to try and develop. Us as fans, and people that are just having a relaxed chat about, rugby, also need to look at their realistic economic, circumstances. The mere fact that Fiji cannot play in their home nation means that their spectators, their family, their friends, they don't have that. They don't get to go to the stadium and have that experience. And I don't know all the geopolitical issues and all of the issues that there. I don't know that detail. Not something to dive into it, but just the mere fact you've got to play your rugby in a different country.
And in England.
Yeah. Again,
sorry.
Maybe logistically it works out that they play in England. I don't know, but it's just one of those tricky situations. And it's for me not nice.
But how frustrating that Fiji have to contend with time zone issues and jet lag, and England don't.
Get what I'm saying?
England flown straight back to the same time zone, and Fiji will now have to go for a inverted commas home match in England. It's not ideal.
No, but it's the first year, and again, I mean, as you said, broader point about trying to look at how do we enable nations to play in their nations.
Yep.
Right? If it's the Nations Cup, there should be every opportunity to do that, or at least closer. But no, it's a fair point. And then actually on the Fijians, Steve, what did you think of them? Obviously didn't get the result that they wanted against the Welsh side, but did we see a Fiji slightly slipping back to the Fiji of old, a bit chaotic and disjointed?
The biggest problem with Fiji is the logistics of them. All the players play outside the country. Lots of them some of them in the Japanese league, as mentioned. Obviously, some of them in the French league, some of them in the Prem and the likes of that. So they're going to continue having the issue of players not being available half the time if they've got games outside the window. They don't get... Rusty has alignment camps, and he says, right, come for the week and we can see where you are fitness-wise. This is the plan, this is the thing, and they just don't have that. They've got the players. There are some proper players in that Fijian side. And I mean, them getting as far as they did in the last World Cup showed that, but until they have a opportunity to kind of keep their players within Fiji, Moana Pacifica is dropping out of Super Rugby, so that's a problem. They don't have a local side, they don't have a local competition, they don't have their players inside their country. It's the same as the likes of Georgia, for example. There are a lot of Georgian players playing in better leagues. Argentina have a similar problem in terms of all the players have to go basically play abroad. And Argentina have got incredible talent. But I mean, Argentina, if you look at some of the results they've had, they should be contending for World Cups. And they've gotten to semi-finals, the likes of that. But it's a similar like Fiji. I think we underestimate exactly how lucky we are that we've got players who can get together. We can have extended training camps. We've got players all playing within. Yes, obviously we've got Japanese and experienced players, but there's a good 50% of our squad plays across 4 franchises. This weekend, if you look at the Boks, for example, 2 Stormers props on the bench. You know, your hooker and your number 5, Ron Okia is taking line-up balls from Johan Krobelov. They play together. Fiji won't ever have that at this stage. They're not going to have the situation where your 2 centers are playing at least locally together, all these combinations. So you're kind of walking into this Fijian training camp going, "Hi, I'm Steve." Versus where, you know, at a Bok camp where you're kind of almost flying together with your various different people.
No, and I think you're absolutely spot on. And I think you also owe me $100 because I think it's
this economy.
Yeah, well, I'll take 95.
A whole liter of petrol.
Yeah, jeez. I think we're under 20 minutes, and Ronaldo's got his book out. He's going to tell us something technical. So I think there.
No! I was actually checking something else.
Oh, damn it! Then I owe you $100. I thought couldn't help yourself there with the technicality there. Just man is filled with facts and figures.
Oh no, fair enough. Yeah, no, it's interesting that you obviously look at that stuff. Now, I didn't have any fact to figure about this Fijian side. I did want to make a comment about. You said, you know, obviously them playing there, but I don't know if it's an administration issue on the Fijian side, or is it an administration issue on World Rugby side? And I do maybe think we should open up maybe because we might have Fijian, viewers, and maybe ask them the question, what is it like from your perspective? What do you guys make of it? Sorry, that's actually what I wanted to. I wanted to just have a look at who they're playing next. Oh, they're playing England. I'm teasing.
No, but it's a good point. And this is what we keep talking about, the fact that World Rugby have to do more. For these nations. But I mean, World Rugby, we tend not to ever really appreciate World Rugby. But tell you what, somebody who's interesting, I was just for a lauding of World Rugby, kind of segment into the South Africa. And Rassie Erasmus, very happy with the more laws and some of the stuff. We did see more mauls this past weekend. But how cool is it to be a Bok fan right now and to kind of go into games and we're now putting 40 points on anyone and everyone at the moment?
No, it's
insane.
It's unbelievable. And you spoke about that first test match. It felt like a test match in terms of France, New Zealand. It was tight, it was hard fought, it was, and then the same thing, Australia, Ireland, it's like a test match. This is going to sound weird, but I almost feel like South Africa's not playing test rugby.
Yes.
Because this is going to eat my words, but it's too easy. Like, we're putting too many points on too easily. It's not the World Cup where we fought in those last games. And we know tournament rugby is different from test rugby and World Cup rugby, especially the injuries and the depth. But yeah, Steve, I mean, it's just, it doesn't feel like test rugby, and you just wonder.
And not to say we won't lose. Like, we lost to the All Blacks last year, for example.
Sure.
And we could lose to an Argentina, but when we get into our groove, it also feels like sometimes even when we're not playing well, we've just got a nap. At the moment, we're just scoring so many points. I mean, it's 40. It's 40 points becoming the benchmark.
Yeah. Can I maybe then jump in there? I think the idea of test rugby is obviously based on eras. If you've got specific eras, if you've got specific rugby models, game game styles, specific different players that are playing. We kind of laugh about the fact that we've got players that can play multiple positions. Remember, we had a conversation about who would you have on the bench, but in a very realistic and serious way, we obviously would score more points because the players are eager to actually have a high succession rate. So you don't have as much, the mindset of kicking for goal, but you'd rather go kick for touch. What does it mean if you? And this is where the technical side come in. If I kick for the corner, I get to set up a maul. If the maul doesn't work immediately, I don't score a maul try. I've then pulled in the rest of that back line to try and come defend. If they don't defend successfully, I've got an opportunity to kick crossfield. I can score a try easily there. Or the inverse can happen. You try and collapse them all. I get a yellow card, penalty try. That gives me another opportunity to go attack against you or from that kickoff because now you play less down. There's a sequence of events that happen there. So I think the way in which rugby has developed, and you could see you don't have to just use the South African game, the Japan game, for example. They literally had an opportunity where they could just keep on going again and again and again against Italy because of the way in which the Italians couldn't just stop the attack. So players and I think teams are a lot more positive about attacking rugby. It's not necessarily just lethargic, but I also think that the fans have got a big role to play because we want to see exciting running rugby like we used to see back in the day. So I think contests have changed because of the way in which I think coaching and I think players adapting to the coaching styles have changed. So it's quite cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see when we go to the World Cup because at the moment we're not seeing people take points often. We're not seeing that again, as you mentioned. That was kind of always the thing for us growing up. It's a test match. You go for poles. Can
I ask? Just why do you think that was the case? Just from your personal experience, your personal thoughts. Just flashback. What was the? Did you ever ask? Oh, but why?
I mean, I think the vibe we kind of got was just that every point was so valuable, and every test match it wasn't about any bonus points, for example. You weren't worrying about points different. It was just about, taking every single point on offer to ensure the victory. And you kind of, I suppose I don't know. I think maybe also we kind of felt that because it was a test match, it was harder. Yes, we always kind of, even growing up, we kind of expected the Boks to win, but now it was basically a case of like, but this is a good opposition, so you're always going to try and take every single point versus, oh, cool, well, now we're playing against the Tonga, now we can kick for the corner. But it's an interesting point. When I was younger, I don't think I didn't really question kind of that. It was just kind of, it's test match rugby, therefore you take the points.
Yeah, no, it's true. And I wonder if it's a, like not necessarily a respect for your opposition type thing, so you kind of see going for poles is almost the respectful thing to do because you respect them that you don't think you can get over the line. Or is it a self-belief thing? Like we go for the poles because we don't think we can get over the line. And it's probably both, And so now the Boks going for it, is there a greater sense of self-belief? I mean, look at the form that we're in, the depth, back-to-back world champs. Maybe there is this confidence that goes, it's this mental game. We know, right? We've all played sports to different levels, and even in the lowest level, the mentality of sports, the psychology, has such a big impact on your game. Yes, fitness, conditioning, strength training, all of that. But if your mind's not in it, it's going to be a very, very long day. Before we move on to the final matchup of the weekend, I'd love to hear obviously about the last game. No, sorry, not that. I'd like to hear rather about your top takeaway from the Bok game. So just your highlight, what's on repeat in your head? Steve, I want to start with you.
Zach Paulson has to go to Australia. Has to. Tight head's a position that I think we are so blessed to have so many because realistically, if we look at the tight heads from the last World Cup, none of them are currently playing. Francois Herbert's not playing, Trevor Newcon is not playing, Vincent Cox's not playing, and yet have we blinked and realised that those three aren't playing? Because we've got Thomas du Toit playing the way he does, Wilco Louw comes in this weekend, but Zach Paulson, that guy made his debut less than a year ago. But when he made his debut, I think he played like 3 professional matches, and he was literally throwing English players around. That was fun.
If you don't know what we're talking about,
go and just check that.
We need to put this in here somewhere.
Yeah.
But the highlight of Zach running around, throwing English players over, bold, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's on our socials. So go and check out the more than the sort of socials. That for me, that small moment, and the scrummaging as well. But I just think that when they first brought in, I was a bit surprised, inverted commas. But now I think I just don't see how you leave him out.
No doubt. No doubt in my mind.
So who do you leave out?
No. With his
Sorry.
You can't help yourself. No, so it's a very good question. But Ren, I'd love to know your side. So from the game, your top moment, what's on repeat in your head?
Damien. Oh, Damien. Can Damien just...
Can the real Damien please stand up?
My goodness.
No, listen, Damien Willemse's performance for me, phenomenal just from start to finish and just, don't have to labour the point too much, but he was phenomenal. And I just think there's a lot of leadership, opportunities that, that he actually takes on when he actually talks to the other players, and you don't always see that on TV. But he's phenomenal. Yeah, Damien Willemse, phenomenal.
Yeah, no, his performance was a worldie. It was, with that first, when he caught that first high ball, I thought, he's in form. He's on, this game, yeah.
I mean, Dave Rennie talked about he had to try and pick between the 2 best 15s in the world, and Damian McKenzie and Will Jordan.
Nonsense.
And I'm sorry, my early call, I said this last year, I said if Damien Willemse stays fit for this entire international season, we will see him on a World Player of the Year nomination. And I think if he plays like this weekend, he's a Player of the Year. I think he is absolutely phenomenal. I think he's one of the best players we've ever produced. Yeah. I just don't see, I don't know what I see on the watch line, I don't name an aspect of his game which lets him down. Look at that 50-22.
Yeah, 22-22.
Literally. I mean, from the back there, we're actually under pressure. He turns around and says, cool, we'll have a line inside your 22. Didn't miss a beat under the high ball. I spoke about it was such a nice little moment. I said, because I said this in the watch long, I said that, his defense is so good. And there was literally that break where, again, he reeled him in, made the tackle. He could just do it all. Yeah. And now he's at 12 this weekend. I'm frothing.
No, that got me so excited. I saw the post when it went up on the Forever Sports socials there, the team sheet, and I saw Damien at 12, and I thought, oh, this is very, very exciting.
Especially because going into the Scotland game, the Tuipulotu up against Damien, that combination, that matchup. Scotland, though, have we underestimated them in terms of what we saw this weekend? I mean, how impressed were you of Scotland going to? We spoke about it on Rugby Unlocked, but maybe surprised with the result of the weekend to a certain degree.
Yeah, positively surprised. You want your C team combinations to carry through to national. So I think Damien against Tuipulotu is not going to be the first time they've come face to face. Stormers have done that. Tuipulotu obviously playing for Edinburgh, so that's Glasgow. So that's obviously been something that has happened. So yeah, quite really pleased and chuffed about that Scottish performance. Pleased in the sense that we'll obviously see a lot of South Africans coming, back home and saying hi to mum and dad, and also just enjoying, playing against some former Craven Week, talking about Craven Week, players and teammates. Yeah, very excited about this weekend's game.
Yeah, it's always cool when we see all our ex-staffers coming back and playing down here.
Absolutely. They're going to miss, or they're enjoying the biltong, yeah, so it's lekker.
Did you see that clip of, is it Benso, when the South African national anthem was on?
Yes.
And he was in the stands. And
trying not to sing
it. And there was, a camera on him. And, I mean, fair play, because it's just instinct. And it will be instinct for him. And that's a position I don't envy, but it's the position he's in. But Renzo, tell us then, with that Scottish performance, do you feel like, because I feel like Scotland is always so hot and cold. Like, I feel like they're really struggling to get that consistency. So I put them in a group of like an Argentina. Maybe Italy sneaking in at the bottom of that group, hot, cold, even a Japan. So, I mean, Scotland will want to start producing consistent results, winning results. How do they do that? What do you think is the one or two things that actually allow Scotland to just settle and start consistently winning or getting close to that winning mindset?
Yeah, I mean, 47 play 38 at the end of the day, the scoreline there. So I think they obviously just need to keep on, playing positive in terms of scoring. So I think their scoring ability has always been great. So I think they sometimes in the past, they've gone into a bit of a defensive block where they're trying to just play conservative, trying to set up, breakdowns, trying to kick contestables, but not necessarily contest to retain possession, but just receive it back. So there's a lot of, I think, that mindset change that have taken place. Just maybe looking at it, the tries in the 18th minute they scored, then 23rd, then 36, just before, 3 tries first half, then coming out guns firing, 52nd minute try scored, 56 try scored, 69 tries scored, and then just tries all the time.
Yeah, and they kind of get into that rhythm sometimes. They did against France. Once they start scoring, they really can.
But is it a bit of a glass cannon then? Because they're scoring, but they're conceding, right? Because I think it was a very similar score to that France game, where they just blew out and went ahead. But then France managed to reel them back. So is the Scottish defence, Devo, something that they need to look at?
Yeah, it is. And they're up against a team that scores 40 points this weekend. I think that is always their big problem, is the fact that they just do ship too many points. But I suppose it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Very few teams, and I think the Boks are on the same kind of thing, very few teams can score 50, 60 points and play a very open and sometimes risk inverted commas orientated game without inevitably conceding points. The more we've taken risks, the more we've conceded points. Poor Jerry Flannery was under so much pressure in the last year or two. In this first year especially, because we were shipping a lot of points, we were also scoring a lot of points. So I suppose it's a bit of a necessary evil. If you want to be expansive, you want to score lots of points, you're kind of going to open yourself up to conceding.
No, absolutely. So wrapping up the breakdown there, just a quick take on the week. We understand, again, a lot of rugby, a lot of sports, have a lot of responsibilities going on. Maybe you weren't able to watch all of the games. That's why you have us. That's why you have here the Mad podcast and show. So hopefully that gives you some context about the week that has just happened. Los Pumas will be very sad, obviously, but we'll talk about them a bit more later with the result. But that was it. So we hope you enjoyed it, and we're going to get ready for the next segment.
Welcome to the mall, people. And every week we're going to do something a bit different. And I thought with this weekend, we've got Scotland here. So we're going to do a tier list.
Fantastic. Love it.
Of
Love it.
national anthems.
Oh, this is going to get
So we're going to basically, I've got Six Nations and our rugby championship.
Okay, 10 teams.
The ones that we all see. So we've got 10 teams. We've got 4 tiers. We've got the GOAT tier. We've got Test Match Standard. We've got Club Rugby. And then we've got Super Rugby Pacific as the worst one. Which I think is fair these days. Super Rugby minus the South African teams.
Just horrendous. But accurate, fair.
Yeah, well, you know, if you're from the if you're a Super Rugby Pacific fan and Stan, jump in the comments. But so and the main thing is people go to try and have it reasonably distributed. So yeah, unfortunately, some of the anthems are going to have to go there. We're going to start with Ireland, which obviously they kind of sort of have 2 in Ireland, the likes of that, but. You know, shoulder to shoulder, Ireland standing tall. Where we putting that? We can't start too heaty, eh?
It's a pretty solid couple of anthems. I think the 2 thing throws me, and I don't know the political reasons for that. Actually, I do, and it's very sensitive to North and South. We're not going to cause any issues just immediately. But for me, it's a solid anthem. You know what I mean? Like I'm humming along. Like you know, I don't know how we got away with this, but where I went to school, we just co-opted that anthem.
Lots of people lost school.
Right, cool. Not just us. I don't feel so bad then.
Yeah.
So you know, it resonates with me on just a different level. So it's definitely not GOAT. I'm telling you that.
No. Let's not go far.
But for me at the moment, I'm between Club Rugby and Test Match Standard. Ren, where are you coming in for Ireland's national anthems?
Oh, it's interesting because. Experiencing it is something different. You get chills down your spine. So I do think it's bordering for me. GOAT and Test Match. I don't think. I think it's.
I think Test Match Standard is a fair.
Yeah.
Look, we can tweak this depending on how we kind of look over here. But I've got at least 2 or 3 in my mind which are going to really compete for GOAT. So.
Okay, cool. But they've got a couple of good things.
Let's put a Test Match Standard there for a bit.
All right.
And then we'll move on to Argentina. So Argentina, it's a bit of a weird anthem, isn't it? I mean, it's quite fast. It's obviously got the music interlude and then the singing part's about 20 seconds. The biggest problem again is that the Argentinians are such emotionally passionate people that we suddenly see them crying after the anthem, and I start really worrying about the 80 minutes of rugby to come. Where are we at with this one?
I don't know. For me, it's nothing that sits there for me. So I'm between Club Rugby and Super Rugby Pacific, to be honest with you, Argentina. I mean, it is passionate. It's short, sharp, and sweet. The singing part, because you're right, there's this musical interlude that goes on for a while. So I think that for me, it doesn't resonate. Bren?
Also kind of feels a little bit it's like a long intro. I think also lack of understanding sometimes gives us a different perspective. So I think club. I don't necessarily think Super Rugby without South Africa, but yeah, club for me, yes.
Okay, well let's go. Let's go with club. And if we have to knock it down later, then we can. Right, Australia.
Sorry, for me, club, and club, or for me, Pacifica. Sorry.
Yeah, I must admit, I don't think it's an anthem that. No. Yeah, if I think about, and I think that will maybe be where I am with my GOAT. Is there's certain anthems I want to go and experience in the stadium. I definitely don't sit there going, I need to go experience the Australian national anthem in Australia.
I don't know ways.
No, I'm with you. For me, that I probably resonate more with the Argentinian anthem than with the Australian one.
So we're going Super Rugby Pacific here.
100%. Let them go where they belong.
Yeah, you know what? They're at the bottom of Super Rugby Pacific and now at the bottom
used to being down under. There we go.
No disrespect, Australia.
No disrespect, but your anthem is trash.
Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about what your anthem means and who wrote it. I don't know.
Get in those comments.
The next one over here this is a touching point for me because I think I've heard this anthem about more than 4,000 times because the French don't have songs like the English do, for example. They don't sing Chauchalose like we do. All they do during games is sing this anthem. So during France, you'd be watching Italy versus New Zealand. All you'd hear is the national anthem being sung about 4 or 5 times. So I've heard this anthem probably maybe too many times. Look, it is. When I did watch France in Lyon, it was cheapers, okay.
Yeah.
But It's quite an etchy anthem when you start translating the words as well. You know, it's the blood of my enemies will scatter upon the fields, the likes of that. So it's quite emotive. Where are we at with this one?
So I'm curious to see what your exposure to it, where that puts you. For me, I think it's up there. It's test match. It might even be bordering on GOAT. Like, it is just such a powerful anthem. I don't know any of the translations. So even with that ignorance, it again just sits there for me. Have you guys seen that clip of the nuclear submarine being launched up by France, and they sing the national anthem?
No.
It's in this. If you've not seen this,
I have not seen that. I would not like to see
No,
that.
you must. No, you must. We'll get the clip out to you guys, because it is this. It feels like a sci-fi movie. They're in this massive indoor hangar. The sub is suspended above the water. They're singing the national anthem. There's reverb going on. Chills. So yeah, I'm swayed. I do think it is a good anthem. For me, test match. I can't quite put it in GOAT.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, I wouldn't put it in GOAT. It's kind of been ruined by me because I just heard it so many times. Sorry, Fred. I appreciate the 38 days I spent there, but I didn't hear it too often. Really? Are you in test match?
Straight test.
Test match. I think test match. It is an emotive anthem.
And now, just for those who are unfamiliar with tier lists, you can rank within a standard, right? So, for example, we've got Ireland and France there. So to the left is better, to the right is worse. So just quickly, while we've got them there, are we putting the French above the Irish anthems?
I would, personally.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
You guys are maybe a bit more French inclined there. I still think Ireland is up there.
So no, I'm going. I think there's 2-1 here, Ren. Sorry, bud.
No, it's all good.
I was going to say I caused a quick boxing match between the two of you, but let's be a little bit less violent. Okay, so France going.
Is that because of the French anthem?
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay, New Zealand.
Ren, you kick us off.
Yeah, club level.
Yeah, I really don't.
It's true, because I felt like club was disrespectful, but then I realized I'm not rating the team and their rugby; it's the anthem, you know. I think a solid club, and I think below Argentina for me, to be honest. I think the passion, you know.
Because do we include their haka as part of the anthem?
No,
it's not, right? Just for clarification.
Yes. No, just the anthem. If we start throwing in hakas and the likes of that, then we can start England. Well, it's changed for the first time in the last couple of years. So now it's God Save the King.
Super Rugby Pacifica.
I like how quickly you were to go down there.
It's the king. It doesn't talk about the country. Yeah. Doesn't talk about the beauty of the nation.
You're not a royalist, are you?
No, definitely not a monarch. But it doesn't talk about anything other than one individual, and a country is so much bigger than that. And I feel like that is actually emblematic of what is sometimes the issue with English sports. Is it's so individual driven instead of this team. Like the Springboks are the Boks. It's not Sia or Peter Steff or whatever. It is Boks. But who are the English? Henry Pollock, Jamie George.
It was Owen Farrell for a while.
Owen Farrell?
It's ever since it's not been Owen Farrell's when they've gone downhill. Now I'm happy Super Rugby Pacific. We've also just dispatched them. They are going to confiscate my passport, but
I think below the old prison colony there.
Oh, that's controversial. We'll throw those two together, and then people in the comments can start having their own little battle.
Perfect.
Italy.
Are you allowed to comment on this? Or are you too biased? Like, are you going to be able to be objective or?
Hey! I just invested. It's even there. This jersey over here was a big purchase. I said I was gonna buy one team's jersey of the World Cup.
For me,
I'm a club rugby. I don't think it's.
Pacifica.
You're at Pacific.
No, I just think that it's again similar to the Argentinian one. I think there's a lot of just instruments and just music and no words yet, and then we wait, and then this and then that, and no, get on with it. 3 minutes down the line.
This is very. You're quite passionate about this.
This is the most ribbed. Oh, whoa! There it is. Okay, well, it's so either bottom of club rugby or top of Super Rugby Pacifica.
Okay, right? bottom club rugby. I'll go with
bottom of club rugby.
Bottom club rugby. And now we're getting into, I don't know, actually this happened quite by accident, because I think now we're getting to the big ones. Because I would like to throw in my first go-to nomination. Flower of Scotland is a bucket list thing for me. That at Murrayfield, with the piper on the top of the stadium, the bagpipes. I mean, did you watch the World Cup? I don't know if you've seen the World Cup clips of it.
Yes.
Of the FIFA World Cup in Boston and stuff like that. I think Flower of Scotland is superb. I'm actually very oblique. I'm not going to be there this weekend to hear it, even just at Loftus.
Yeah. No, it's I echo ditto. Flower for me is a goat tier. I've got the song in bagpipes on Spotify. Like it's
There we go.
unbelievable.
It's a weird niche thing that we've tapped into to raise a Spotify. But Ren, you agree with that or?
Nope. For me, Hen Vlad Wachte. Guys, come on.
We can have more than one in
For
goat
me,
status.
there's-
We're not talking about that. We're talking about Scotland.
And that's my counter argument is the following. For me, there's only two goats in that category there. South Africa and the Welsh, Scotland as much, and they for me go first test.
First and test my standard. It's going to be hard. It's going to be heartbreaking to do it. I mean, I'm kind of getting where you are because I agree that.
And can I just read you the first two lyrics and I'll translate for you. This old country of my fathers is dear to me. A land of poets, singers, famous celebrities. His brave warriors.
Knows we're on the Scottish anthem here.
I am just saying how to debunk why.
But it can also be in the GOAT standard.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I mean, do we just put the all three at the top of the GOAT tier and just say?
I think that's it, but we've got to rank it within the GOAT tier.
I do apologize, guys.
Love it. But I don't know. For me, Flower, and Steve, for you, Flower is top.
I think it's brilliant.
I think we can have it. Maybe we'll see. We'll see where the other two go.
Cool,
all right.
Sorry,
Okay.
They're going GOAT tier, people. And nobody at me, but the Millennium Stadium as well, as you mentioned. It is a phenomenal anthem.
But just on Ren's point there, like with the translations, again, contrasting with the English, it's talking about this land of my fathers, like the history. It's the land, family, dear to me, like personally. Like you cannot get more evidence of the difference between the English and the Welsh. Like, in those anthems.
And anthem as well.
So I've experienced it when we played Cardiff there, and so there was I think they were playing Italy, to be honest. I think that's maybe why. And we experienced it. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, no,
we are at the Principalities.
I'm very jealous. Yeah,
phenomenal.
Those two. If I could, honestly, if they said, right, you only got 2 games to go to in the Scottish game and a Welsh game, and I want to see it at the Six Nations.
I think probably one of the most watched games probably will be Scotland against Wales, and I think just from that perspective, people enjoying.
Yeah, that's a good way. That's how I can tick it off from the bucket list. We'll just go and watch once at the same stadium.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm happy to put Wales in GOAT tier
and above Scotland.
And above Scotland, I agree.
Yeah.
I
so
agree.
ahead of I'm with you,
and then
all good.
I mean, come on, and then we can't not put us in GOAT tier, and deserved.
We're going to get rinsed. Do you think so? So obviously I think so, objectively. I mean, I'm Mr. Objective from last week's episode, right? I consistently like giving both sides. This is without a doubt GOAT tier for me, and at the front, because what other anthem has 5 languages, right? Blending the Rainbow Nation, bringing the people together of different diversity, and the fact that it started out as like a meme, the fact that the Afrikaans part got louder.
Yeah.
But everyone has just bought into it now, and when that sort of part hits, how that volume just turns up.
I mean, one of the greatest anthem moments was when the Loftus PA system failed.
My favorite clip.
And the crowd just said, "We've got this," basically. Yeah. So now it was South African, unashamed South African. I'm happy with that list, personally.
So are we saying South Africa GOAT in the GOAT tier?
GOAT in the GOAT tier. The Billy GOAT.
You guys have all voted me, okay?
You were going to go...
Wales.
Ren's fishing for a Welsh passport.
100%.
Hey, that's... it's been lovely having you on.
I know, thank you so much.
Well, that was the mall. Stick around to see if Ronaldo's here for the next segment.
Right, guys, we are coming to probably what is my favorite segment, which is the Mall of Fame. So last week, if you remember, we had a clip from a local rugby club, Pirates Rugby, of that prop putting in a massive body shot, I think on the number 8 of the opposing team, right? Who looked like he was going to have a storm of a run, and that props had other ideas. And he did this little shimmy afterwards, which was brilliant. If you've not seen that clip, go check out last week's episode's part of the Mall of Fame. It's a fantastic little segment that we're going to see. But this week, we've got a whole new clip, right? Because the idea is what we want to do is we want to create a leaderboard, right? Like a Hall of Fame. We want to have a series of clips, rugby clips from international games to local club rugby, of just the greatest and the worst rugby moments that have been captured on film. So what we're going to do is, there's a little bit of maths, sorry, right? But luckily we have someone, okay, I'm not going to name names, but someone who's in the top 1%, right, of maths lit in South Africa with us today. So if we do get lost, they'll be able to help us. Isn't that right, Stephen?
Yeah. Hey, coming my way up to the top of certain leaderboards.
That was awesome, because I know you looked at me there. I'm like, let's all look at Steve at the same time.
Well, just tell us what's the score.
Okay. All right, here we go. So it's quite simple. If you think the score's, the video is not that good, it's a penalty. It's 3 points, right? So you're going to give it 3 points. If you think it's a pretty decent clip,
what's our qualifying criteria? So, for example, if something's bad, are we saying that that's only going to be a low tier point scorer?
Yeah, I think, it's like what emotions, what does that make you feel? What do you think that clip is worth? Is it a penalty? Is it 3 points? If you think it's a bit better, solid clip there, but it's not quite getting your juices flowing, it's going to be just a try, 5 points. And if you think, my goodness, this thing gets me excited, right, in all the right and wrong ways, then it's going to be a converted try, all right? So that's 7 points, okay? So basically 3, 5, and 7. And the idea is effectively, we will all give it a rating. Producer James will give it a rating as well, and we'll total those ratings. Are you with me so far? Everyone on board? I know, I'm sorry, it's a bit of maths.
The scientist coming out.
Okay. But it's
ask us, Steve, are you there?
I'm there.
Fantastic. Awesome. Okay. So I was a teacher for a little bit, right? And what we would have is we would have canary students. And the idea is if your canary student got it, everyone else did. So as long as Steve's on board, we're okay. All right. So...
It's lovely.
Okay,
lovely.
So we're going to have effectively 4 separate scores, right, from the 4 people in the room or in the studio. What we really love you guys to do is get involved and give us your rating as well. So across all the social media platforms, wherever we can, we're going to put a poll out with the associated clip, and we want us to give your score. Is it a penalty, 3 points? Is it a try, 5 points, or is it a converted try, 7 points? And what we'll do is we'll take your score, we'll add it to all of ours, and then we're going to get this total for the clip, and we're going to have a running board. Okay, I promise you it makes sense. I've tested it. I've done dummy data. I've done the spreadsheets. It looks pretty cool. All right, we just need to get this going. Right, Steve, we ready for our Mall of Fame? Right.
Canary.
Give me the numbers. Show me the.
All right, let's see the clip.
Show me the money.
I believe this is USA versus Portugal. This is
correct.
From.
Yeah. So let's have a look.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I mean.
So there's the USA in white, scrumming, mauling towards the try line.
Good to see them all back, It's nice.
Good to see them all. There they go. Over the try line they are, and out.
He even reaches out.
So he's jumped over the dead ball line there. And I think we're going to need to see that again, because the best or the worst part of that clip for me is the player's face when he turns around and looks up and puts his arm in the air.
And look at the teammates who are going like what?
Yeah, it is just a sight to behold. Really solid maul from the US.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that's about 15 odd meters now.
And at what point here do you think, does no one go...
Like tap, he does. You can see the number 6 does basically say, "Hey."
Do you then tackle your player there and then just tackle him and get to the ground, boy?
That is quite something. Now I know. We've all not quite been there, and obviously at that level.
But tries? No.
No.
The back of a mall, you're mad.
Yeah, exactly. But I'll admit, in my glory days, I maybe put a few down on the 5 meter. So
short.
Yeah, I know exactly. No, it was not my finest.
Was there like a dive and everything?
Yeah, 100%.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, I had to do it with fillet. But
we've got to go look at those footage.
Yeah, I think my dad filmed all the games, so it's out there. That's
I think that will probably be the most epic clip that
Mr. Hartman's about to give us a clip to go on the top of the Mall of Fame.
100%.
Okay,
so we're going to give it a ranking now.
Let's do it. Okay, so exactly. So what I'd like you to do, Jens, your thoughts on this. Is it a penalty, 3 points? Is it a try, 5 points? Or is it a converted try, 7 points? Steve?
I'm at a try. I've never seen this before.
Right.
I've seen people go short, but I've never seen them
go long,
walk over the try line, and then I've seen people being tackled over the line, people losing the ball over the line. He basically had 10 meters to score the easiest try of his life and just didn't. And then reached out for it. That's what also killed me. If he just fell, he might have even been able to have just done it. It's the dive towards the... No, I'm at a 5.
Yeah, fair enough. I think it's the inexperience of not scoring tries. You know, we call this white line fever.
Malcolm Martin's not making that mistake.
No, because like I said earlier, you ask yourself the question, you know, whose fault is it actually? Because normally people that know when to score tries from balls know you go 5 steps. If you go past this, you normally fall down. So this guy clearly a little bit inexperienced there. So I'm also going to, I think, side for the 5. I think it's quite, it's actually disheartening, quite sad. Imagine that, eh? Working so hard to score more try. The most talked about set phase in rugby, you go circle down, and then you get it wrong.
You decimated them as well. Yeah.
No. It's something to hold. Okay, so we've got 5 and 5. I'm going to go with a 3. That's a penalty for me. Yeah, I think, you know, it is shocking. It is sad to see, but it's just not that exciting for me. Like, you know, so, and in terms of that, you just hoped there would have been more there that could have got him down over the line before.
I'm just saying that it seems that there are people out there who don't know where to score a try line, and they've read it further down the US pipeline than you did, Wes. So maybe that's why we're at 3 points.
Yeah, I'm just salty, actually. Yeah. You know, I had a chance, I didn't make it.
Did you phone them and say, listen, if you guys hear someone scoring the wrong try line, I could have done it.
I could have been your guy. Yeah, no disrespectful to the player. We've all been in the moment there where there's a lot going on. He's in between a lot of bodies, but no, that particular clip for me is just not.
I'm pretty sure the scrum after that was probably brutal because they came back firing after that. So the US.
And they did go on to win the game, so congrats to the Eagles there. I think they just pipped it with a last-minute kick as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to get producer James to give us his score at some point, and then over the course of this week, guys, please make sure you are engaging in those polls. Give us your thoughts. Do you think it's a penalty, a try, a converted try, 3, 5 or 7 points? And we will see next week what the total score is and where this starts to go on our the Mall of Fame.
Right, chaps, welcome to the next phase. Brought to you by My Picks, and week 1 was an interesting results over here. So we're going to get through the results, then we're going to do our picks for this coming week. And if you guys have not, please go to mypicks.app, go and submit your predictions. We will be publishing a public league, and we want you guys to be the extra player on the board. So at the moment, we have got myself, Wes, and producer James, who's in the background. And then we've added Ronaldo, seeing as he has made a return from last week. But interesting week, and interesting, quite close to the top, and quite a drop at the bottom. We'll start with producer James. Who's in 4th place then?
I think that would be Wes.
Wes?
11 points.
With 11 points.
Yeah, chaps, not my finest outing. As I said earlier, very difficult to tell teams not on form, and, you know, like, just, it was a poor showing. It was a poor showing.
Yeah, you're spot on. Sorry about that, buddy.
You're spot on. There's not much more to say.
I mean, the good news is, in 3rd place?
That would be producer James.
Producer James. With 19. Oh, it was a very difficult week, Wes.
Oh, wow. That's very interesting.
It's actually 2 scores, eh?
No form to work with and stuff like that.
So it's a converted try and something else that gets me there. Gee whiz.
That is very interesting, producer James.
A big gap.
And then second place?
Second, first, controversial.
It's not controversial at all. Second place. Is Ronaldo with?
I'm first.
24.
So I think we need to discuss this.
No, wait. Can I just literally clarify this up? There cannot be a controversial comment made by a producer and then someone else tries to debunk it. What do you think, Wes?
There definitely can be. Also, I've used the wrong thing. Yeah.
No, I think we should just, because, Stephen, now the way you've set this up, clearly you are number 1.
Correct. How many points?
25.
25.
But now, that 25th point is such an interesting thing for me.
Because, and maybe we put it out to you guys, because someone, Stephen, didn't lock in all his picks. So if you look on My Picks, he's not got.
Actually, if you look on My Picks, it's there. It pays to have the platform.
This is corruption. You start calling him Trump.
So it doesn't help that you literally did forget to do one of the games.
Yeah, but at least I'm honest about it. Like, I'm taking it. I'm owning it.
Maybe at this stage, Wes, we could go and change and give you the exact result. I'm still not sure that you're catching this over here.
As a guest, though, you've got to be common. Your common courtesy is a very important thing. What actually happened? Because I hear speculation. What actually happened? Do you want to tell us?
In the midst of doing and prepping for the watch along, I might have missed the lockout.
Did you hear the violin in the
So you missed the lockout?
TBC.
No, you missed
So
it.
you missed the lockout.
So,
you missed
so
the
that
lockout.
means you don't have that in.
We locked it in on Thursday. We put that exact prediction in, and that's
not on my picks.
If you on my
So-
picks miss one, what happens to you guys? Tell us a little bit in the comment section.
Get
what
a hold
happens
of
to
the
you.
contact.
Corruption is
the
only
support.
bad if I'm not involved.
If I'm involved,
If I'm involved, corruption is fine.
I support it.
Week 2, people. Wes, you need a big showing here. So you're going to get the first. In fact, maybe we shouldn't give you the first pick because that's what happened last week. Maybe we need to give you all the help you need. Ronaldo, I'm going to give you first pick. And first up, we have.
Yeah, first up, we've got New Zealand against Italy there. I'm going 57 New Zealand, 17 Italy. A good 40 points
40
difference
points.
there. Yeah, that's what I think. I think it's going to be a very big scoring margin, and I think New Zealand will come out guns blazing. A lot of changes here and there, but yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go next. I'm going to go at 47 points to 15.
So I
also
just,
think.
Yeah, 57 for me, 17. Just
Yeah.
You go 47?
45. Sorry, 47, 15.
47, 50.
Yeah.
Okay, very tight. I'm going to go even a bit further. I think the All Blacks will even click more in that second week. So I'm going to give them 60. Right, I'm going to get the 60 there.
You're just actually going as high as you can. to
Well,
try and-
I just think, it's given the form now, because now we've seen around recent
right,
form.
okay,
So I'm
okay.
going to go 60, and I think the Italians do get on the board. I'm going to go 60-22.
60-22. Okay, and producer James got lockers in the background. That's where it's quite fun. We get to see what he predicted over there. Taking up, we've got.
Yeah, fair enough. Then we've got the Australians hosting the French team. So that's obviously going to be a nice, tough one. So maybe from my side, I think the Australians are going to come on a bit short there. France will beat them by 9. So I go 42 for France, 33 to Australia.
It's a high-scoring game.
No, I do think it's high scoring, but yeah. I think
Okay, Wes?
Right, I'm going to go, the French, I think, are going to pip them again. I just think Oz was showing good signs of improvement, but not enough just to quite beat the French, and the French will come out swinging. They'll be hurt from last week.
Yeah.
I don't see it being that high scoring. We know the French can score, but I think, the Australians, they were looking pretty good in defence. So let me wrap that up. I think it's going to be, 30, 30. It's going to be close. 30-23, one try.
For France.
30-23.
I'm also going to go French win. I'm going to go, and we'll have to get the cats in here on the prediction. I'm going to go 26 points to 14. I think Carter Gordon being ruled out for Australia could be a big. This is going to be. I'm going to throw my differentiated pick. This is either going to go very badly or very, very well for me. But I've got to try and find some space between myself, Ronaldo, and I've got points to play with when it comes to Wes.
That's fine. Don't call it a hustle.
Yeah.
So
next up.
Yeah, next up, Japan is hosting Ireland, so that's also going to be a nice and tight one.
Wes, you have to give us a prediction first.
Yeah, Wes, you go first.
Okay,
Sorry.
prediction first. I think the Irish will take it, even though Japan's in
have to
good
be
form.
a novel. Yeah, we just need. Stop trying to justify this.
I'm actually trying to think.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm hearing a lot of justification for a score that didn't really justify the justification.
It's true. Yeah. Okay. So I think Ireland are going to take it. I think they're going to score quite nicely. I'm going to go 37. I think Japan do as well. 37-27, 10-point margin.
37-27.
Sure, Steve, maybe you go next.
I think Ireland have got a lot to prove, and I think that physically, I think they're going to outmuscle. At least
hello.
Can we just say that was cheating? But okay,
at least get back
just lock it in this time.
please.
That even before that, I'll still double your points. I'm going to go big score line here. I'm going to go Ireland 40, Japan 18.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair one as well. I went 39 to Ireland, 17 to Japan.
So we're quite close there.
Yeah,
And
22
clearly
points.
collusion.
Yeah, fair enough,
Collusion.
Yeah.
Then I believe we are into.
The next one. Yeah. So then we've got the next one. Then we've got Fiji that is hosting England in England. Phenomenal one there. I don't know. Do you want to go again? Yeah, Steve, you go kick us off there,
It's quite an
please.
interesting one, isn't it? I think England get the job done here. They have to get the job done here. I'm going to go 28-12.
Oh, that's interesting. Wes, you next?
Yeah. No. I mean, how lovely would it be for a Fijian win? But I do think the English get it done at home. Well, Small H.
Yeah.
I'm going to say England score a few points. I'm actually saying England click quite nicely. I'm going to say 40 points. The Fijians, we know they can score from anywhere, but not quite as much. England 40-17.
Oh, very interesting there. I'm going to go 47 to England, 21 to Fiji. I think they'll get a couple of tries in. Yeah, that's it, yeah. Okay, you want to go to the next one, the big one. The one that we're all waiting for. So we've got South Africa that obviously hosts Scotland. So I don't know, should I go maybe first on mine there?
Yeah,
absolutely. I think South Africa is going to go 47, and I think Scotland will also score a couple of good tries, 31. So I think there's a tight one there. So Scotland 31, South Africa 47.
I'm going to go 36-20.
For whom?
For whom?
No, it's an important thing. So we have it on camera, otherwise you can just change it later.
It's important you lock in your things on my
36 points to 20, Boks to win, Edel van der Merwe on the score sheet. No, you can't add that in the my picks, but I'm going to throw that in. It's a bit of free wisdom out there for you.
So I'm gonna let's see if we can keep the Bok 40 plus score going. So I think the Boks can get above 40. I'm going to give them 43. I do think the Scots get on the board. So I'm going to say 43-15.
Okay, very interesting. Very interesting.
To wrap us up,
yep, we've got the last one there, Argentina, that obviously host Wales. I think I'm going for 35 to Argentina. I do think Wales will come up short, 27. So it's a very tight game for me, but yeah.
I'm going to go slightly low. I'm going to go 30 points to 14. I think.
Okay.
I don't know what to read into that Welsh performance over the weekend, but I think that. I think if Argentina are up for it, I don't think the Wales get that many points.
Just lock it in again, please. Where's?
I'm going to go slightly different. I'm going to back the Welsh here. Right?
Awesome. That's a huge shout. That is a trading by 4 team need to make up some points shots.
That is.
Watch this space. So I reckon Wales are going to get it done. I think they are going to get it done by 27, and Argentina is going to be around 18. 27-18.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Right, well, there we go. That was the next phase. Brought to you by MyPicks. Make sure you go and get your picks locked in on mypicks.app. Go and join our league. We want to make sure that we will pick the best, highest performing score every week and see where they're at, and you can kind of give us a bit of a barometer as to where we are. Gentlemen, that brings us to the end of another mad show. A big shout out to Ronaldo for coming through.
Yep.
Wes, thanks for bringing the vibes, the 11-point vibes, and big games this weekend. Hopefully we'll be chatting about some more victories and some more points. Ronaldo, I will see you on Sunday on Rugby Unlocked as we basically educate the audience and tells everybody about what is going on with Rassie Erasmus and his players. Wes, we'll be back next week, same time, same place. The Mad Show, More Than Disorder, dropping every single Wednesday, exclusively on Forever Sports. Make sure you go and follow us on the socials as well on The Mad Show, and let us know your suggestions, comments, and get involved in the Mall of Fame poll as well across all our socials, as well as on YouTube in the comments below. Thank you very much for watching. Make sure you like and subscribe on the way out, and we'll see you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. We are live for the announcement of the Springbok side to face Scotland after a very good win against England. The question is, has Rassie Erasmus changed? And the answer is yes. Rassie Erasmus has named a very interesting 23 to take on Scotland, and they have rung the changes. Only 5 players involved in the test against England will feature this weekend. It is a brand new front row. It's a new lock combination. It is a new 9-10 combination, and it's an all Bulls 9-10. Ambrose Papier back in the mix. And really, really good to see that he is going to get an opportunity today. And very excited to sort of see what the thinking is with this team that Rassie's kind of gone with. So if we look at the Rassie Erasmus team that has been named, 1 through 23, I don't think there's any sort of continuity, inverted commas, but apart from the likes of Paul de Villiers, Ruan Nokia, and Jesse Creel getting a go. But Damian Willemse retained in the side, but has had a positional switch. He'll move from 15 down to 12 in, I think, one of the most exciting announcements. But let's go through the side, shall we? 1 through to 15, Bowen Venter, Johan Grobbelaar, Wilco Louw, Kobus Wiese, Ruan Nokia, Paul de Villiers, Peter Steph du Toit, Evan Ruiz, Ambrose Papier, Honjay Pollard, Kanan Moody, Damian Willemse, Jesse Creel, Edel van der Merwe, Apelele Fassi. It is then a 6-2 split that features Jan-Hendrik Wessels, Instuka Tlunu, Zach Porthen, Ben Jason Dixon, Vincent Tutuka, Albert Lowe, Grant Williams, and Quine Horn. So that is the side that has been named. And Pieter-Steph du Toit will captain it after doing a good job against England. This is a side that is all about, right, opportunities now, people. You know, it's a side to take your chance. And there's a lot of players who I think have taken their chance in the last couple of weeks when they've gotten the opportunity. And there's some players who are getting another opportunity, kind of been in and around the Boks mix for a while, haven't quite managed to sort of nail down that starting spot or a spot in the squad. And there's opportunities here. And I'm talking about the likes of an Evan Roos, you know, who's been in and out of the squad and has never really been able to translate that URC form, that form that we've seen with the Stormers, into the Boks camp. He gets a chance against a good Scottish side. And this is, I think, what's so exciting. A little bit like what we saw last year when Rassie rotated against New Zealand. This is an opportunity for a lot of players against a very, very good side. You know, so like, you know, last year we rotated against New Zealand and we saw two different sides play against New Zealand. And ironically, it was the more settled, more experienced side that lost to New Zealand, and then we saw quite an inexperienced side, new look side, go and thump them. So it was an interesting situation to be in, and we've gone with a bit of a similar situation now, where I think Scotland could arguably pose a greater threat than England if you look at just how good they were, you know, in Argentina. A really, really good performance from them, and I think that it's going to be a really good opportunity for these players to sort of show what they're worth. And, you know, it's going to be an opportunity for players to start putting down World Cup markers. You know, it's if we look at this side, the likes of a Imbro Sapir is back in the mix, not making his debut this weekend, but it kind of feels like a second debut. You know, a player who dropped off the radar, started playing really, really well for the Bulls, still couldn't really get a call up, played another very good season. They couldn't ignore him any longer. And not only is he no longer being ignored, but he's getting an opportunity to start this weekend. And a big game for him, I think, would see him put himself into the World Cup selection mold. You know, you've got a feel for Morne van den Berg, who'll be watching this game on his couch this weekend, because this should have been his game time. But Imbro Sapir has been in the kind of form where you can't ignore it. And let's hope he can translate it, because if you can translate half the form that he was bringing to the URC, then we should be really excited. Front row, Bone Fenter, Mr. Reliable, Wilco Low back, big units, literally big units. And hopefully we'll get some more scrums. Didn't get as many scrums as we kind of would like and would normally have in a in a Boks, especially in that first half. So we need to try and change that, get some more scrums going, get our front row kind of into it. In terms of the centres, I love Damian Willemse at 12. I think that he is such a dynamic player. You know, he's obviously got the ability to get go forward ball, maybe not necessarily always as direct as Damien de Allende, but he's got the step, he's got the kicking game, you know, he's got that the distribution game as well. Playing next to Andre Pollard, who is a very different player to Amani Liebach. Big pressure, I think, on Andre, and Rassie will say there isn't, but he hasn't been very good recently for the Bulls. Struggled in those last couple of games. And, you know, with Sasha out, we're down to Mani, we're down to Andre. He needs to kind of remind us of the class he has. And we all know the player that's there, but we just need to see it in terms of a form point of view. Kane Moody into number 11, Edel van der Merwe in number 14. I think it's a bit of a shootout, to be honest, for your third choice wing. I think Edel van der Merwe is scoring tries for fun. This is his first real big test, though. You know, he's played games against Barbarians and Wales and the likes, and he's scored lots of tries, even against Italy. But now you're playing against a proper Scottish side. So this is a big test for Edel van der Merwe to kind of continue that try-scoring record. And then we look at the bomb squad. You know, the 6-2 split, that is a very, very good and very powerful side, you know. So you've got Jan-Hendrik Wessel, Instuka, Zachary Paulson. I mean, that might be the quickest replacement front row in the history of Boks and rugby at this stage. I mean, Instuka, Zach Paulson, you know, those are players who didn't even play prop at school a lot. You know, they played in the loose trio. I mean, Instuka got the 400-meter record, for example, at school. Zach Paulson played a lot of rugby at 8th man. Jan-Hendrik Wessel is a player that's been at prop and hooker, but can also play in the loose trio because they're so quick and powerful around the park. So, I mean, that's the team, especially with Grant Williams coming on the second half, that can really up the tempo. And I think that's what I'm really excited about is that we're not seeing necessarily a bomb squad of giants coming on. Yes, Ben Jason Dixon's a big physical player. Vincent Tuka's not small. But we're not seeing, you know, an Archia Snyman, Loert de Jager, Jasper Wiese, you know, big, burly, massive players coming on to really bully them. We're actually seeing a very athletic, quick around the park, high tempo type of replacement, which I think shows kind of the thing that maybe it's going to be a bit more structured up front. I mean, you've got your big players like Kobus Wiese, Wilco Lobo, and Venter. These are big units who are going to really impose themselves. And then we've got the ability to up the ante. There's the sign above Loftus, which, as you walk out, which says, you know, that has the altitude and says it matters. Well, I'll tell you what, when you look at that replacement bench, for example, if you're Scotland and you are feeling gassed at 60 minutes and you watch those players coming on, you just know you're not going to get a reprieve. You know, you're going to be run off your feet. You're going to have them coming up and really, yeah, having a go throughout the game and tired legs at altitude. And then you've got those sort of players who I mean, look at Zach Portman's carry last weekend and how powerful he is. Instuka is the loose-head version of that. Janinja Vessels is the kind of hooker version of that. So big ball carrying threats, but quick as well around the park. And I think that what will be interesting to see, for example, is your Damian Willemse, you know, who will play 12, but Andre Pollard can shift to 12 if you wanted to. But I think the big interesting call is a Quine Horn, who is going to come on. Where will he come on? Will he come on at 15? Will he come on at 10? You know, and then see that. And that's where I think the reason for that experiment with Quine Horn was to see if he can potentially be an option at 10 for the Boks and in a 6-2 split. That was kind of what the Rassie sort of said. He said that in a 6-2 split sense, can he do that job? You know, can he be that option? And I'm just checking to see if Rassie Erasmus's comments have come through. So we have got an update as well, by the way. Evan Etzebeth, and this is what I'm checking over here, is officially out for the incoming tour. He will take no part in the next couple of weeks. Sia Khaleesi potentially back for next week is the chat that I'm seeing over here. And Loert de Jager also, Franklin Mostert also in and around. So hopefully we'll see that over there. So some interesting news as well with the no Evan. Hopefully, apparently now he's targeting Argentina to potentially come back. But what do we think of the side? Let me know in the comments. Let's have a chat and let me know what you think of what's a very rotated side and where we think this game might be won and lost. Because it's not the team we expect. We expected changes. I'm not sure we expected this kind of a change, but I think the main thing is it's you always have to expect the unexpected with Rassie. So we kind of never surprised and yet always surprised in a way, because I think we don't want to underestimate Scotland. You know, you don't want to go and say, oh well, you know, we've played what I would call our stronger side against England, and then you kind of underestimate Scotland and maybe you come up short. So there is that, not worry, but you got to be cautious. You got to be cautioned against that. The big thing is, and this is where we've been moving towards for a while, is that we've got so much depth that we name a side like this, and we don't see Sia Khaleesi, Evan Etzebeth, you know, a Miley Bok, a Damien Delendi. We don't see Kirkley Lawrence and Cheslin Colby. And we don't see a Jasper Wiese, but we're not panicking here. You know, we really aren't panicking. We are looking at a situation where we're sitting there going, well, that's fine. You know, we are quite happy not to have those players because we still back the rest. And it's an amazing situation that we can kind of create this depth that I think is going to be the reason why we are the favorites for this Nations Championship, because the depth in the Boks is incredible. And it's a two-edged sword, because at the end of the day, you give these players a chance. Now, if they come up short on Saturday, then it's a case of you're going to go, well, you know, the old guard still has it in them. But if they go and win, for example, against a very, very good Scottish side, then all of a sudden you in a situation where you're going, well, you know, we can basically pick any side. And that is so difficult from an opposition coach point of view, for example, and teams to try and analyze this Boks. And that's why we keep talking about the difference in the Boks types of players makes us so unpredictable, not just in terms of who we're going to pick, but how we're going to play. Because when we play a Andre Pollard, we are going to inevitably play differently to when we play a Mani Liebach. You know, that is just the reality. That you know, when we select different players, we select different characteristics. And there's no right or wrong answer to this. You know, there's no right. We've moved away from kind of the A team, B team type of thing. I still think that to a certain degree, you've got players who will, if you're playing in a World Cup final tomorrow, will inevitably be on that team sheet. And I talk about a Malcolm Marks, obviously World Player of the Year, Peter Steph, the toy, you know, your Kirk Lawrences, your Cheslin Colbys, Jesse Creel, Damien Delende right now. There's no doubt that those are still kind of your A runners, inverted commas, but we really are ready to give everyone a chance, because we back them to be able to, and that's the thing, we're kind of backing our second team to be able to beat most tier 1 nations, and we've proven that by playing them against New Zealand. Now we're playing them against Scotland. So we're walking the talk. You know, we're not just bringing players into the squad so they can hold tackle bags and go back to their clubs. Players are coming in, players are getting caps, and we're building genuine depth so that come the World Cup next year, we're not going to see debuts at the World Cup. You know, we won't. Maybe some player comes through that just has an incredible season and we kind of risk it, but we're not going to see debuts of the World Cup because we're just in such a strong position that all these players would have played and been capped. And Rassie is very intentional about trying to get so many different players into the mix and get them up to sort of your 10, 15 caps, which is where Rassie wants some sort of players to be come to the World Cup, that there is no surprise that all the players kind of get there and are ready for it. So yeah, what are we thinking, people? What are we all saying on the chat over here? Tanner's saying, see, I told you guys I was right the whole time. Tanner said I predicted the lineup from the very beginning. Well, go to my picks and thing, because you can't just throw things out like that without the proof here. We need to see the proof. And you know, that's what my picks is for, is to put the clock on the block and to say, well, this is what I predicted. And so go and do that. Bucky's saying, this isn't the right team. The bench is different. This is very much the right team. I'm looking at it in front of me. Jan-Andre Wessels, Intuga Klunu, Zach Porthen, Ben Jason Dixon, Vincent Stuka, Albert Lowe, Grant Williams, Quan Horn. This is the press release that is sitting in front of me. So it is very much, that is indeed the bench. So I'm not sure where you've seen a different bench, but yeah, that is the right team. So I don't know what to tell you there. What sort of selection? And this is let me get the poll up. We want to do a start a poll. Do we like the team? Do you? I'm going to ask you because you're the one voting. Do you like the team that Rassie has picked? And if you don't, this is also a thing that I don't like to see. If you don't like it, what don't you like to it? What would you change as well? Don't just say I don't like the team. Tell me what don't you like about it, and what would you change as well? That's also a very important thing. What would you change within the side? And not just say, I don't like it. Well, who don't you like? What would you change? And but those who do like it, what are we looking like? What are we excited about? So I'm going through some of the comments over here. Mark Stoney was saying, Scotland have tough travelling. I don't have the depth to rest many players. I don't think the Boks team itself is underestimating them. Nevertheless, I give them zero chance. Andrew Carson says, great team, a balance between veterans and new kids on the block. And Gerard said, interesting side, very experimental, but also exciting with lots of young guys getting caps and experience. And Malabongo is not happy about Team Pollard. Contender says, I reckon Willemse is our second choice kicker. Let's hope the epiphany that happened to Mani recently with his kicking will happen with Gaza, if he ever needs to worry about it. It's not we actually see much of Mani kicking. Cool says, I think Pollard is just in because Sasha is maybe still a bit injured. Sasha is very injured, not a bit injured. Sasha will not feature in this test, the next two, maybe at the end of the year to push, but at this stage, not looking good for the Greatest Rivalry Tour, and not looking good for obviously the Nations Championship. He won't play any role in the next week or hopefully maybe we might get him back for the end of the year, so the Nations Championship, but certainly not seeing him any time before then. Which is, yeah, it's frustrating because he's our golden boy, and going into the World Cup next year, he's definitely our first choice fly half at this stage, and we're going to miss a year of being able to put more caps into him. But I think what's so exciting is the fact that we backed him so early in his career that he has been able to already get several caps into him. He's not coming in. He's not going to go to the World Cup blind next year. He's going to have the kind of experience when he gets back from injury. So Captain says, I'd swap Kanan for Mapimpi maybe. Mapimpi not even in the squad at the moment. Arctic says, JJ should get a call-up if Eben is out. What else are we saying? Yeah. Francis says, Ambrose and Grant, you're very... let's talk about Ambrose Papier, shall we? Ambrose Papier has just given the Bok management no option but to pick him. He has been hammering down that door for a while, and everyone kept saying, "What more does he need to do? What more can he do? To get himself into that side." And eventually, he got the call up to the lineman camp and had very good playoffs. And I think now we're going to say, okay, well, you've shown us that you've got the form for the Bulls. Can you do that for us though? Can you translate that form back into the mix? Because at the end of the day, the way he was playing, you just kind of had to pick him, and you can kind of talk about maybe he didn't fit the mold and the likes of that. But unfortunately, you get to the point where you struggle to see the way he plays, how he can't fit into the mix, because it's like it just looks so obvious. He looks so good for the Bulls, and you look at the kicking game, you look at the way he scores tries, the sniping, the game management, and I just said, you got to the point where you're sitting there saying, I can't see where he doesn't fit in. But a big thing, by the way, for those watching is please, first of all, please do smash a like on the video, and smash a like if you like the team. 85%. So we've got 15% of people saying they don't like the team. Again, I haven't seen too many people saying why they don't like the team. Although Alder Tia is saying, I have absolutely no faith in Lewis at international level. If I'm being honest, I'm worried about him at 8 in a very changed team. In a settled team, it is one thing. In this team, not for me. And that's an interesting point, actually, because, so often these players get trialed in these rotated sides. And there's a certain amount of, yes, kind of they play a lot together. They'll do a lot of preparation together, so they kind of gel. But also, once they get into the actual onto the match, these are all players who kind of aren't as experienced in international level. So there is a certain amount of, they're all kind of trying to prove themselves. And it's definitely not the best environment to try and make the biggest impact. Like, you go and drop Evan Lewis into the team from last week, and that's kind of, I think, to your point, it's a lot easier to kind of cope. Now, when you kind of start to experiment, it becomes a bit more difficult. But Evan Lewis, I think, is got to start stepping up. He's a senior player for the Stormers. He's 26 years old now, still very young, but he's a senior player. He's been playing at the top level 4 or 5 years, so there's no excuse anymore. He needs to start putting that big performance in, that impact, that look at me, I'm here type of performance. Bartley says, I love the changes reflected in my picks. This is a challenging to see to these players to say, go and exceed the set standard. It also gives a lot in terms of camaraderie within the squad. And Courtly reckons that Vusi Moya should have been on the bench. We might see him against Wales. It'd be very cool if we do. But what I was saying is that, first of all, I said, please do continue to hit that like button. But if you would like to go and watch the Boks this year, which is very expensive at the moment, your best chance of going to watch the Boks versus New Zealand is to become a member of the channel. We are giving away 2 tickets to that game at the F&B Stadium, exclusively to our members club. And if you join the members club today, you can go be part of that draw, which will be happening in August. So go and consider joining the members club and coming and joining the vibes. You also get lots of other benefits, such as you can join our WhatsApp community where all the latest information goes. It goes up on the WhatsApp community before anywhere else. You also get some very cool things like, if we look at yesterday, we did our Rugby Unlocked first episode where we kind of analyzed the Boks versus England as well as New Zealand versus France. Ronaldo Mayer, who's a former Cheetahs analyst, is part of the show, and he's done 2 presentations on those games, and we will be sending the PDFs out to our members. So if you want to know more about rugby, if you want to get the latest news and be part of the channel community, please do consider becoming a member. It is the link in the comments, and come and join the vibes. Seasway says Ruas is the most talented number 8, Hanekom is the most technically sound, and Visa the most physical. I'm glad Ruas has his chance. Dylan says it's a good team, but the last time wholesale changes was made like this, we lost to Wales. No, the last time we made wholesale changes like this was definitely not that Wales game. What, 2 years ago? The last time we made wholesale changes like this, well, to be fair, we made wholesale changes last time we played against Wales and we won. We also made wholesale changes against the All Blacks last year and had a record victory afterwards. We do wholesale changes quite often, actually. To a certain degree, maybe it's not quite wholesale anymore because it's kind of normal and just regular. But Kiku Land says, Ruas, the liability with his discipline, have been giving away silly penalties every time he plays for the Boks. Quinton says, the last time we did big changes like this, we walloped New Zealand and Wellington. Exactly. That was kind of what I was alluding to. So at the moment, 86% of the votes saying, yep, they like it, they don't like it. Somebody was saying that you can't play Marnie because Colby isn't there to kick. I would disagree there. I think you can play Marnie. We actually haven't seen his kicking in the last game, obviously, but in Japan, it's been very good. He's been doing a lot of work over there. And even towards the end of last year, the percentage, for example, if you looked at his kind of recent form, his percentage of goal kicking has gone up quite high. You also had Damien Willemse there. And let's also not pretend like Cheslin Colby's been a goal kicker for like all these years. It's quite a new development, in inverted commas. So in many ways, that was kind of an experiment. I think this is a big win as well for the likes of Ruan Nokia because he is very much nailed down that number 5 jersey. You know, you got a Franco Moster around, but injuries are hampering him a little bit. Luat Diaga, much the same. Archia, same, much the same. And then you've got somebody like a Ruan Nokia who just week in, week out is available. You know, it makes a big difference, makes a big impact. He's become the Franco Mostert regen, really. You know, just week after week, he puts in consistent performances. And that's what we need, especially in the number 5 jersey, is someone who can control the line very well, which he does superbly. Somebody who can really produce an 80-minute performance that can always get around the park throughout the game and do the hard yards, because it's easy to do, not easy, but it's great having an RKS Neyman who can kind of throw in the chicken wing passes and the likes of that, but you also need someone who's going to do the hard yards. And Ruan Nokia is very much that kind of player. And I think that's also, you know, he's going off to Japan next season, and I think you had to almost wait to be settled enough in the Boks squad to be able to go and make that kind of career move, because you don't get picked out of Japan unless you are already in the box and within the setup. So I'm sure there would have been kind of conversations with the Boks management to say, listen, I'm thinking I want to go over to Japan. They're probably quite chuffed about that because they like the kind of minutes that they play and they get a bit more rest than when they play for the likes of the Bulls. And they know that from a quality point of view, he's got the quality. He's settled in there. He's a core member of the squad. He's going to get picked out of Japan. Now is a good time to move. Somebody like a Kobus Visa, kind of only back on the Boks radar after coming back here, and you know, putting himself on the front foot. Bowen Fenter making the signing to come back to the Lions, play rugby in South Africa, be on the right there in front of the Boks management every single week. If we look at the bench, big opportunity here for Vincent Tuka, who I thought, and ironically made his debut just over a year ago at Loftus, and I thought he had a very good debut. We didn't see much of him afterwards. He's kind of dropped out of the squad. Now he's back in the squad. He had a good season for the Sharks, so, you know, he's definitely on the way up. But him and Ulrich Lowe, for example, they're kind of competing for the similar spot in the squad. Vincent Tuka being able to cover lock is a big benefit for him, as well as being a very good line operator. Ulrich Lowe is somebody who 2 years ago you wouldn't even dream of him not being in the squad the way he was being deployed as part of the bomb squad and the impact squad. And then all of a sudden he wasn't even in the squad a couple of weeks ago when it was initially announced. And then he was brought into the squad as a later addition. So these are two players who are on the edges. And this is where you can make a mark. You go and put in a man of the match performance, same as an Ambrose Papier, for example, same as an Evan Roos. You go put in a man of the match performance against Scotland on Saturday. You put yourself in the World Cup frame. Those are players who I think right now are probably not in the World Cup frame. Maybe kind of in and around there, but not definitely within the World Cup frame. And they need to change that. They want to make sure that they are a big part of that World Cup frame. What's an interesting omission is no Cameron Hanekom. And I think that I would be interested to know if he would have played had we not had that injury to Evan. Because, obviously Cameron Hanekom last week started in number 7 jersey, PSTF, the toy shifted to lock. And as a result, Cameron Hanekom went in. So I think if Evan hadn't got injured, I'd be interested to have seen if they would have gone with Cameron Hanekom in the number 7 jersey this week, for example, maybe kept Peter Steph the toy in number like a 5 and as captain. But, they obviously wanted to bring in Kobus Visa for this week. And obviously they've also been able to give Cameron Hanekom decent amount of minutes. So that might have been a potential change, a bit of a tweak, because he was obviously going to be on the bench last week. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him start again next week. But it's an interesting omission for him to have been drafted into the lineup late and then kind of excluded from the 23 altogether. Obviously, as I said, we are rotating and giving players opportunities. I mean, no Malcolm Marks in the side, no Thomas Dutoy in the side. There's lots of players who have dropped out of the 23 completely. But the players who kind of remain, I think, are key players. Ruan Okia, that's your key line-out operator. Also, he knows Johan Kobela and Jan-Hendrik Wessel as well. So, in terms of a line-out perspective, combinations are very important here. And we're also seeing that in combinations. We're seeing that they're playing Ambrose Papier and Hanjay Pollard, who have had a season playing together. So that combination is the same. Instuka Kuntunu and Zach Porthen are also, players who play at the Stormers. So that's they know each other well from a scrummaging point of view. Obviously, Jan-Hendrik Wessels comes into the middle. I mean, if you had put a Jan-Hendrik Wessels next to a Wilco Low, he would have known him a bit better. But if Andrew Hugo Fenter was on the side, he'd probably be in the reserve hooker and you'd have a complete Stormers front row. So I think that they very much have also looked at combinations, and I really want to see the Willemse and Jesse Creel combination get some time, because I think what we might see moving forward is Wamian Willemse moving from 15 into the 12 towards the later stages of the game to be able to give us something a bit different. Luke G says, I think this is a very dynamic team. I feel like it's going to be a high-impact running game. I'm so stoked that Evan is starting. I rate him highly and believe he will shine on Saturday. And Sartre Canvas says, I like the fact that Rusty is trying out every combination possible. I mean, why not at this point? Buck in Kiwi Land says, with Libok and Sasha, do we really think Hanjay Pollard will be going to the Rugby World Cup next year, as traditionally only 2 flaws get picked for the initial squad? Well, I think, again, we can probably afford to pick 3 because Sasha can play 10, 12, 15. Willemse covers 12 and 15. Quine Horn now potentially 15, 10. If they genuinely back him as an option at 10, then that doesn't bode well for somebody like a Hanjay Pollard. Because I think it is a case of, well, you only cover really one position. Maybe you might be third choice. To be honest, we'd probably rather take this player who covers a couple of positions and we think he can do a decent job. To not go to the World Cup with Hanjay Pollard, who's won back-to-back World Cups, would be quite a big call. And I don't see it happening. I think that, unless he starts to struggle this year, I think he does go to the World Cup. But it is an interesting situation where all of a sudden the Golden Boy has dropped down the pecking order and might not. The fact that there's conversations about him potentially not is interesting in itself. So what else have we got to say in the land? So Ode Eustace says, we should not sleep on Scotland. Very good side. Going to be a big day for Gaza. As Sion Tupilotu will come a whole day. And I mean, how nice is that? Is the opportunity for him to, I mean, he played a lot of rugby at inside centre. Let's not pretend he hasn't. But now, cool. You're pulling on the block 12 and you've got a Tupilotu in front of you. So this is not an opportunity for you to play 12 against a tier 2 nation or a side struggling. You've got one of the best centres in the world who is likely to be opposite you. And that's where I personally think, I think Damian Willemse goes and plays a full international season at inside centre, and I think he'd be one of the best inside centres in the world. I just think he's one of the best players in the world. So, and wherever you play him, I think he adds a lot of value. Whether it's, 10, I don't think is his best position, but he can do it if needs be. But 12 and 15, phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. His aerial contesting over the weekend was incredible. And also, if you look at our side coming in, Kenan Moody, good under the high ball. I played a Fassi, good under the high ball last week. So, it's a good point that Aldertia is saying, is Estes and Cust guessing he would have started 12 if he was fit. We were actually talking about it in our prediction show, which, by the way, we're miles away from. I think somebody said we got 3 right from the prediction show earlier. Well, I technically didn't add much to it. I kind of just ran the votes, but yeah, I think it's a case of you never know what Russ is going to do, and it's always a bit of a gamble, and that's why I think the My Picks is becoming so much fun, because good luck trying to predict Rusty's thinking. And if you can, well, good on you. Good on you. And I'm trying to think of, against Wales, we'll probably see more changes. Maybe sort of similar types of players, but I think we will see a bit of other players. And Rusty's actually said that this is not necessarily a team that's been picked for Scotland, so he's not picked this side to say, right, Scotland's got X, Y, Z, we need to factor that in. This is a side that's been picked because he says we want to know what we've got going into the World Cup. So World Cup next year is the big carrot. And this Nations Championship, I wouldn't say it's a distraction, but we're treating it as an opportunity to play as different players. Yes, we want to win. And we want to win every single game. But a lot of it's kind of, we want to make sure we test players. We want to win games with these players, give them the confidence, for example. In doing so, we obviously put ourselves in top spot to potentially go and win the Nations Championship. But we are not so star-studded in terms of we got to get this big trophy. We're not sitting here worrying about our silverware. This thing's going to fall apart. That we are going to keep our same team. I think it's a case of we will rotate and win the games. And if we enter the mix for come Nations Championship at the end of the year, great. If we don't win it, oh well. Greatest Rivalry Tour for me will be very interesting because it's 4 tests against a proper side. One of the best sides in the world. So in one breath, you don't want to lose the Greatest Rivalry Tour. You really want to win all 3 tests at least and win the series. At the same time, if you ever wanted to trial players against some of the best in the world, that's also a great opportunity to do it because you do have 4 tests. An ideal situation, you kind of win the first 3, rotate for the America test, and then you kind of got the best of both worlds. But right now, we've basically picked, this is going to be the Scotland test. This is going to be the Wales team. Obviously, we had picked the England team. And the idea is to keep winning whilst we do change these teams and give everybody a run out and sort of see how they cope. Herman says, all we see is mobility, and a gangster front row to totally outscrum the Scots. And that's what I said earlier, especially with our bomb squad, inverted commas. It's almost like the running squad. It's not your traditional bulky, big, we're going to bully you in the second half physically. And I say that, look at how barbaric Zach Porthen was when he just ran over and literally started throwing around English players over the weekend. But he's quick around the park. Versus, if you had to do a 100-meter sprint, Wilco Low versus him, throwing Thomas Toy there, it's not going to go well for the other two. Zach Porthen is quick around the park. Instuka Tunu is rapid and big. So we're certainly not going to not have the physicality, but it's not the traditional 2019 kind of vibe, where even France Steyn coming off the bench was quite a large lad. It's not when we saw like Archies Neyman, Loot Diaga, and Jasper Wiese coming off the bench with an Oxen Chair and a Trevor Nyakane and a Malcolm Marks at a stage. I mean, that was proper like big, huge units. We're going to scrum you to death. We're going to maul. And now we're seeing a different breed of players coming through where they're very mobile and yet don't let you down at scrum time. I mean, there's no doubt that Wilco Louw is a better scrummager than Zach Porthen. But look at the improvements Zach Porthen's made. And I think this is what Oxen Chair was saying the other day. He said Zach's come along so fast since last year by being in the box setup. And that's the whole thing. You're taking a player like a Zach Porthen and saying, right, well, we know he's always been ahead of the curve. He's under 20 captain. He's a very talented player. Played Varsity Cup and the likes of that. But you're looking at him saying, right, well, what do we like about him? We like the fact that he's mobile. We know he's a good leader. He's got good rugby IQ, but he's nice and physical around the park, makes good tackles, and good skill set. But for him to be a Bok down the line, we need him to be a top scrummager. So instead of basically saying to him, well, by the way, the feedback to John Dobson and to Brock Harris, the thing, we need you to improve him. No, come to the camp. Right, you're now going to scrum against Ox. You're now going to scrum against Gerard Stennekamp. You're going to scrum against Bowen Venter. You're going to have a Bok pack behind you, so you're going to feel what that Bok pack is like. You're going to feel like, but you're also going to feel what it's going to have to go against a Bok pack. So you're now going to spend time doing live scrums against the best scrum in the world. And it's a cauldron, and that's it. I mean, they said that Carly Sardi said that, after the first scrummaging session, he basically it all went black. And next thing you know, Sia Khalees was helping him up off the floor. And Sia said, are you all right? And Carly said, let's do it again. Because he's somebody who just loves scrummaging. But that's somebody who's played in the top 14, played for the Lions, played for the Sharks, been around the block. And he said that the scrummaging sessions are a different level. And that's what they've done with Zach Porthen, is they've said, right, come in. And we're going to, right, youngster. And this is what I also love. I mean, you'd love to just be a fly on the wall in these training sessions. Because you come in there and you're looking at some of these props going, shit, these are the best players in the world. And they're saying, well, let's see if you can cope. And I'm sure he was out-scrummed a few times, but he will also have learned. And then Ox will say, listen, this is why I'm getting the better of you. This is why you're struggling. And Wilco Louw will say, right, this is how you get the better of Ox. This is how you find these early gains. And just by doing all of that, his development will have, we've probably accelerated 2-3 years worth of playing in the URC by being in the box setup for 6 months. That's how quickly I think, he's improved. And that's how important it is to be able to give these opportunities to these players, because they're just, Riley Norton, the amount of he would have learned in the last month, being in the setup, playing for the Boks, compared to if he had been doing a preseason for the Stormers, is huge. Bokke Kiwi says, here in New Zealand, the media is boasting after the French game that the All Blacks are back. I think it's way too early to say that. I don't think we will see the exceptional All Blacks side come August. Good, yes, excellent, no. They look good. They look good. I was watching a very interesting podcast with Quay Cooper, and he was saying he's never felt so assured and feels like he knows what he's doing and kind of comfortable in an environment as when he joined the Wallaby squad under Dave Rennie. And he said what Dave Rennie does so well is he has a very clear plan. And you know exactly where you stand, and you know exactly where to play. And I think that kind of fault is what was lacking with the All Blacks, is that they had kind of plans, but when things didn't go, they didn't really know how to adapt. And they didn't really know, okay, well, now what? And I think what was interesting over the weekend is we saw the All Blacks adapting to what the French were doing and being able to cope with it. And Cam Roigard said that, he kicked less, for example. So there was definitely a shift on the Saturday. It wasn't a leftover of what Scott Robertson's done kind of thing. There was definitely a Dave Rennie impact, and Umaga and all the new coaches. There's definitely a bit of an impact on them. Obviously, it's not a first choice French side, so it's difficult to kind of gauge exactly where this New Zealand side is. So we've kind of got to, we're like, oh, it looks good, but is it as strong? What we'll be able to see is come 2 weeks' time, when they take on Ireland. First of all, they'll have 2 games under their belt from an All Blacks point of view, so they'll be a bit more cohesive. And then they're playing against a side which is one of the top sides in the world. Yes, they got pushed by Australia, which I think probably said more about Australia. than I think Ireland, although I don't think Ireland are as strong as they were a year or two ago. But then we'll be able to get a better idea of where the All Blacks are, because they were playing against at least a first-choice side. You know, it is at least a first-choice Irish side. Yes, plenty of injuries in there, but they've picked as strong as they can pick. Not a French side, which was missing a lot of your big players, but it's still a very good French side. Gravity Heights says, if as an Aussie, I'm envious of the Boks depth and quality cattle. Any Aussie qualified players in the SA, hands off our cattle. To be fair, I mean, I think as an Aussie, I would be very, very excited after what I saw. And I think the Wallabies have been getting slowly better. And I think that